Tonight, for the first time ever, the NFL Draft will take place in the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas. "32 young men will hope to hit it big when they hear their name being called from the stage. The stakes are high and it all starts here. While some have already cashed in their chips, other teams will go all in. Where will the dice land? Start placing your bets.
The Irish NFL show is presented by the Aer Lingus College Football Classic. Tickets are on sale tomorrow morning. More information is at collegefootballireland.com. You can also get a pre-sale code right now on our Twitter page. Go and see Northwestern against Nebraska this August at the Aviva Stadium in Dublin as the college football season kicks off on the Emerald Isle. We're also presented by Trust Gaming. You can visit trust.com right now for more information on gaming accessories. Trust Gaming is the right gear for any gamer on any budget. And if you retweet this on Twitter tonight, you've got a chance to win some fantastic Trust prizes. But our massive thanks to Trust for tonight's prizes also. And folks, we're also presented tonight by Mini Arcade Systems. They got the highest quality arcade machines in Ireland. You can visit miniarcadesystems.com for more information. But it all comes down to this. It is draft night from Las Vegas. We're in Ireland, but it's from Las Vegas for the first time. What a night in store. Follow us live all night on Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Instagram, and on TikTok by searching the Irish NFL Show. Welcome to Draft Night Live. From Las Vegas, Nevada to Tyrone in the Emerald Isle. How we wish we were in Las Vegas. Welcome to the Irish NFL Show. Draft Night Live. We're live in a little bit with a nice pre-game. It's interesting. I've got a draft pick to make already. With the first pick tonight, we're going to welcome in Colin Cronin. Colin, good morning. What time is it at this point?
We're still in Thursday, Michael. At this point, we haven't yet gone into the early hours of Friday morning as we're about to. But it is the first round of the draft, and we have a stack show this evening.
It's going to be a lovely chilled night tonight. It's going to be good crack as well. And I believe we've another pick. We've got Brian O'Leary here. Brian, is this, now just to confirm, Brian, this show is not presented by Barista Bar in Northern Ireland, frank and honest across the north and south. We have no coffee sponsor tonight, so I'm hoping for the draft next year you're going to work on a coffee sponsor for us.
I'm hoping the excitement of the evening will mean we won't need to drink coffee or tea or anything else or any other substance over the course of the next few hours, and we get a really exciting draft because, as we've said for the past few weeks, there's a lot of things unknown going into tonight's mad event that's going to come up. And for people who haven't, captured the draft before, maybe there's people watching the show for the first time that have got into it over the past year. It's always a very entertaining night, and everybody who has a team picking is on tenterhooks to see what they do.
Indeed, and we haven't got a draft pick for Mark. Mark's not here. Mark will be here in a week.
We've got a trade, have we? We've got a trade. Have we traded Mark out? No.
Trade. Jesus.
Oh, we're trading him in.
Packed show tonight, but it's the NFL draft, first time ever from Las Vegas, and we are planning to go fully live. I think the mistake we made last year, boys, was we didn't say we weren't live until before the draft. And we have people commenting. So if you're watching this on YouTube now, We're live at about 12:45, 12:50. But Colin, I'll start with you. Obviously, you're sort of introing it there. This is an intriguing draft because last year it was very quarterback heavy. This year it's very defensive heavy, but also heavy potentially on wide receivers. And we genuinely do not know where players are going to fall, where trades are going to happen. And for a lot of people tonight wondering, should we stay up and watch this? I think genuinely there's a lot of things can happen. Like the first thing can happen, for example, is that Giants pick at 7. Do they trade down? But a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes tonight.
Yeah, lots of them. Before the Giants, the number 1 pick. Look, I think what's been interesting about this is because it wasn't a QB heavy class, there probably wasn't as much focus as there has been over the last few years. And then last year you had the San Francisco trade, right? There was a massive trade. They go up, and then there's all the speculation: will it be Matt Jones? Will it be Trey Lance? You had John Lynch saying earlier in the week that it's a great thing if Jimmy is still there. They're bringing back Nick Bosa, and there's no way they're getting rid of Debo. Apparently, the San Francisco 49ers are going to do it all, but they won't be picking in the first round tonight. But I do think it is intriguing because you've seen as the week has gone on, right? The interest levels have built. Now, at this point, Walker is the presumptive number 1, more so than Aiden Hutchinson. We didn't think that would be the case. We're also hearing that the Jets, are looking at edge, but they're not all that high on Thibodeau. So, but it is lying season as well. I think it's going to be fascinating. We heard the Steelers talk about, all the work they had done on QB. Some of this is going to prove true. Some of it is going to be a smokescreen. But the number 1 pick, we don't know what way they're going to go. Last year, we knew it would be Trevor Lawrence. We've no idea what the Lions will do. There are so many unknowns this year, and that is what's going to make it, I think, really, really interesting. I think when we did our draft the other night, we all had a consensus number 1. It seems at that point we'll be wrong on that. But when it came to the number 2 pick, we all went in a different way. So that's what makes this one so interesting.
Brian, if you're the Jaguars tonight, not long now to this first pick comes in around about 1:10 in the morning. Who do you pick at number 1? Do you think it's Aiden Hutchinson as a lock, or what's your thoughts?
I think as the weeks gone on and as the months have gone on, we spoke on the show the other day about the fact that, Trayvon Walker wasn't even in the top 20 in mock drafts over the past while in terms of January. And obviously as the months have gone on, he's the rising star. He's number 1, projected as number 1. However, I still think it should be Hutchinson. I think he's more the impact player. I think you're getting your bang for your buck immediately. Yeah, Walker had a very good year last year. Maybe the numbers didn't reflect how good he was, but he was playing in a stacked defense where Hutchinson was expected to do a lot more with a Jabo obviously there and a player that could potentially go in the first round. I still think it should be Hutchinson, but as the days have gone on, leading up to today, this evening, and obviously into the early hours tonight, it looks like potentially it could be Walker. But as Colin said, we've seen so many drafts over the years. Things just happen unusual, and for a fan of a team who's had a very poor year and had a very poor decade, to have two picks in the top 10, it's exciting for a Giants fan. It'd be interesting to see how we go, and we should be, if we stay where we are, we should be getting 2 really good, impactful players immediately. But I have a funny feeling Giants might not be at 7 because of a trade down, obviously.
4, 3, 2, 1. I mean, are you going to go up, or what's the plan?
I look.
I mean, you listen to New York radio for 9 hours a day, so I'm hoping you're going to tell us the answer now. Are they going to go up? No.
Giants aren't going to go up. No, absolutely not. I think the Giants. I think actually, and Colin touched on it on the show. I think one of the most, of all the safest situations in the top 10, I think it actually is the Giants in terms of what they're going to pick. I think it's rest assured I'd be stunned if they don't pick offensive line with 5, unless they get too cute and think that the offensive line guy that they want will still be there at 7, and they take a chance by maybe. If Walker was to drop or Hutchinson or even Thibodeau, as Colin suggested, where the Jets don't take him at 4, maybe the Giants. But sometimes you get too cute in the draft and you end up not getting the player you want. So I think 5 is the safest bet of all, and the Giants will go offensive line.
It's a bit like Spillane saying about the cute players the all time as well. Sometimes you get too cute and it doesn't work out for you as well. Yeah. And he was definitely right about that last year. So look, boys, looking forward to the draft tonight. We've got a stacked show tonight. Colin, do you want to introduce our first guest tonight?
Yeah, our first guest is a good friend of the show. We had the good fortune to meet him in person out in LA, but he has been a guest on numerous occasions. And in fairness to Sam Monson, he always puts the effort in. And one of the things I think we chat to him about is his willingness to look at things from different angles. And I think that's what makes his work really, really interesting. We know the data behind PFF, but it's not just the data they look at tape. So Sam has been, I suppose, studying these players. So it was good to kind of get his input. And our second guest, I suppose, is a nice compliment to Sam as somebody who's worked so closely with a lot of these players. But coming up now from Pro Football Focus, it's Sam Monson.
Okay, it's draft night, and look, it's fantastic to have everyone on, sort of watching, talking about the draft. Looking forward to seeing what the picks are going to be tonight. We're delighted to welcome in Sam Monson from Pro Football Focus. Sam, you've been on the show a number of times, and we massively appreciate your support. Welcome on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Anytime.
Sam, it's hard to believe we're sitting here now. Draft not long away now. Is this your favorite part of the year, or do you prefer the football? Like, I was chatting to guys last week that really enjoy the draft over the actual games. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's always a fun time of year. I don't know if it's more fun than the games, but it's definitely that whole period of, there's something about this. This is why people play Football Manager. This is why, franchise mode or whatever in Madden. There's something fun about building a team, and this is like the most team building part of the entire year. Like free agency, that little flurry is a fun frenzy, and then the whole draft period of grabbing new exciting players. There's something I think as well that makes the draft unique because you're talking young players. I've never been able to figure out why, but like when I manage teams on Football Manager, I always ended up stocking them full of like 21-year-old, wonder kids or whatever. It's like eventually you need to actually wait until they get good enough to win things, but you're constantly like stocking up the next young talent, right? There's something weird about that works in the brain that gets you abnormally or disproportionately excited to add like a young talent instead of just talent, period.
Sam, as somebody who's gone back and is currently playing Championship Manager 0102, the talk
Nice.
of
Classic.
Football Manager, the classic, yeah, where absolutely. But delighted, as Michael said, to have you on. And for any viewers who haven't seen Sam's new Twitter profile pic, it is absolutely glorious. Truly, we are in draft season. A mixture of Sam, the Ultimate Warrior, and Mel Kiper. So good to see. But Sam, I suppose one of the things I really like about what you do, the research is obviously fantastic, but you're willing to, I suppose, always look for an alternative viewpoint, and you deliberately go out of your way to say, okay, this is my view. Who are the people who have opposing views, so I can read about it, learn from it, and see, if there's anything I can take. And I know you've been tweeting about, say, Kenny Pickett is one that jumps to mind immediately, but I'm just wondering, like, are there players in this draft who you've studied the tape, you've had an opinion on, but you've read something else and it's made you reassess, or has it strengthened your opinion on certain players?
Yeah, I mean, look, the world right now operates way too much in just an echo chamber or these black and white lines, and you're supposed to think one thing and that's what you think, and everything you hear only entrenches you further into your line of thinking. But like, if I get a specific read on a player and I know it's different to other people, particularly if it's like people you respect or smart people, then it only makes sense to figure out, all right, why? Like, what is it that they're seeing that I'm not? And let's figure out what that is, and then, see if you still agree or still disagree. So when I went and watched Kenny Pickett, and the quarterbacks in this draft they're all kind of like this, right? Nobody loves any of them. So you're always going to be like, well, somebody's going to go to bat for one of these guys, and it might not have a great reason behind it. It's just like, somebody's going to take a quarterback. So I was talking to somebody in the NFL who was like, the only one of these quarterbacks that has any shot of being anything is Kenny Pickett. Now, when I look at Kenny Pickett, I see a lot of problems to his game. Certainly that mean I don't know if he can play or be good right away, which is one of the kind of narratives about him, is that, he can come in and be a day one starter in a way Malik Willis or Sam Howell or Matt Corral can't. I don't think that's right at all. But anyway, so you start sort of looking through, you're like, okay, there's things to like, but the concerns are big. But I think it only makes sense to be like, let's find the person. Like, I appear to be unusually down on Kenny Pickett. So let's find someone that's unusually high on him and see what the other side of this is, and then try and reconcile it. So I can't think of anyone actually in this draft where I've read something or listened to something about their take and completely like changed my opinion on, or completely flipped 180. But it does happen. Like, I have been brought around on players in the past that's by listening to a take that's completely different to what I initially got from somebody.
Sam, usually at the back end of the first round, teams who've had really successful seasons tend to take best player available. But I think what we'll see later on this evening is two teams in particular, the Chiefs and the Packers. They've obviously got 2 picks each, and they look like they need a new wide receiver. Adams is gone. Hill is gone. The players that are going to be speculated: Olave, Dotson, Penn State, Burks. Like, have you looked at that in terms of who you think would be the better fit for each team, or is it just a case of who they see more so fitting into the scheme?
Yeah, I mean, I think Olave fits any offense. Like, the stuff that he's good at is applicable everywhere. It's route running, it's his gliding style. He's pretty good after the catch because of that gliding style. Like, that works everywhere, right? It's not necessarily there might be a ceiling to it. Like, I don't know if he can be an X wide receiver that's a traditional number one isolated guy. And if Green Bay, for example, wants to replace Devontae Adams and wants to get that X, I don't know if Olave is the guy, but he can come onto any receiving core in the NFL and probably make it better. But if a team like the Packers are trying to replace Adams and trying to find that guy that can be the isolated X receiver, guys like George Pickens, Pickett's on the brain. George Pickens from Georgia, like, he's got that skill set, and it's a good group of receivers, but I don't know that it's great in terms of that. Like, the one superstar number one X type wide receiver, there's not that many of those guys, I think, that even have that within their range of outcomes. But I think Pickens is one of them. So Pickens is a guy that's been anywhere from like low first round to middle of the second round. But if Green Bay is specifically trying to find that replacement element in their receiving core, like, Pickens would be an intriguing guy to go for. And that's why I think you hear, talk of Christian Watson pushing himself into the first round as well, because he's another one of those guys that might have that skill set or that ceiling to his game where some of these other receivers don't.
One of the guys you had on the top of your mock draft board last week, Sam, was Aidan Hutchinson. And obviously anyone that is familiar with Pro Football Focus's work, obviously an exclusive podcast with Aidan Hutchinson, I'd recommend people to listen to that even after the draft. Can you see any scenario maybe this evening in which the Jaguars might go with somebody else at number one, or do you think it's a bit of a lock at the minute?
I think it should be a lock, but I wouldn't rule it out. Like, the Jags have done some weird things in the past, and I don't think this Trayvon Walker hype is nothing. I think there's fire at the end of this smoke somewhere. The question is how far, or like, how big is the fire? And I think you can make an argument that puts Trayvon Walker above guys like Kayvon Thibodeau or George Karlaftis or players like that, Jermaine Johnson. I can't even see a good argument to put him above Hutchinson, though. Like, to me, that would be such a flimsy argument to make, or it'd be such a like tiny long shot that you would be shooting for, that it just doesn't make any sense to me. But that's not to say the Jags wouldn't do it. Like if they look at this and say his ceiling is so much higher than any of these other guys because he's this kind of freaky athlete, like that's the guy we take number one overall. I think it would be crazy, but I wouldn't entirely rule it out.
Sam, I think about 2 years ago, you wrote a piece about why you should never hand out big money contracts to running backs. And I know James Palmer, I saw he had a tweet that last year 5 rookie WRs led their teams in terms of yards. And I'm wondering, given what we've seen this offseason in terms of trades, in terms of the explosion in contracts, in terms of teams looking at, potentially making trades or leaving guys go, are we getting to a point, or could we get to a point where teams cycle through wide receivers a bit like they kind of do with running backs, or they maybe should do with running backs?
I think it's a different dynamic because wide receivers still move the needle in terms of wins and losses, in terms of value, way more than running backs do. And they control their own production or their own impact more than running backs do as well. So part of the reason why you don't want to give a running back a second contract is because he's kind of contingent on the offensive line, on the pass game, on a whole bunch of other things that he's got no control over whatsoever. Wide receivers are different. Like Tyreek Hill can step in any offense in the NFL and change it, just like have a monster impact because of Tyreek Hill. It doesn't matter if these other elements are not necessarily there. Obviously, they're contingent on the quarterback a little bit as well, but that's kind of true with everything. So I don't think it's quite the same setup, but I think you're right to say that it is getting easier to get rookie wide receivers or young wide receivers, rookie contract wide receivers, and expect them to come in and be good. And they can be very good right away. Like we've seen with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase the last couple of years. They can step in and not just be productive, but they can be like top 5 receivers right off the bat. You don't have to go through this process of 2-3 years, get them up to speed, and then you get the year 3 breakout. Like these guys can be dominant right away at a fraction of the price that you'd be paying, elite top 5 wide receivers that are on their second contract. So I do think there is probably some kind of edge to be had with playing with that a little bit and trying to not necessarily deliberately cycle through receivers, but to almost always build up a contingency of like young rookie contract wide receivers that just give you excess value.
Sam, I suppose every year after a draft, or you look back on previous drafts, there's always the red flags on players. We knew they had red flags, and it's usually for off the field issues more so than on the field. But Derek Stingley Jr. has had a kind of a mixed career, at LSU. He's only played 10 games in the past 2 years. He's had the injuries, and ever since the pro day, everybody's just assumed he's back to 100%, and he's going to go potentially top 10, certainly maybe 15. Do you think that's a risk, bearing in mind the injuries over the years, or did he see past that because of the talent that's there?
I think it's a risk, but, I'm not a doctor. So I think really it's a case of teams trusting their medical staff and saying, like, is this something that's going to linger, right? Is this specific injury, the Liz Frank one in his foot, like, is this going to be a long-term thing? That's question 1. 2, are we talking about a quote-unquote injury-prone player? Like, is there something about Derek Stingley that means he's going to be dealing with injuries for his NFL career? I don't know if there's any evidence to suggest that there are, like, you can tell that about a player. Obviously guys like Tyler Eifert, right? There are players that are injury prone. There's no hiding from that, but I'm not sure there's anything you can tell from like an X-ray or an MRI or even an injury history, like who's going to be that guy or who's just going to have dealt with a couple of unlucky injuries down the line. So I think really teams just have to lean on their medical staffs and figure out if they clear this guy and say, yeah, we're fine with him. We don't see any reason it'll be a problem going forward. And if they do, if he's cleared medically, I mean, his tape is the best of any of these corners. That 2019 season he had as a freshman was ridiculous. He showed it his pro day. He's a pretty impressive athlete as well. At that point, he should go in the top 10. Like, he has that kind of talent.
One guy, Sam, that was being quite unfortunate to get injured in the build to the draft, David Ajabo, obviously the connection to Scotland, playing for Michigan. A guy that might not play in his rookie season, but there is that upside there for the future. Can you see any potential of him maybe going later on tonight at to the mid or end of first, or do you think that's somebody to look out for in day 2?
I think it's probably unlikely that he goes in the first. The reason would be, if a team thinks he's really talented and they want to get the leverage that the fifth-year option gives you in the first round, right? Not necessarily that you would use it, because the fifth-year option isn't cheap. Like, this is the kind of problem with that strategy, is that, like, if you're picking up that fifth-year option on guys, you're paying them quite a lot of money, but it's the contract negotiation leverage that gives you of, say, hey, we can put you under contract for this extra year. You can't just walk away at the end of this. So, if you think that Ojabo can be special, and there's a lot of upside to his game given how raw he is at the moment, it's possible that a team likes him enough to basically burn a year, right? Redshirt him for that first year and rely on the fact that he can be special years 2 onwards. So it's happened. We've seen it happen in recent years. Jeffrey Simmons, the Titans have done it twice, actually. Jeffrey Simmons, Caleb Farley, guys that major injury red flags or thought that we would lose significant time year 1 from them. And they were still gone in the first round. I think with Ojabo, it's slightly different, because an Achilles I think it's not an ACL. It's a major concern in terms of injuries, particularly for a position like pass rusher that relies on that explosiveness, that burst with your Achilles. And it's the one injury where, it isn't just a given that he's going to come back the same player. So I think it's unlikely, but I guess it's possible.
One player who is intriguing, Jordan Davis. Look, there are issues, obviously, but there is that athleticism, and there's the fact that he references Big John Henderson as an inspiration. Your thoughts on him?
He's an enigma. Like, there aren't Jordan Davises walking around the place. Like, he played at 360 pounds. He slimmed down to 341 and wants to play at like 335, right? 335 would put him as like, one of the biggest defensive tackles in the NFL in any given time. And that's the svelte version of Jordan Davis that he wants to play at. So, the athletic workout that he did at the combine, it's one of the most insane combines any player at any position has ever had at that size. Like, he is the walking definition of that Bill Parcells planet theory, right? There are only so many human beings that are that walking around this planet at any given moment. And if you can get one, get one. But he's a projection in like 3 different ways. Can he play more snaps than he played in college? He played like 1,100 and something snaps in his entire 4-year college career, never more than 400 in a season. If he's going to be worth a mid first round pick, say 300, 350 snaps, needs to get up to like 550, 600. 2, he was never as good against the run as he should have been. Like, for a dude that has that kind of ability and the capacity to just bench press anybody he wants, toss him to the side, make plays, his PFF grades, even in the run game, were always very good, not great. Like, he wasn't as good as, say, Vita Vea or Dexter Lawrence or some of these other Christian Wilkins, these other massive defensive tackles that have been run first guys in recent years. He doesn't have grading quite as good as those guys. So that's another projection. Can he be better even in the thing that he's supposed to be good at? And then 3, can he have any impact at all as a pass rusher, right? Because he has 30 pressures in 4 years in college, and he's rushed the passer like 600 times in that time. So, to me, I think he's got some lateral agility and can actually like get into the backfield a little bit more than he was allowed to do or ever did at Georgia. But even if he can't, like, to me, there's no reason he can't do what Vince Wilfork did, right? And just collapse the pocket through sheer power by just running through somebody, right? And driving a guard or a center 4 or 5 yards into the backfield and saying, whatever else happens, the quarterback is not going to have a comfortable pocket to step up into. Even if it's not decisive, immediate pressure, he's going to be affecting the passing game that way.
Sam, over the past few weeks, it's a frenzy with mock drafts from everywhere you look, and it's quite unique in a way. When you look at the mock drafts now and you compare them back to January, December, when the college season was ending, where the players are. I mean, Trayvon Walker was in, I think, 25 to 32 in three mock drafts in December, and Tyler Linderbaum was top 10, and now there's mock drafts saying he may not even be in the first round. Are you shocked how how much he slipped down, because for a long time people felt he was one of the top guards and top offensive line people.
Yeah, I think Linderbaum is going to be one of the steals of the draft if he falls as far as it looks like he might. He was a lot like Kyle Hamilton in terms of, you were asking the question, like, is he good enough that you throw out everything you know about position value, right? And say, the way when Quentin Nelson came out, everybody knew he was going to be amazing. And it was like, well, you can't take a guard that high in the draft because it just doesn't have that kind of impact. But Nelson has been one of the most valuable offensive linemen in the NFL since he came into it. Not just guards, but like, I think he might be the number one most valuable offensive lineman in the NFL since he came into it by PFF WAR, wins above replacement. So if he's not one, he's number two. And for him to be basically more valuable than any other offensive lineman, including tackles, playing at guard, sort of shows you just how good he is, right? He's able to offset the fact that tackles are more valuable than guards. And I think Linderbaum has a similar kind of potential of, that guy is better than any center we've seen come into the league in the last, 7 years or whatever it is, 2014 when PFF started grading college. So if he's that good, it changes where you should be drafting a center. And even elite centers generally don't get drafted before like 2021, I think is the earliest that we've seen. But if he's as good as that, then you do need to start thinking about him in terms of, like, he should be a top 10 player. And I think the fact that he ended up measuring a little bit undersized, right? We knew he was probably under 300 pounds. He ended up getting that up to 302, I think, by his pro day. But his arms are short. He's got under 32-inch arms. That's the thing that freaks offensive line people out. And it's just, there's enough things that we're chipping away at that, like, status as this blue chip perfect prospect that he probably needed to be if we were going to keep talking about him as a top 10 prospect.
I'm going to try and get one final quick fire round in here so you can be as quick as you need to be here, Sam. The thing I love about the international player pathway and more guys getting chances, seeing a guy like Bernard, I can't pronounce his surname, Bernard Raymond from Austria, getting the chance. This is a guy going mid-first round tonight. Do you think he's very inexperienced in terms of his time playing the sport, or, he's got serious potential, Sam, going into this?
Yeah, not just potential. Like, he's really young playing the game, but he's good already. Like, he's technically sound. He has some of the best fundamentals of any of the offensive linemen available. I know Mike Renner, our main draft guy at PFF, loves him. He's, a little bit older because of the weird pathway and stuff, but like, he can be good right away. And the fact that he's this good, given how inexperienced he is, I think probably says that you should factor in some kind of growth and development that you don't normally factor in for a guy of that age. So I think he is a really good prospect and maybe a really good player right away.
So just on the measurables, in terms of, you were saying about Linderbaum and the short arms, and that worries team. And I know you've kind of talked about this a lot, about finding the balance between them, because, like, say, take Russell Wilson, right? A lot of teams felt he was too short, and then there was the conversation, right? If you ignored his height, what are the issues with him? And Aaron Donald is another, some despite his production at college, some teams were saying, no, the measurables just aren't there. They had questions around it. Do you think teams, are they still too rigid on the measurables? Are they moving away from that?
I think it depends on the team, but generally it's not even necessarily just a measurables thing, but there is logic to the idea of, you shouldn't chase outliers, right? If you're going after specifically people that are weird outliers, it's just not a good way of placing your bets, because most of the time the long shots don't hit. That's the whole point in being long shots. That being said, a lot, particularly with measurables, there were guys that have sort of shown, well, this is not a new thing, right? Like, it's not like he woke up today with short arms, or Russell Wilson woke up yesterday and I was like, oh crap, I'm 5'10" now. Like, he's played the whole time at this height. So if it hasn't been a problem up until now, you need to come up with a reason why it'll be a problem at the next level. And height, I think, was always a good one in those terms. I think you can make an argument that arm length is a bigger problem at the NFL level than it is in college, because you're facing bigger, better athletes. You're facing just better players where your technique needs to be more on point. And you can't just survive by being stronger or bigger or faster or whatever it is. But like, there's plenty of tape of Tyler Linderbaum playing beyond where his arms should take him, playing beyond his sort of physical limitations. It's like, I don't see a good reason why that's immediately going to surface as a massive problem at the next level. Like, will he struggle against monstrous Jordan Davis type defensive tackles? Yeah, maybe. But like, I would expect any center that weighs 300 pounds to have problems dealing with Jordan Davis at the next level. Like, that's just inevitable. It's not a Tyler Linderbaum specific problem. Jason Kelsey or Corey Linsley or like any of these guys that are not Creed Humphrey, like massive centers, are probably going to struggle with that guy. It's not a reason to not take those guys, on the top of the draft. Like, Jason Kelsey's been the best center in the league for a decade. Corey Linsley is one of the best centers in the league now. You wouldn't redraft them right now and be like, well, we can't take them in the top half of the first round, because when they come up against Jordan Davis, it's game over.
Sam, I read an article during the week. They're saying the second, third round, there's some really, really valuable players there for teams to pick from. And more so because some of these players took an extra year in college. They didn't come out last year because of the whole COVID situation. And that's going to make them stronger this year. And the teams will get great picks. Is there anybody you're looking at second round, third round? That is, I suppose everybody's focusing on the first round tonight, but is there anybody that you're keeping an eye on in terms of the later rounds?
Yeah, it's weird. It feels like it's cutting both ways, though. Like, I think you're right that the second, third, the mid rounds are stuffed full of really good players, and a lot of it is because of those guys that went back to college and got the extra year. But it almost feels like teams are sticking to the kind of age prejudices that they have, right? And like, oh, we don't like older players because they're only winning because of the advantage of the extra year and the development stuff. It's like we've forgotten why they went back to college in the first place, and we're just dinging them for it. So there's a bunch of players that are kind of older prospects that I think are getting unfairly criticized now, and probably shouldn't be. There's a few guys I think that I love, though, in the mid rounds. Calvin Austin, wide receiver from Memphis, who is 5'8" and 170 pounds. This guy is tiny. Like, I outweigh him by 15 pounds, and I have like 3 inches in height on him. But he's like 97th athlete or 97th percentile or better. Like every speed, quickness, explosiveness measurable you can think of, right? So he offsets being tiny by being ridiculously fast and explosive and quick, and Tyreek Hill levels of athleticism. And when you watch his tape, like, he just causes everybody problems. And I don't think he necessarily needs to just play in the slot. He gave Sauce Gardner the biggest trouble anybody gave him in his college career, I think. Like, Sauce Gardner, almost every single rep against Calvin Austin could have been a penalty for holding or illegal contact or whatever. Like, he just causes those guys real issues. So I love his potential as a kind of mid-round guy that can be like an explosive playmaker.
So I'm looking forward to drinking a coffee on Friday morning, listening to the PFF podcast. Thanks as always for coming on at PFF_Sam, and also at Sam Monson TikToks. At Sam Monson Talks on TikTok. Sam, Gurmia Margaret, and enjoy the draft tonight. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Take it easy.
The Irish NFL show is presented by the Aer Lingus College Football Classic. Tickets are on sale tomorrow morning. More information is at collegefootballireland.com. You can also get a pre-sale code right now on our Twitter page. Go and see Northwestern against Nebraska this August at the Aviva Stadium in Dublin as the college football season kicks off on the Emerald Isle. We're also presented by Trust Gaming. You can visit trust.com right now for more information on gaming accessories. Trust Gaming is the right gear for any gamer on any budget. And if you retweet this on Twitter tonight, you've got a chance to win some fantastic Trust prizes. But our massive thanks to Trust for tonight's prizes also. And folks, we're also presented tonight by Mini Arcade Systems. They got the highest quality arcade machines in Ireland. You can visit miniarcadesystem.com for more information. Okay, folks, draft night. We're getting closer to the draft. We're getting closer to late night coffee. Can't wait to see what the boys have to say during the draft. We're delighted to welcome in the executive director of the Reese's Senior Bowl, among many other titles, both now and in the past, Jim Nagy. Jim, it's an honor to have you back on the show again.
Yeah, great to be back on, guys. I appreciate the invite.
And Jim, I didn't say the draft starts in Mobile. It does start in Mobile. It continues tonight, and then it starts in Mobile again. I'm really hoping that we get to the Senior Bowl next year. This just in the last week, Jim, you announced the the Hall of Fame for the Senior Bowl participants, including guys like Von Miller to start with. It must be a great honor for players that really started their professional careers in Mobile to get that award last week.
Yeah, no, and we're honored to have them. It's it's a great class with Von Miller and Patrick Willis, Dak Prescott, Phillip Rivers, Kevin Falk, our 5 guys this year. So great class. A lot of guys that'll probably end up in Canton, Ohio someday. But yeah, we love recognizing the guys that started here in Mobile, and great class. We're fired up. The induction ceremony's in late June. We kind of pair that with a charity golf event, so those guys will be down trying to hit the ball around too. So now we got to find some celebrities. We got our 5 Hall of Famers. We have our Rookie of the Year, Creed Humphrey from the Chiefs. And now we have to find a bunch of other celebs to play in the foursomes for the golf event. So that's what we're trying to figure out between now and then.
Yeah, it is. It's a stellar lineup, and Creed Humphrey. I mean, what a rookie performance. But someone else, Jim, I suppose, another Senior Bowl alum, who I'd just be interested in hearing, your take on, Eric Weddle, who, what a story his was to come off the street and play as he did. How impressed were you by what he was able to do for the Rams in the playoffs and the Super Bowl, given the injury, and just what he brought to that team to help them lift the Lombardi?
Yeah, Eric Weddle's an incredible player. I mean, I don't think you can't overvalue what he did. I mean, it's incredible that you walk off the street like that. I actually had a good friend of mine, a buddy of mine that was in our wedding a long time ago, 20 years ago, a tight end from the Green Bay Packers when I was there. His name is Jeff Thomason. After he left Green Bay, when he and I were there together, he went and played for a bunch of years with the Philadelphia Eagles. And they got into a similar situation. They had their starting tight end, their Pro Bowl tight end, Chad Lewis, had been hurt in the NFC Championship game that year. And Andy Reid called up Jeff, who hadn't played in the NFL in 2 years. He was a 6'5", 260-pound tight end. When he got the call from Andy, I think he was down to about 230 pounds, hadn't put on the pads in a couple of years, and rejoined the team for the Super Bowl and played a bunch of snaps in the Super Bowl. So pretty crazy what Weddle did. Great player. Was a great player at Utah before he came here to the Senior Bowl. I remember scouting him. I think I was with the Patriots at the time when he came out, but just a baller. Like, it doesn't surprise me that he was able to do that. He's just one of those guys that is such a good natural athlete that you just throw him out there, and I'm sure he picked up right where he left off.
Jim, from one safety who's had a great career to the safeties who are going to get drafted tonight in the first round, and All-American Kyle Hamilton seems to be, the one at the top end of the list, top 10, potentially gone by 15. And then it seems to be a bit of a drop-off then to Braxton Hill and Jalen Petra. But if you look at their tape, there hasn't been a vast difference in them, in their last year in college. Is that more so because of team needs rather than the skill set of the player in terms of the mock drafts having them at the back end?
I think in Kyle's case, like you said, really good football player on tape. He's versatile. He reminds me a lot of a guy we had in the Senior Bowl a couple of years ago, Jeremy Chin, who was runner-up for Defensive Rookie of the Year 2 years ago for the Carolina Panthers. Just a 6'4", 210-pound guy. I think 210, 220. I know Jeremy was in the 220s, but can play a lot of different roles, and especially in sub packages. You can use him a lot of different ways, as like an underneath zone defender or in man coverage on tight ends. So good player. I just think what hurt Kyle was obviously the combine. Actually talked to his agent recently about that. The running at the combine, and then decided to run at his pro day at Notre Dame and ran even slower. So teams probably knocked him for that, but whoever takes him, tonight is gonna get a really good football player, really versatile football player.
The draft taking place in Las Vegas for the first time, Jim. It's going to be interesting just to watch it. Never mind be there on TV. For the teams and for the personnel involved, at all levels. For someone like yourself that's been a scout for I think 17, 18 years in the NFL, what's it like on draft night? Has the decision been made months in advance, or have you ever encountered something where you're literally sitting there and you have to act because of things that have happened around you?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think you have to be ready as an organization for those contingencies. Like we all go into a draft with hoping that our guys fall to us and the draft falls the way we want it to. That doesn't happen. That's not reality. I mean, there's been a lot of times the teams I've worked for where we've been on the, like we're on the clock next and the team right before us takes the guy we want to pick. And then you're kind of, okay, but you can't get into panic mode. You kind of got to have those next guys up. But yeah, that's certainly right now. I mean, there's just a lot of anticipation. You've worked all year. You've spent so many days on the road away from your wife and kids, and you put so much into it. And the group has. I mean, the coaching staff, the scouts, and the medical staff. Everyone plays a big part in this thing. So it's just the culmination. So you just every minute, with every pick leading up to your pick, you're just praying that the guys that you want are still going to be there for you. So just a lot of anxiety, I would say, a lot of excitement. It's those 3 days of the draft. Nothing can compare. It's a really great 3 days.
Yeah, I can only imagine, Jim, given how as fans, we watch it play out and we want the board to fall a certain way. So for the guys actually involved in the war room, it must be quite something. But I'm interested, I suppose, Zion Johnson, can you talk to us a little bit about the player and the person?
Yeah, guys, one of the guys I'm most convicted on in this draft is Zion. Really good player. We started watching him a couple of years ago at Boston College and invited him to the 2021 Senior Bowl after the 2020 season. And he's one of the guys that accepted his invite, but then pulled back and opted to go back for that extra COVID year that the NCAA permitted the college players. So we've been watching him, it feels like, for a while. I just love a guy that, he didn't have any offers out of high school. He went and played at Davidson College, which is a small school here in North Carolina, and then really bet on himself and went to a school like Boston College that's really known for producing good offensive linemen for the NFL. And he became a great player there. He's played guard, he's played tackle. And what I love about him, he came to Mobile and he embraced playing center. He'd never really played center in a competitive environment before, and stayed after practice a couple of days and worked on his shotgun snaps and just everything. He's a very good player on tape. He's athletic. He plays with great leverage. He plays with great savvy and feel. He's hard to bull rush. I mean, the guy's got power in his lower body. So there's a lot to like on the tape. But the more time you spend around Zion, the more you get bought into the person. He's so intelligent. To me, that's why I feel like his best position will be center, because you want someone with his brain controlling the front and helping the quarterback out as much as possible. So I would personally play him at center if I drafted him, but he could be a really good guard as well. But just a first class guy. I mean, really a unique guy. When Terry McLaurin left Mobile 3 years ago from the Senior Bowl, I made a comment on a podcast or something that I think Terry could run a Fortune 500 company someday, not just like a small company here in Mobile or wherever you guys are, but I mean, literally like a big organization. Terry was wired that way. And I kind of felt the same about Zion. Like, there's no way Zion's not going to be a successful pro football player. There's no way he's not going to be a success after pro football is over. He's just, he's got a lot of great traits.
Jim, Jermaine Johnson had a really strong season last year, and he was a standout player the week of the Senior Bowl. You probably saw it firsthand. Most mock drafts have him between, say, 8 to 16. Do you think he might go higher, and what's your expectations for him going into the league?
I think that range sounds about right, I would guess. Yeah, he had an incredible year. You're talking about a guy that was, kind of buried on that Georgia defense with all those great players they had. And again, that's a historically good defense. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how many of these guys go off in the first 2 days of the draft, tonight and tomorrow. There's going to be a number of them. We could probably have 7, 8, 9 guys. So he had played about 200 snaps in 2020 at Georgia, transfers to Florida State and plays over 800 snaps. He quadrupled his rep count, and it paid off. He was the ACC Defensive Player of the Year. Really good all-around football player. He's not just a pass rusher. I think that's what makes him a little different than some of these other guys in the class, the edge players in the class. He's a physical, he's a combative rundowns player. He's got juice to chase from the backside. He plays really, really hard. So yeah, a ton to like. And as a rusher, he can beat you in a lot of different ways. He's got power. He's got counter ability. And down here at the Senior Bowl, he kind of showed all that. If you watch the one-on-one tapes, I mean, he kind of beat guys every single way you can beat him. He went through them. He went around them. He went across their face. So, really good football player, really intense football player, the kind of guy that you want to build a defense with.
One guy that really raised a lot of eyebrows, not just at the Senior Bowl, Jim, but throughout the last college football season, was Pitt quarterback Kenny Pickett. Led his team to victory in Mobile in February. Can you maybe talk just a bit about his performance in Mobile and how impressed you were with him? And you've got a lot of people saying, he had a really, really good season and a standout season in his last year at Pitt, and it maybe wasn't comparable. I personally think, surely you're only as good as your last game and your last few games, and he's really improved over the last year.
Yeah, so Kenny's in the same bucket as Zion Johnson, in the sense that we invited him to the game 2 years ago, and he opted to come back. At that time, we had Kenny in the 4th round. I had a really good talk with Kenny when he decided to go back. I told him we had him in the 4th round, and he just felt like he was a better player than that. So he wanted to go back and try to prove that. And when you go and look at this tape, the reason for the big jump, I believe, is that Kenny really got healthy. You're talking to him, he was banged up in 2020, really, playing on a bad ankle, I think, or a knee. Kind of had a multitude of injuries that really limited his mobility. He couldn't get away from trouble, and so that hurt his overall game. And you fast forward to this year, was moving around much better. Actually getting some stuff done with his legs this year. His ball looked like it had a little more zip on it. The arm looked a little stronger. Had a little more command of the offense. Wasn't forcing the issue. Was being a little smarter with his decision making, and that's why he made this huge jump. It's kind of like a Joe Burrow made a nice jump. Mac Jones made a nice jump the last couple of years, and now Kenny's the next one in line. Kind of did something similar. So to be from, we had him in the 4th round. There's some teams when we called around a couple of years ago, they had him like in the 5th. But so to go from like being a mid-rounds pick to a guy that's going to be taken in the 1st round. It's pretty awesome. And then, Kenny, during our week, he was pretty steady all week. And then he gets in the game and the ball never hits the ground. He's like 6 for 6 or 7 for 7, throws a touchdown, does everything he can do. And just talking to the teams while he was down here, he and Desmond Ritter both knocked it out of the park in interviews. And Malik Willis to that he did as well. Kenny really impressed the teams when he got to sit with them and talk football.
Jim, I suppose when it comes to the draft, obviously there's a lot of coverage, but national coverage tends to focus on the top of the draft. And look, Tyler Linderbaum is talked about as an all-pro center, and we know how talented he is. But one of the guys I'm interested in is, maybe flying a little bit under the radar, Cam Jurgens. Can you talk to us a little bit about your thoughts on Cam?
Yeah. I just watched him recently for a team that reached out and wanted me to take a look give them an extra set of eyes on Cam. He wasn't a Senior Bowl eligible guy. He's a junior. He hadn't graduated. When he declared, we got a little excited that he might be a graduate. So we called up to Nebraska and they're like, no, he hasn't graduated yet. Because if he was, he would have been eligible to play in the Senior Bowl. But I think what the testing showed, and you see it on the tape, is what a great athlete he is for the position. Can really get out on the perimeter and get downfield. And I posted a clip on Twitter a couple of weeks ago, him basically running a guy like 40 yards down the field, like staying engaged and just running with this dude. And so you really like the athlete. You love the finisher. He is a tough guy. When he has a chance to finish it, he does. I think where the inexperience shows a little bit, because I think he's a converted tight end, is just with some of the timing and angles and just feel like working up to the second level. in fitting blocks. So I think he's one of those guys too that he's such a good athlete, but he can get overextended because he just wants to get into guys, and that's probably the aggressive nature of his temperament. He just wants to get in and get his mitts on people quick. So I still think there's some development to go, in terms of technique and overall feel for the game, which will come with experience. But when you talk about, upside and the traits at the position, he could start in that league for a long, long time. He's a talented guy.
And if he had gone back, of course, we'd have seen him in Dublin this August, where Nebraska are going to be playing Northwestern. But from a it would have been great. But from a selfish point of view, I'm imagining him at center, Quinn Miners and Javonte Williams behind them. Now that'd be quite the force going down the field, right?
Oh, so you're a Broncos fan? I see. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, Quinn's going to be a really good player there, and Javonte is going to be a stud there as well.
Jim, some top offensive line guys in this draft, and potentially 3 could go in the top 10. For quite some time, it's been Ike Ekwonu and Evan Neal, but just over the past week leading up to the draft, George Cross seems to be moving up in terms of every mock draft. And one common theme is he has the best upside of the 3 of them. Would you agree with that in terms of his potential career?
Gosh, it's one of those things that, depending on who you talk to, there's a lot of variance in the league on where they have those guys kind of stacked. I like Ekwonu a lot. I think he's going to be a really good player. I love his athletic ability, his demeanor. I think with Cross, I think what you like is the pass protection. He's, coming from the offense at Mississippi State, and for Coach Leach, he's done a ton of pass sets now. The guy's got a really good feel in pass protection, and we all know it's become a passing league, so he's got a transferable skill that should transfer pretty quickly. I think the reservation that I've heard from teams, and I haven't done a real deep study on Cross myself, is just the strength. Just got to get stronger, to hold up against the bull rush and things of that nature. But I know that a lot of teams are high, and it's going to be interesting to see how that tackle group falls, where Trevor Penning goes in relation to those 3, because I think he's probably the next guy. So I think there could be a nice run on the offensive line here in the first round tonight.
As a Giants fan, Jim, I suppose that's where my focus is, because we should be taking one of them at 5, hopefully.
Yeah, you got to give Daniel Jones a chance. You got to give him a chance. He really, to me, I've always thought Daniel's a good player. I think he's a starting NFL quarterback that you can win with. You just got to be good around him, and they haven't been great up front, and they've taken a lot of injuries at the skill positions. The skill guys have been hurt a bunch, whether it's Saquon or Kadarius Toney, who's banged up last year. Sterling Shepard gets hurt. It just seems like they can never get the group on the field at the same time. But I know Joe Shane. Joe Shane and I got into the league at the same time. I've known him a long time. He's a really good evaluator. I think he's pretty aware that you got to build it up front. I think they've got a couple nice pieces up there, but they certainly could probably draft 2 or 3 guys in this draft to shore that up.
How impressed were you, Jim, with Garrett Wilson? Not just at the Senior Bowl, but just over the last 12 months, obviously was at the Senior Bowl. Do you see him as maybe the standout from that WR class, or looking at Drake London? He has played minimal games because of injury. It's an intriguing prospect that awaits us tonight in terms of who might be selected first.
Yeah, my favorite receiver in the draft is Jamison Williams from Alabama. I think he's got the highest ceiling. I just don't find guys with those. He's got every gear. The guy's got. I saw Alabama play twice live this fall in the opener against Miami, and then up in Tuscaloosa against Tennessee. And his speed is he's got a different set of gears. For a guy that long, he's instant. A lot of those guys are speed builders, and he's just got an instant gear off the line that can threaten the defender. So he's probably my favorite of the group. He's coming off that ACL, so we'll see how that affects where he goes. But I do like Garrett Wilson quite a bit. I think to me, he's the second best receiver in the draft. He's just a playmaker. He plays bigger than his size. I didn't really even know what the measurables would be. I watched a lot of the tape on him because I was really watching Chris Olave for the Senior Bowl. And, Garrett being a junior, I didn't pay too close attention, but I watched the tape, and then went and looked, and he was only like 5'11", 185. I would have thought he was, 6'1", 210 pounds the way he played. So, good route runner, can do a lot with the ball in his hands. I just think if you draft a wide receiver up high, at some point in your report, you better be describing him as a playmaker. And I think Garrett Wilson is a playmaker. So whoever gets him I think is going to get a good player.
Jim, I suppose when it comes to the draft, look, we see the measurables, we see the tape, there's lots of discussion, but a lot of the time we don't get to see what these young guys have been through, some of the adversity they've overcome. Grant Calcaterra, in terms of the tight ends, can you talk to us a little bit about him?
Yeah, and that is the hard part, for people in the media and that aren't, with NFL teams, they don't have the access to the schools and have trusted relationships in these buildings where you can get some of this information. It does make it hard. It basically becomes a tape evaluation without really knowing the person. And to me, I've said this a million times, like, to me, getting the person right is a lot harder than getting the player right. To me, the longer you scout, the tape is the easier part. So you always want to find guys that have been through some stuff, because the NFL is a really hard league. It's not easy. It's not easy to get there. It's harder to stay there. So you have to. It's nice to get guys that have gone through some stuff in their life, right? And proven they can work through those things. And Grant certainly has. He had a couple concussions at Oklahoma, and to me, from what I understand, it was more of the family was very concerned. It's not that Grant wanted to walk away from football or he had any lack of passion for football. I think that he was just being, from the people around him that cared a lot about him, just thought it might be best for him to take a break from the sport, which he did for that 1 year. And he just missed it so much. He missed it, came back and transferred to SMU this year, had a monster year. We had Kylan Granson in the Senior Bowl last year from SMU, and he got drafted. I think Kylan went to the Chiefs and did some really nice things. Or did he go to the Colts? I can't remember. I know Noah Gray went one place and Kylan Granson went the other. But Calcaterra jumped right in for that SMU offense, and they had Reggie Roberson and Danny Gray on the perimeter. He's just a really fluid route runner. Grant is really fluid, really good at the top of a route. In terms of the tight ends in this group that can really square it off, I think he squares it off as good as anyone in this draft. Really soft hands, can track it, can go up and get it. I posted some clips of him at Oklahoma with Kyler Murray the other day, and you could see what Kyler did. Kyler trusted him. He just chuck it up there and let Grant go make a play for him. So, I think he might slip a little bit in this class because, he's more of just a pass catcher. But if you're looking for a guy that's going to come in and make a difference in the pass game right away, I think Grant could do that. I think he's a guy that's flying under way too many radars.
Jim, last year leading up to the draft, I asked you which player with first-round talent will drop out and go into the second round and still have a really good season. You nailed it. You said Ujulari, who went to the Giants. Who's going to be that player this year that everyone will be surprised doesn't make the first round but will still have a really, really good start to their career?
Oh, that's a good one. No, I'm cheating. I'm looking above the camera right now. looking at our board of guys that might fall out of the first round. I think Trey McBride is probably, he's been our top-rated tight end from Colorado State, the Mackey Award winner. He's been our top-rated guy since last spring, and that really hasn't changed. There's some good ones. We had a great class this year. There's some, talked about Grant, but like Greg Dulcich from UCLA and Jeremy Ruckert from Ohio State, Charlie Kolar, Iowa State. There's a bunch of them. Really good class. But I would say, Trey's probably going to go in the second round. And if you can get the best position, best player at a position in a draft, you're doing something right. So I think him. I think Travis Jones from UConn, who had a big week here at the Senior Bowl. Big nose tackle. That I think he might, if he gets into the second round, that's going to be a good pick. I think, his tape at UConn was okay this year, but man, he had a dominant week down here. I think it all clicked and came together for him. So, the teams that are taking maybe Jordan Davis in the first round, I think that's what teams are talking through right now. Do we take Jordan Davis in the first round, or do we wait to the second and take Travis Jones? So I think, we could kind of go on and on with that one. Like Chad Muma from Wyoming, the linebacker, a big fan of. But yeah, there's a bunch of those guys. There's going to be a lot of good players go on day 2 and in the second round.
Just a quick fire final round, Jim, before we let you go. You were talking there a bit about the Hall of Fame for the Senior Bowl, but look, we all know this is the whole year-round thing. What's the plan for you for the rest of the year while you start to get used to the game next year in mobile?
So we are, we're finishing up all the Power 5 schools right now. We're almost done for 2023 with the Power 5 players, and we're moving down to the Group of Fives. We're working on some American Conference guys. We're on Cincinnati, UCF, some of those schools right now. And then we'll work our way down through the summer to the FCS and the Division IIs and the lower levels over the summer. So just to, we got to get all this done before the fall. We always want to have 2 years of tape study on all these guys. So that's what we're grinding through right now. And like we have our scout school coming up in June. We're having a big draft party. We've got the scout school coming up in June for former NFL players. We've got our Hall of Fame and golf event in late June. And then the month of July kind of lightens up. It's good to get away for a little bit in July. And then we'll be cranked right back up in August for, when the colleges hit the field again in August for 2-a-day practices.
Jim, I suppose there's always a lot of talk about QBs, and this class is no different by all sorts of different reasons. But one of the things I heard you on Colin Coward talking about Malik Willis, and you made a really interesting comment, which I haven't heard other people talk about, because you went to see Malik and you see him in person. You compared a little bit, not obviously directly, but you said a little bit reminds you of Big Ben because of his strength and his elusiveness and his ability to escape tackles. Can you talk a little bit about Malik, because he, of all the QBs, he is the one that we could potentially see go certainly potentially in the top 5.
Yeah, no, that was when I went and saw Malik they played against UAB, University of Alabama, Birmingham. My main takeaway from that game that night was just how physically strong Malik is. And usually you go to a game and you're like wowed by a guy's arm or, something leadership you saw on the sideline or, during pregame with, him just interacting with his teammates. Like those are usually the takeaways on a guy, or like how he operated in a 2-minute drill or just poise or whatever it might be. But like to see Malik that night, they couldn't get him on the ground. And it reminded me of Big Ben, obviously two totally different body types. Ben's, 6'5", 240 pounds, and Malik's 6'1", 6'2". But I just remember watching Ben that, when he came out in the 2004 draft, he would make throws with guys just draped all over him at that level in the Mid-American Conference. He'd have guys around his legs and he'd be slinging guys off his upper body and throwing. And Malik's a little bit that way. He's so strong in his lower half. So that was kind of the comparison there. But yeah, Malik's got a ton. He's got a ton to work with, and I think for all the same reasons that San Fran took Trey Lance, way up high in the top 5 last year, is the same reason why teams would take a guy like Malik this year, because he's got things you can't coach. He's got things you can't teach. I think like Trey, it might be ideal scenario in this. You rarely get an ideal scenario in the NFL. It never seems to happen that way. But if you could sit him behind a good vet for a year and let him learn, that might be great. Because coming from his situation in Liberty, he just had to do a lot on his own. And my feeling was like you just saw some bad habits. He had to do so much on his own, and play a different style than a team's probably going to want him to play. Usually that takes time to kind of undo. And so it might take a year, but he has everything. He's a phenomenal guy to be around. He was great during our week. Teammates connected with him immediately. So yeah, I'm with you. If we have a guy go in that top 5, shoot, it might be Detroit at number 2, and they coached him all week here in Mobile. If anyone knows Malik Willis, it's the Detroit Lions. They've spent a ton of time around him.
Jim, when the 7 rounds are over and then all the undrafted rookies get picked up, the scramble to pick up the undrafted rookies, the ones that are, I suppose, left behind that don't get picked, there was a very interesting article this week that some of them will get an opportunity to potentially go and play in the USFL, the new league that started last weekend. And that will be an eye-opener, and there'll be many NFL scouts giving them a look and potentially gives them a better chance to get on the practice squad come the preseason.
Yeah, that's pretty unique for this group of guys. You know, I guess that's what they're going to have to weigh. Do I sign a free agent deal with an NFL team and get into that, OTAs? What I think it's probably going to be is for the what all the NFL teams do is they will sign a number of rookie free agents depending on where they are with their 90-man roster. I mean, it varies from team to team depending on how many vets you have under contract. And then you'll also bring in some guys as quote-unquote tryout players. So you'll bring them to rookie minicamp. And if a couple of those guys, I've been with teams where we've had a couple of tryout guys really, really show out, and then we'll terminate the contract to the guy we just signed as an undrafted free agent and give that tryout player a contract. So I think what it's going to do, a bunch of those tryout guys will end up in the USFL, which would be awesome. It'll give them, some live game reps and an opportunity to really show against a better level of competition than maybe they had in college. And it's good game tape. And that's all players can ask for is game tape to show these NFL teams. So if it doesn't happen for the tryout guys right away in this year's draft class, hopefully the USFL can be a little bit of a springboard for them.
Yes, sir. Let's see what happens tonight in the NFL draft. Jim, you've been very, very generous with your time. Encourage everyone to follow Jim Nagy and also follow the Senior Bowl on social media. Jim, enjoy the draft, and I hope to God at least one of us will be in Mobile next year.
Got to get you down, guys. Got to get you down for next year. We'd love to have you. We'll roll out the red carpet for you.
We're delighted to welcome a young man who's been making waves at a real prospect at OC, Northern Iowa, in the upcoming draft this April in Las Vegas. Massive welcome to the Irish NFL show for Trevor Penning. Trevor, welcome in.
Thanks for having me. Great to be here and talk to you guys, and it'll be a good time.
Absolutely, Trevor, and it's obviously a huge few months ahead of you, and it's going to be just very, very interesting to see how that experience goes for you. We ask every guest this, Trevor. Have you ever had the fortune of being in Ireland, or have you any heritage to this island?
I have never been to Ireland, no. But I know I've heard some stuff about the place. I mean, it definitely sounds like a really cool place to hopefully visit someday. I know long ago I'm definitely had some descendants from there because I'm part Irish. So it's definitely pretty interesting. It'd definitely be a cool place to maybe travel someday. And yeah.
Yeah, I think it's haven't been there yet, Trevor. Hopefully we'll be welcoming you to the little green island at some stage. And I suppose, look, we all fall in love with football in different ways. And whether that's, for me, a small rural town in the south of Ireland in County Cork, or whether that's Clear Lake, Iowa in your case, I suppose all Marvel superheroes have an origin story, and we want to know a little bit about your origin story, about your football journey. Can you talk to us, I suppose, about where it started for you and the journey to where you are today?
Yeah, so I grew up in a small town in Iowa. It's about 30 minutes south of the Minnesota-Iowa border, so the northern part of the United States. So it's definitely a little colder up there. I think it was in the negative degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what Celsius is, I guess, for you guys probably. So it's cold up there, I can give you that. But grew up there, small town, probably about 8,000 people. Yeah, just nothing too crazy, just small town Iowa. Went to a private high school in Mason City, which is about 10 minutes away from Clear Lake. So I went there, I played football, basketball, wrestled for a year, played baseball mostly growing up. I threw shot and disc in track and field, which I have the school record for the discus in at Newman, along with I went to state my senior year with only really doing track for 2 years, just kind of did it as a hobby for something to do. So that's really what I did in high school. coming out of high school, I really wasn't highly recruited. I was kind of undersized, honestly. Like my senior year was probably about a little under 6'6", about 240, 250. So definitely undersized to play O-line at the Division I level. So, that's pretty much what my high school career was. And
Trevor, I believe you started as a tight end, and 33 starts later, you're potentially being touted as one of the best options in terms of an offensive tackle in the draft, and having the opportunity to go to the Senior Bowl. Has it taken you back how your career has developed so quickly?
Yeah, so in high school, I was actually a tight end and defensive end for a little bit. My senior year, I mostly played on the offensive line just because I honestly, when I was a junior, I was like a twig. Like I was about 200 pounds at 6'4". I was like not big. So like even looking back at some of those, like I had film pulled up from my junior year, and I was just looking at myself. I didn't even recognize the guy. I was like, that's me. I'm like, oh wow, that's yikes. That's hard to look at. But so I played tight end, defensive end my junior year, but then I kind of bulked up going into my senior year a little. Obviously not to what I am now. I was still small. But going into college, I was always projected to be, go in there, develop, become an offensive tackle. So, that's pretty much how it was. Like, I never was really a tight end in college, I guess.
And Trevor Bryan said, look, 33 starts there with Northern Ireland Panthers, but I get a feeling that maybe you're going to create a new little bit of a dynasty here. So we have the Watts, we have the Bosas. If I think of the offensive line, there's the Pounceys. But if I recall correctly, you play on the O-line at the moment with the Panthers alongside your younger brother. So is the goal you get him first into the NFL and you bring him along after you? Yeah.
That's, in a perfect world, that'd be awesome. I know he's just as big as me, maybe a little bit shorter, more stocky, I guess, kind of build. He doesn't have the length I do, but he has a lot of potential. So if he puts in the work and puts the time in every day, and over the next 2 years, hopefully he can be in the same situation I am. And that would be pretty cool to have two Penning brothers in the NFL. And shoot, I mean, very hard, very unlikely, but for this to happen, but maybe play the same team right next to each other like we did at UNI. So that'd be pretty crazy, but the odds of that, very, very unlikely, but there's always a chance. So
let's hope it happens, Trevor. Let's hope it happens. And we've been really fortunate. I'm not sure if you're aware, we've had a chance to speak to Jim Nagy in the show, and we really enjoy the Senior Bowl. And I guess the great thing about it is it's a massive job interview, isn't it? You really get a chance to show in that week where you got the Pro Bowl, but it really does take center stage, and you get to work more closely with coaching staffs in the NFL. Look, I'm not going to sit here and ask you where you would like to play come April, come May time, but as a guy in Iowa, you have so many states close to you and cities close to you. Do you have a favorite NFL team or one that you followed for, well, I guess, since your young years?
So obviously, every team would be great to go to. Like, it'd be an absolute blessing. So that doesn't really bother me too much. But like growing up as a fan, I was a fan of the Minnesota Vikings just from being so close to Minnesota, and me and my brother were both, we were kind of diehard Vikings fans. But so that would be a cool place to go. I know they don't really. They got two really good tackles right now, so we never really know. But I was definitely a Vikings fan growing up, and just the Minnesota. I like for baseball, I like the Twins, the Wild for hockey, the Timberwolves for basketball. So I was pretty much a Minnesota sports guy for their professional teams. But that's pretty much what I was growing up.
My wife is actually from Minnesota, Trevor, so I spent a good bit of time in both in Minneapolis and all around the state, and had the good fortune to be in the Viking Stadium as well. And what a stadium that is! But as Michael said, we spoke to Jim Nagy both last year and just earlier this week, and you were actually one of the players that he called out specifically that, you know, he's particularly looking forward to seeing how you get on at the Senior Bowl. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, what are you excited about the week in Mobile?
Honestly, just first was being around other NFL caliber players. I think that's going to be huge. Just you and I, we weren't really around too many NFL caliber guys. Like, obviously we've had very good success, but being around every single guy you're with is going to be in the league probably. That's definitely cool, and I think that'll only help my game out more because being able to compete against each other, I think that really makes you you have to perform better. So I think that's something that's going to be super cool, along with just playing with the SEC guys, the Big Ten guys, the big schools, and kind of prove that I belong. Like Spencer, he's killing the NFL this year, first year right tackle starter, and he's proving that Northern Iowa, we aren't no joke. Like we can produce NFL caliber talent every year potentially. So I think it'll be a great time to show kind of what I'm made of, and show that us FCS guys ain't much different than the FBS guys.
I suppose the list is long and varied from all the various colleges. Is there any particular players you're looking forward to going up against, whether friendly rivalries or people that you had intense games against during the season?
You're saying during the season, do I have any people?
Is there any particular players going into the Senior Bowl and which you're looking forward to going up against?
Not really any particular. Like, I mean, I know I've heard of all of them. I've looked at them. There's no one really that kind of like catches my eye. Like, wow, I really want to go against the guy. Like, all the guys, they're all legit. They're all going to the Senior Bowl. So I think it'll definitely be good to go against some NFL caliber players, and no one really particularly that really catches my mind as of now.
Well, you're an O-line guy. You're going to keep them all under control, Trevor. That's why you're not worried about any of them. It's like you guys have got it. The Hogs have got it covered. I was going to say, Trevor, obviously, it's you say about FCS schools and producing NFL caliber players. There's been actually a good number of players who have come out of UNI for the NFL. You mentioned Spencer Brown, obviously, last year, and he's killing it. David Johnson, obviously, a lot of fans will be aware of, obviously, the amazing career he's had and being drafted by the Cards a couple of years ago. But for you personally, going to be in April in a couple of months' time, naturally, like a number of other college players, waiting and hoping your name's going to be called out. Obviously, in your instance, probably more likely in the first couple of days, God willing. Just wondering, what are your plans particularly, or do you even have plans for what you're going to do in April for that moment? I mean, next week, the draft's going to start in Mobile, and that's great, but the big day is obviously middle of April there.
You're asking if I have any plans for the draft now?
Yeah. Like, are you going to be at home? Are you going to New York? I mean, well, wherever it is this year. Is it Vegas again? I don't know.
I mean, obviously, hopefully invited to Vegas, but I haven't really thought that far down the road. I'm kind of just taking things one by one. I mean, I got the Senior Bowl. That's pretty much my main priority right now. So, just kind of taking, every day, kind of for itself. So I haven't really thought that far, but I mean, obviously Vegas would be super cool to go to for, the draft, and that's hopefully the goal. So.
Well, we hope you enjoy it. I'm very jealous if you do get to Vegas in April. I would love to be there. Just very last question, Trevor, and please correct me if I'm wrong here. For the people that are watching this, especially in Ireland, UK, and Europe, college football is on the same time as the NFL. You guys played your 2020 season, if I'm correct, this spring, basically. So you've had almost 2 seasons in succession. How have you found that? Because it's very different, and I guess you must be very fresh and very used to the action because you've had 2 seasons in one go there almost.
Yeah, it was definitely different. We played our 2020 or 2020, was it right? 2020 season in the spring or whatever. So, you know, we played games in the spring. We had a total of 7 games in the spring. Very weird. Like, it was like going into that first game, you're like, what are we doing? It's like dark outside, like really early. Like, it's just like, we're playing football right now. Like, it's 4:00 and it's dark out. It's, you know, it's cold. It's just really weird. But it was super cool. I mean, it was a different experience, but something I was never used to before. But it was pretty much after the first game, the first 2 games, it was kind of like, all right, this is kind of the usual. Like, it's nothing really different. We prepared the exact same way. It was just pretty much flip-flop our spring ball. We usually just put it in the fall, and then we just played our season in the spring. But it was definitely tiring. I mean, it was, you know, having a season, playing 2 seasons in 10 months was pretty crazy. But the way I thought of it was just, you know, the NFL plays 17 games. We ended up playing, I think, 18 or 19 or something like that. I don't really know off the top of my head. But yeah, we kind of thought of it as an NFL season, kind of like the amount of games we played. But yeah, it was definitely great. I don't think anything was really, I mean, it's football. It was still a great time. I mean, I had a blast, and yeah, it was good.
I think, Trevor, in the NFL, we're all conscious of how long the off season is, and we understand that. But for fans, if there was back-to-back seasons, I think everyone would be delighted. But we hope that, you know, as crazy as that was, this is the beginning of a wonderfully crazy period, both for you going to the Senior Bowl, but also in relation to the draft and what will follow on after that. So we want to wish you all the best for your week in Mobile. Hope everything goes really well for you in the Senior Bowl, and hopefully we can have you back on again at some point in the future and be talking to you when you are looking forward to your first preseason with an NFL team.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. It was a real good time.
Tonight, for the first time ever, the NFL draft will take place in the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas. Tonight, for the first time ever, the NFL draft will take place in the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas. "32 young men will hope to hit it big when they hear their name being called from the stage. The stakes are high, and it all starts here. While some have already cashed in their chips, other teams will go all in. Where will the dice land? Start placing your bets.
The Irish NFL show was presented by the Aer Lingus College Football Classic. Tickets are on sale tomorrow morning. More information is at collegefootballireland.com. You can also get a pre-sale code right now on our Twitter page. Go and see Northwestern against Nebraska this August at the Aviva Stadium in Dublin as the college football season kicks off on the Emerald Dial. We're also presented by Trust Gaming. You can visit trust.com right now for more information on gaming accessories. Trust Gaming is the right gear for any gamer on any budget. And if you retweet this on Twitter tonight, you've got a chance to win some fantastic Trust prizes. But our massive thanks to Trust for tonight's prizes also. And folks, we're also presented tonight by Mini Arcade Systems. They got the highest quality arcade machines in Ireland. You can visit miniarcadesystems.com for more information. Well, that was an interesting intro to the show, folks. Welcome in. We're live tonight for the Irish NFL Show Draft Night Live. Michael McQuaid, Colin Cronin. You can hear me okay, Colin, yeah?
It can indeed. I think we ended up with a slight lag at the start, but no, the pictures match the words at this point, Michael.
I'm just glad we got in after an hour and a bit. Brian O'Leary, how are we doing? Good?
Good evening, guys. I was that a bit of bad language I heard from you there, Michael? Don't worry, it's nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. I think you're allowed at this stage.
I don't recall saying anything bad at all now. I don't know what word you heard, but post watershed, the NFL draft kicking off in about, well, I would say 8 minutes, but I'm going to presume at about 88 minutes because there'll be a pre-show to the pre-show, which will then have its own pre-show. So,
do you not remember last year, Michael? There was the bands, there was the national anthem, there was Roger helping some man onto the stage before he even kicked it off. But sure, that's always the way with America. Add on another 10 minutes to whatever time they tell you.
I just hope, Colin, that the Jacksonville Jaguars, who have been on the clock for the last 15 years at number one, it feels like now are just ready to pick, and they're not going to sit for 10 minutes and make the most of it. Some interesting things, Colin, coming out of Vegas today about the Jaguars and about this pick, and I'm going to talk about it more whenever this pick is made. But just, it doesn't seem that all is very well in Jacksonville. I don't know what's going on, and they seem to be really stuck on this first pick, but it sounds of it.
Yeah, the stories are that like there are differing opinions, and certainly I would say though my when we did it, we talked about our thoughts around what the pick might be and different positional needs. Obviously, earlier in the week, we gave our top 10s last weekend. My top 10 has completely changed. I'm wondering. I think I'm probably, given there's so much smoke, I'm buying into the fact that Walker may go number one at this point. I think we could then see potentially Thibodeau go two, and then it will be very interesting to see what the Texans might do. The cornerback who is I think Brian O'Leary's favorite cornerback in the draft potentially. Outside of that, the name for his own may go there, but I would say what I thought might happen earlier in the week has completely changed. It has been really interesting to hear the talk over the past couple of days, especially around Evan Neal. How much of that is teams and smoke screens and all sorts? Well, we are, as you said, we're supposed to be 5 minutes away from finding out, probably more like 15 minutes from the Jags going on the clock. And just how much time will they take to make that first pick? Was it 6 minutes they waited last year before putting the Trevor Lawrence pick in?
Yeah.
I can't remember, but Brian, just so everyone's watching this, Brian, as well. Comments, YouTube comments, people are getting them flooded in. People talking about the Wi-Fi's. Keith is saying there, who are the biggest risers and fallers in the first round? Brian, obviously, don't know if you want to answer that, but we're live on YouTube tonight. That's the best way to comment, and we are going to be booted off Twitter by 6 or 5 a.m. We're not allowed to stay on, so we'll see where we're at, and maybe we'll continue on.
That could be a blessing at that stage, Michael. 5 a.m. Biggest riser for me, Derek Stingley. Look, there's been a lot of talk that he's potentially the best cornerback in this draft, but obviously Sauce Gardner has been getting all the attention, and a lot of that was down to the fact that he had the injury. He seemed to come through that pro day very well. No, we're not taking. People leave me alone about Baker Mayfield. Oh my God, it's already started. But Stingley,
can we just keep this coming though? Because we need this, Brian, tonight, this positive energy, because it's going to be a late night, mate.
Yeah, we should be very thankful, because a lot of people were commenting very early on in the show. You know, a lot of it was pre-recorded, obviously, but there was a lot of great stuff coming in. So I want to be thankful. Even Keith himself had quite a few coming in. So thankful for everybody for getting involved early. Stingley for me will come up a drop. I don't know if it's a drop. Kyle Hamilton potentially dropping out of the top 10, because for so long he is the best safety in the draft, but for so long he was expected to be top 10. And it's like, do you want to get into the quarterbacks? Like, you know, it's crazy, because yesterday we read reports that not one of them is going to go in the fourth round. Now it's deceiving. Colin will love this, because Colin is a gambling man. Over the past 3 hours, thousands of dollars have gone on the Texans to pick Pickett. So if they are, which I think is bizarre, because bear in mind that we've discussed the quarterback situation there, the only way they're doing that is if they're dropping out 13 and someone's moving up, and someone who could move up is potentially the Packers, because there's a lot of speculation in the last 2 hours, 3 hours, that the Packers are going to make a huge jump from the late 20s, 22, 28, I believe they're at. The huge jump to get up to 13 and potentially go after a wide receiver, depending on who falls. I mean, if Jamison Williams was there, you'd have to imagine there'd be a lot of teams making phone calls to get up there. So for me, Stingley, be interested to see where he goes. There's a lot of talk he'll go at 3.
Colin, just before we move on and talking about this draft, before we get down to round 1, it's coming up in a few minutes. We've been great to have it's been great to have a pre-sale code for this college game in Dublin over the last few days. Seems to be loads of people jumping on it. I had a tactical nap today at 4 o'clock or 3:30 and woke up after all the football. I have no idea what happened. I don't even know what the United score is yet. I haven't looked at it. I've been too busy. Don't really want to know. But it seems whenever I logged on again, loads of people have been buying tickets, and it's on pre-sale now. The code is IEShow22. 1-1. Thank you, Brian. And general sale tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. And just a massive thanks, Colin, for everyone that's like, I know there's a lot of people who bought tickets with our code, and it really helps us, and it's going to help fans around Ireland as well.
Yeah, and I think it shows the level of interest and excitement that there is in the sport here. I think people have, you know, as I keep saying, I go all the way back, 1991, the Wild Geese Classic down in Limerick, watching that. But people were obviously over the last 2 years, the games having to be postponed. The appetite is ferocious for the game across the island of Ireland. So it is great to see the levels of interest, and this, what we are seeing tonight, essentially is the culmination of the college game. This is what all of the guys have been putting the effort into to make it here. But the interesting point, I suppose, thing is the transition after tonight. Who has worked hard to get to this point, and who is going to work hard for the next decade to take them through their NFL career?
Yeah, great point from Jeff Reinbold on his show earlier on with Sky Sports and Neil, saying that this is really for a lot of players a 3-year average career, and to make the most of it, they have to work as hard as possible to try and extend that. Comment there from Dara O'Keefe saying, seriously, what does happen with Mayfield if they do trade him? With Deshaun Watson there, even if it's for 2023 or 2024, he has proved he plays best with a chip on his shoulder. So the question, Brian, the whole Seattle talk, I don't know, seems to have died down. Going from Seattle socials, it looks like Drew Lock's in. So where could Baker actually go?
I don't think I think if his contract was a bit more charitable for other teams and taking it on, I think there would be a trade. But Colin touched on it last week. I think Steelers, even for example, if you're to believe the reports coming out of Pittsburgh, if he was to be released, And then obviously he's free of that contract, and they could, then potentially could get him on a cheap deal. And I think that's what a lot of teams are doing. They're waiting to see will he get released. Will someone make a move over the next few days? Just speculating today potentially. But if he doesn't get traded this week, I think this will run into the summer, and I think there might be a training camp scenario, which we've seen in the past, where one player gets injured and they call upon Baker then, and if the Browns are to trade him, they'll have to eat a lot of that 18 million. So let's just bear in mind they took up the 5th-year option, so he's due 18 million this year. No one's paying Baker Mayfield. I know, fair points. He plays well. The problem is he's inconsistent and he picks up injuries. So who's going to be willing to give up that 18 million? The Browns would have to consume a bit of that and allow the other team to get him at a reasonable price. But Carolina are the obvious one. They seem to be the ones that were being discussed as a team that potentially would take a quarterback at 6. But I think sanity there, because I think what sense is prevailing, and it looks like they are going to go offensive line, which is what I had suggested on our show, that with no pick till the 4th round, the Panthers are not in a position to take a quarterback because he's not going to play immediately. So essentially they're going into the new season with no additional players, apart from the late rounds. So they'll probably go offensive line unless they shock us. And maybe they'll make a trade in the coming days. Maybe they'll look at it. But I think it's a situation where he'll still be with the Browns. And Colin made a very good point last week. He should have went in. If he wants to get out there, he should make things as difficult as possible for them. He should have went to the voluntary camp last week and been around the premises and basically put the Browns in a situation where the sooner they get him out there, the better.
Right, the draft is kicking off on NFL Network right now. You can obviously watch it over here on Game Passer and Sky Sports and have a second screen. If you search on YouTube, Irish NFL Show, you can sort of go back to where we are and sort of pause your TV and make sure you're in sync with us. It's currently 2 minutes past 1 in the morning. Bold predictions, gentlemen. I am on Sky coverage in case anyone is wondering. Bold predictions tonight. Let's all get one decent prediction in each. My prediction is this, lads. I think a team is going to trade up into the top 3 tonight. I think the Houston Texans could be a possibility there. Why not? I'm sticking with what I said in our draft preview show, which is on YouTube the other night. I don't think Debo's going anywhere. I think it's all bull, and I think certain people have really put their necks on the line for not just Debo, but for the first pick on Twitter over the last couple of days. I've seen reporters saying that he's going to the Jets. I think he's going nowhere. I really don't think. Colin, what's your bold prediction tonight?
Well, as I mentioned, I think when I looked at the other day, I'm no longer thinking, but everyone is just trying to make educated guesses. I had thought that the Panthers were going to go QB in the draft. I no longer think that, but they are going to have to bring somebody in. I don't believe either the Panthers or the Seahawks will want to start with Sam Darnold or Drew Lock. I think if you're looking for maybe something that a bold prediction, but I think something that could come in, I think the Chiefs to go up, and the Chiefs could go very high. They've shown before if there's a player there. Look, Patrick Mahomes, and obviously that was a QB, but I do think the Chiefs have a couple of real needs. If Williams is there, or if Thibodeau, if he, we're told that the Lions are smitten. If he was to fall, I think you could definitely see the Chiefs go up. They could really do with some edge help. And I think for Thibodeau is a phenomenally gifted player. There is the questions around how, the cryptocurrency, which I don't buy into, but we know Andy Reid is a guy who believes in his ability to connect with players. He does it so well. I think if he was to fall a little bit, I could see the Chiefs go grab him.
I'll go back to my original one during the preview show the other day. Packers to take 2 wide receivers. Probably a bit off the wall. Certainly going to take one. But I haven't gone years without giving Rodgers wide receivers. I think it's like the 80s, maybe early 90s, 1993. I think the last time they drafted a wide receiver in the first round. Yeah, you're only born, Michael. But that's how far back we're going. We're going back a long time. So maybe they'll double down tonight and give Aaron Rodgers two first-round wide receivers. And I know there's Packers fans that said absolutely no chance. They'll take offensive line, or they'll probably focus on defense with the second pick. But I've seen quite a few reports and mock drafts where this is something that's being considered, 2 wide receivers. It'd be interesting to see. But again, it depends if they move up or not. That's my bizarre one. Your one, Michael, will be gone very quickly after if your bold predictions within the first 3 picks. We'll be moving on quickly to the columns.
let's see what happens. I mean, I'm. Do you know what? I'm actually more excited for this than I was a few days ago. I think last year we were that hype of quarterbacks, and this year there's so many specific positions. Let's go all in here. Who's going number one? There's been obviously a lot of talk about Trayvon Walker over the last 24 hours. Daniel Jeremiah was asked last night at around 1:30 on Rich Eisen's Instagram Live. Who's going number one as it stands? He said Trayvon Walker, not a doubt about it. The Jaguars said they would know their first pick by 7 a.m. Eastern time this morning, and they're locked in. Colin, who are you going with? Do you think Hutchinson has a chance to go number one, or is it going to be Trayvon Walker this morning?
It's going to be Walker, I believe. I think we've seen a lot more become clear over the past few days, particularly Balke, an interview he gave where he talked about liking guys with long arms, and that's where the difference is really in terms of this. It's Aiden Hutchinson has 32.5-inch arms length. So to me, I think that you are going to see Walker go number one. I think that is the difference. I think that ultimately will be the reason that they do it. Balke has been drafting a long time. I don't think he changes the habit of a lifetime. I think they will go with the projection. We know that he is an incredible athlete. He didn't have the college production, but I think that would be what I think at this point. We could all be wrong.
It's funny because everybody just assumes it's Walker or Hutchinson, but one of the reports that was on NFL Network this morning was in fact that Doug Peterson was actually they weren't torn as such, but they were looking at, obviously they were weighing up what the right thing to do is. Should they consider another offensive line guy to protect Lawrence, who essentially is the most valuable player they have, or was it to go defense? And the defensive question was never in consideration in terms of if it was Hutchinson or Walker. If they're going defense, it's Walker. So it was more about actually, would they consider going for Ike Ekwonu? And Bucky Brooks' final mock draft has Ekwonu going number one. So that seemed to be the merit of the conversation leading into today about who they're going to pick. But I think since then, all the conversations tend to be leaning towards Trayvon Walker, which will be a great selection.
Mr. Goodell is on the stage doing something, and he's got Derek Carr.
Oh, here he comes.
Who else is there, lads?
I would say it'll be interesting. While I think Walker would be the pick, I think they would be better served to protect Trevor Lawrence. I think that would be a smarter play, given what we saw happen with Andrew Luck. I think Lawrence has generational talent. He really does. I would be looking to do everything I could to make his life as easy as possible. But I do think it'll be Walker that they decide to go with.
Have you seen the
comment?
Sorry, Michael. What do you think of Derek Carr's suit? Colin was missing out here.
Spice Boy.
Yeah, it does look
interesting.
very...
Brian Boys and ladies was asking me in the private comments on our stream chat, where am I? I'm watching this in Sky and I'm watching it on the mini box, so hopefully we're both in the same sync here. A few seconds behind. I'm sure we'll give it 4 or 5 seconds to announce, or we'll just wait till the video pops up if needs be. I think Jags are about to obviously go on the clock here in a second. There's a few comments in here. David Wallace, the most important question of the draft: will I wake up in time for work tomorrow? I'm going to work tomorrow. I'm excited for it. So I'm going to bed at 5 a.m. I can't wait. Been up, obviously, sleeping all night in case my employer is watching this at 1:10 in the morning. Keith Kelleher is laughing. Declan Brown is saying he thinks OL for Jags, but it's a long weekend. Isn't that, boys? I'm pumped for this long weekend. We're back on Monday night, yeah, to go past the draft. Big granny pants sketch. Here comes the commish. Love that.
Big granny pants.
His suit. What about the hair? I have to say, as someone that is, holding on to their hair with every last fiber that I have, there's not too many fibers left in my hair. Derek Carr looks fantastic, boys. Just putting it out there. He looks chilled as. Aiden Hutchinson looks like a man that's about to get married. He is bricking himself.
Did you see the suit he's wearing? He was explaining there that his mother put the suit together for him, and with inside the suit jacket he has all the notes in which he wrote throughout the years playing college football for Michigan, and all the notes he wrote after each game. And she sent all the notes off and got a special suit made up, and inside the jacket has every single note from all those years. Fantastic viewing earlier on NFL Network.
And who is this for? Sorry, for
Hutchinson.
Hutchinson, yeah. So she's writing notes like, "Please don't go to the Lions."
No, it was his notes from every game. She sent it off and got it embroidered into the suit. This is the level of detail NFL Network is going to on draft night.
Well, I was up late last night producing something, and I was watching Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft, and just the whole setup column in Vegas looks fantastic. And obviously, with the Super Bowl going to be there in 2 years' time, that's going to be an interesting weekend.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the thing about a lot of the stuff with the NFL moving around now. With the first time the draft is in Vegas, is it next year? It's in Kansas City, so it's really kind of going around. Oh, have we a pick in?
I just want to say the Jaguars are on the clock. There's 9 minutes and 21 seconds left. They're sitting doing it like this. Just make the pick. There are people, especially in the European market, London, trying to get going. But yeah, Jags in the clock. So Brian, first off, because Colin was speaking last there, who are they going to pick? I'll say Walker.
Oh no, I said it. It's Walker. I just started. You're talking about the Super Bowl in 2024 being in Vegas. I just had a thought there before we get into this. Not to bore people too much, but I can see Colin's. I can imagine Colin's stress levels in Vegas if we were doing a show, and he had to go trying to find me on the strip at 2 or 3 in the morning to get myself ready for the.
Be grand.
I'll be grand.
There will be an Irish NFL show GoFundMe campaign for bail money for Brian.
Bring Brian home.
I've got a curfew, will I?
So 8 minutes 28 seconds. Boys, I don't know what to say here. I mean, the Jaguars' first round pick again here. Why do I feel like we're going to get to this time next year? We're going to be in the same spot again. I got a text from my friend. I'm going to read it out here. Shane saying, "Love the kitchen in HD, Michael. Thank you very much for that. I'm just trying to get the best setup here I can to get as most Wi-Fi as I can. If I keep talking, will the Jaguars make their pick?"
No, but what I would say with the Jags, in fairness, Michael, you're saying about like, are we going to be here? All joking aside, we're going to be here in 12 months' time, and the Jags are number 1 pick again. But they shouldn't be, really. I know it's like the division itself is 2 very strong teams. Okay, Titans and the Colts should be good this year with Matt Ryan, and they weren't far off the playoffs last year. Texans are in rebuild mode, but the Jags have spent so much money in free agency. I mean, they've brought in, seasoned veterans from the league on offensive line. Obviously, the Kirk contract was a big topic of conversation on their show and every show in terms of how much he got paid. But he is a good wide receiver in his own right. They brought in Evan Ingram, who on its day can be a really good tight end. They brought players in that they shouldn't be in a position. Look, I'm not suggesting they're going to go to playoffs. They brought in a head coach that, his tenure in Philadelphia ended badly because of what happened in that final game against Washington. And there was bad times with the Wentz situation towards the end, but he still won them the Super Bowl. He still has that experience of taking the team. And with Nick Foles beating the Patriots in the Super Bowl. So they brought in a good coach. They're trying to get over the whole disaster last year with the previous head coach, who obviously clearly hadn't got a clue. I mean, he didn't even know half the players in the league, which was an absolute, travesty. He couldn't understand you either, unfortunately, Michael, when he was in London. I mean, the amount of things that he got wrong last year were terrible. So it's onwards and upwards for them, and they're going to get a really good player here. And okay, it looks like it's going to be on defense, but you put that player, whether it's Hutchinson or Walker, on the opposite side of Josh Allen, who they picked up the 5th year on the contract, today. They've got good players in place, and when they play well defensively, they can be good. They beat the Bills last year. No, let's not forget that. Here's Tim.
We're delighted to be joined. We're going to have hopefully loads of guests tonight. And you know what? Thanks to everyone coming on in such a busy night. Tim Booth, Tim, Seattle's AP sports writer. Tim, first off, thanks for coming on. It's a busy time of the night, and first Pickett as well. But really appreciate you coming on.
And he's on mute.
We can't hear you, Tim. I'm really sorry. I'm just realizing that. It could be that. If you want to even send us a short comment just under, if you think it's working, it might be your headphones, or if it doesn't work, don't worry. This is the joys of being live. I'll put you out and put you on again, see. So while we're at this, Jaguars still on the clock. Sorry about that, Tim. We're hopefully going to get Tim in. If not, Tim, it's all good. Don't worry, but we'll see.
Well, as Brian made the point, I think last year as well, a lot of the time the teams wait to see if somebody wants to pick up the phone to make them an offer for the number 1. This year, I think it's pretty unlikely given the draft class that we have. The other thing here has been, there was some speculation that some of the stories regarding Evan Neal's medical issues might be the Jags with a smokescreen. I don't know. There's so many kind of cat and mouse games. You never really know what to believe in the lead up to the draft. And as I have said repeatedly, whatever a player, agent, general manager, or owner says publicly, take with a giant pinch of salt because it all has, comes with its own agenda. As Brian, have we got Tim back?
I'm just going to test him out, see if it works, because I know he's waiting on us. Tim, is it working? No, we can't hear you. Here, do you know what? It's all good. Tell you what, just give us a thumbs up, Tim, if you think Seattle is going to pick a quarterback at number 9. No? Okay. Here, we'll try a bit. I know you're really busy. By Tim Booth. Tim, sorry about the technical issues, but we'll chat to you soon, yeah? Appreciate it, man. See you soon. Thank you very much. I love producing a live show. Sorry, Tim, I feel awful now. That's in for the Jaguars.
Live broadcasting, but Brian, I suppose just in terms of what's said publicly, are we a month on from John Mara saying they felt they had their guy in Daniel Jones, and I think making the right call. Don't get me wrong, making the right call, but it is funny what owners and people say publicly and what the actual outcome of said.
Just around the fact that they didn't take up the 5th-year option. They were never going to take that up, Colin. Like 22 million. You know, you can't justify that. He hasn't performed, and they're not in a situation where cap situation they can pay. It makes sense not to do it this year, you know, and see where we are in 12 months' time. He's going to run it back. They're not going to have the best of seasons, so there's no point in making any move for a quarterback when the position they're in. Better off running back, see how he goes. If he has a really good season, he has a massive upward turn in his development and career under the new coach, well, then you've the opportunity to tag him next year. But no, it's the right thing. They did pick up the 5th-year option on Dexter Lawrence, who actually was drafted in the same draft, obviously, as Jones, part of the deal that sent Odell Beckham to Cleveland. So he had a solid 3 or 4 years, and he's been picked up. So if he had done his business, he would have got picked up. But no, it's the right move.
That crowd in Vegas looks like great crack, lads. The Bills fans going nuts, like just chilling out. Here, picks in. I think they're flying to London first, going into Wembley, and then flying back for the crack. Oh, here we go.
Okay. Right, here we go. Here you go, Colin. The big moment.
Go on mute, Brian. I'm going to go on mute. I tell you what, I'm going to put the video up. Here we go, right? So Roger's reading it out.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trayvon Walker.
There you go.
There you
There's
go.
The pick.
Yeah, and I suppose at this point it was expected, as we were all just talking about a few minutes ago. But for talk about the biggest riser in the draft, yes, some people out there, if you look back, they talked about this guy's potential, but for the vast majority, this guy would have been on draft boards in the second half of the first round at best if you went back a few months. Absolutely blown away, I suppose, by his athleticism over the course, especially at the combine. If you're looking for why the Jags have done this, it might be because this guy has potentially the highest ceiling of any player in the draft. But we did not see the production in college, and that would be the concern. He is certainly the top pass rusher taken, who with the lowest number of sacks, at least over the past 2 decades. Potentially ever. So what they are going for is the combine. It was astonishing. Fastest ever 40 for an edge rusher, over 270 pounds, 11th best broad jump, 4th best 3-cone. They are going on potential. They are going on projection. I suppose the feeling is potentially George's defensive scheme didn't allow him to be as productive. It is a roll of the dice. Certainly, it's fitting that it is the first pick in Vegas, and I think certainly if you'd listened to it over the past couple of weeks, this was going there. But Sam Monson from PFF talked about this a lot. This, if you look, it's an outlier. If Walker goes on to have a great career, which he could well do because he has the physical traits, certainly, but it would be an outlier if he goes on to be a superstar in the NFL.
Well, there's other conversations. Columns, Colin have some very good points around how Georgia's scheme last year in that defense, but there's a lot of other players that had really productive seasons, and they felt that took away the sacks and the hits away from Walker's play. He only had 6.5 sacks last year, but they're also saying they can play him at linebacker. He's only 10 pounds off, being a linebacker, and he's played there previously, and he's a good player. So there's a combination scenario there where, they play him on the edge, and sometimes they might roll in and play him linebacker. So there's a bit of versatility there. But look, they've looked at the bigger, we've seen with Balky when he was in San Francisco. He likes to take a punt on players. Everybody had said Hutchinson was a safer pick at 1, and if it's the 4th pick, you should always go with the safer option. They've gone a different way. It looks like the general manager has won out, if you want to call it, the battle with the head coach over the past 24, 48 hours in terms of who they pick. The pressure's on him now. It's interesting now because, did the Lions take Hutchinson? You would think it's the obvious selection. He's played for Michigan. It's, he stays in the area. He knows the Lions. He's on speed dial with the GM and the head coach by all accounts during all the phases of the lead up to the draft. So you think it's inevitable they're going to take Hutchinson. But maybe this is where we see the first surprise. Maybe it is Thibodeau who comes up.
I was going to talk. I'll talk about Walker after. Here's Roger.
Here it's Hutchinson. He's too quick.
It is Hutchinson.
Yeah,
it is Hutchinson.
He was
just very quickly say, boys. What's up?
I was just going to say, they literally must have just there was no hanging around with the Lions on that pick. I mean, they literally were up within 2 to 3 minutes of being put on the clock. So, you rush up and you put that card in. There he goes with the jacket, Michael. The special jacket I was telling you about. But look,
special jacket. I was going to say very quickly, I like the move for Travon Walker. He's built like a proverbial brick house. But we'll move on to the main point right now. The guy that everybody thought was going to be number 1 in the NFL draft for the last few weeks. Look, played in Michigan. You mentioned there a minute ago, Brian, about the whole Michigan relation there in college. Jim Harbaugh wanted him to stay in the great state of Michigan. A 4-star recruit out of high school. He is honestly like the potential for Aidan Hutchinson. He's balanced. He's a flexible athlete. He can rush downhill to consistently convert speed into power, and the Lions could really use a guy like this here. The problem that he has, though, he's got below average arm length, so it's going to take him time. He needs to try and be able to not be caught by more athletic tackles, as it says in the screen. Hutchinson doesn't have the same blend or skill as like a Nick Bosa, but he wins with similar quickness and power, and I can't wait to see him in the NFL. And Colin, it's a big move for him. He stays in Michigan, and Detroit get their man.
Yeah, to try to get the local boy. It's a feel good story. The Hutchinson, as you said, we have seen what he's capable of. We've seen the production. The measurables are pretty good. The only real knock is the arm length, and the other thing you'd have to say is, in terms of the pass rush, the moves are very similar. He does the same thing. He can defenders learn, I suppose, or can the tackles learn how to deal with him? That is the concern that you would have. But everyone talks about his work ethic. Talked earlier about there are guys who've worked really hard to get to this point, but it's making the next decade that's the difference in terms of going on to be successful in the league. Aidan Hutchinson, I don't think you'll have any doubts that he is going to put the time, the effort in. And especially given that he is staying in Michigan. So he's going to have that support network around him. He's there with Dan Campbell. He's very much the Dan Campbell type of player. So I'm sure they will be pleased that he has fallen to them.
He can play three.
Brian, you must be delighted the Lions put their pick in so quick.
Well, it's good for us. It keeps things moving. Look, he can play 3-4 defense. He can play 4-3. He had 14 sacks last year. If you look at the stats of how many times he was double teamed throughout the season, he was the most double team player across the college league, and he still had productive numbers. He's we'd say he's the most consistent player, and that's probably why a lot of people felt he'd go at number one. But for the Lions, I mean, the Lions you have to be delighted with the situation. You know, for a long time, this guy was deemed the number one pick, and he falls at 2, and they pick him up straight away. The fact that they handed in the pick so quickly, they probably can't believe their luck that what they would see as the most consistent player, you know, in this draft is dropped to them. So there you go. It's not a surprise because the way things have played out over the past 48 hours, it was inevitable. The Texans pick is in, so they're not hanging around either. So things are moving quickly tonight. I didn't expect the Texans to move so quickly. Be interested to see. This is really essentially where the draft starts, really, because we knew whatever way we knew it was 1-2. It was just a case of which one went 1 and which went 2. That was inevitable over the conversations we've had this week. We all felt Hutch was the right one, but they've gone with the Starsky instead of the Hutch, and here we are now at 3. And this for me is really where it all kicks off, because right now, genuinely, I don't know where this pick is going. On our preview show, myself and Colin both went offensive line, but we went with different offensive line goals. But there was merits in the conversation of where we both saw it. I think you were on the same page potentially. I think you were suggesting it could be a shock here, and I suppose this is what you've read into earlier on.
Yeah, I'm one away from it going to hell, and the Jets aren't going to trade away Ike Ekwonu, yeah.
To me, that's the right pick, or Evan Neal. You know, obviously Colin has touched on the injury concerns, but the right pick is an offensive line pick. You know, they've bought into the rookie quarterback last year, Davis Mills. He's the guy going forward. They should be the pick. But over the past 48 hours, it's been suggested that they're going to take a cornerback. So for me, it's a case of, are they going to go Gardner or Stingley? I think it'll be Stingley. I just think there's too many conversations going on, and usually when these conversations start to pick up pace leading up to the draft, it's inevitable. That's what's going to happen.
Call me excited.
I'm intrigued because I would agree, like Brian. I think the Texans can go in any number of ways. I think it was obvious to us, certainly over the past couple of days, that the Jags and the Lions were going to go with a pass rusher, both of them. But with the Texans, there's been talk of the cornerback, but let's see who it's actually going to be.
So the question was asked earlier, what I felt
what
was the big move in the draft tonight. For me, it would be here, Stingley. I think this is, if this would be the big move, it'd be Stingley.
Oh,
There you go.
I need that noise back. There you go.
Derek Stingley, just as a song.
There you go, boys. Derek Stingley. Who is Derek Stingley?
Well, arguably the best cornerback in this draft. You know, for a long time it was Sauce Gardner, and everybody said that Stingley was probably the more ready to play, but he obviously had the injury. He's very light in games. He's played little games. I think he's only played 10 games in the past 2 years. But his pro day, the one that he had thereafter, not at the combine, it was very successful. He had 6 interceptions during 2019 when he had his really good season. They feel he's a shutdown corner, you know, and the production is there. He gets over the injury. You know, they're suggesting he could be one of the best cornerbacks to come out of the draft for years. So big move, bearing in mind where he was supposed to be a couple of weeks ago, which was in the 15 to 25 range, to come all the way up the tree. It's a big leap, and Colin will probably touch on it here. We had spoke off the air during the day about him potentially going a tree, and Colin thought it might be not a reach as such, but a very rich move.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's no doubt, if you get 2019 Derek Stingley, you have got a phenomenal player, right? He had one of the greatest seasons for a cornerback as a true freshman. It was quite unbelievable. But over the past couple of years, it's not just 1 year, it's 2 years, he struggled. Now, we've heard over the past couple of weeks the injuries that he had, they played a real role in that. And I suppose it's an interesting one, because if you had gone back, there was a lot of talk about Stingley. Then he dropped off, come back really over the past week or so. He can be a shutdown corner. He absolutely can be. There is no doubt about that. He can do it all. But that was in 2019. It is now 2022. If he does, I suppose, play to his ability, he could be the one out of the top 3. He could have the best NFL career. because, I mean, there was talk when he first emerged in 2019, there was talk of this was the next Jalen Ramsey, essentially, was what people were talking about. It goes into Lovie Smith's system. So it will be very interesting to see if he can get back there. You never want to see players, not fulfill their potential because of injuries. You'd love to see him go on to have a great career. And I suppose for the Texans, ultimately, they believe in their OL, and they felt that getting in that cornerback, who we know in the league now, it is so important. It is a pass happy league, so you do need a strong secondary. I'm just intrigued to see can he get back to where he was in 2019. I think that's the only ask around this guy.
Sauce Gardner is 6'3". Sorry, Mike. Sauce Gardner is 6'3". He's 6 foot. The size frame is significantly different in terms of and then everybody said Sauce Gardner in terms of his interceptions because of his unique size that he has. That everybody just felt he'd be the inevitable one here. But again, this is a similar scenario. That, we're talking about Stingley moving up. Gardner. I joked on our show about potentially going to the Giants, but a lot of talk today is that the Jets won't allow him to get beyond 4. And Thibodeau right now is the guy that's if he goes beyond 4. Hit the Giants at 5. Did the Giants make the decision that with Ekwonu and Charles Cross on the board, they could go defense first time around and take the offensive line at 7 if they're happy with either one that drops to 7. So it'd be interesting to see Jets now. If for a long time it looked like they were the ones that would be keen on Thibodeau, but maybe they'll go with Gardner.
Yeah, the other thing, I suppose, this is interesting, right? Because there's been a lot of talk over the past couple of weeks about Becton and Becton's injury and availability. I think this pick here probably tells us a lot in terms of what the Jets choose to do. If they go O-line, then I think you kind of have your answer on what they think might happen with Becton. If they go with a rusher or with the other cornerback, as Brian has been talking about, they probably, maybe there might be some smoke, but they don't think that it is all that serious with Becton. So that's I think the inflection point we're in here with the Jets at this point. But it's interesting that the other 2 picks following the first came in so quickly.
Just on Mekhi Becton, so there was a conversation last week around the fact that he wasn't at the voluntary camp, but his wife-to-be was having a baby. So you could argue, why should he be there? But then there was also the fact that they were trying to get in touch with him because they wanted him to go on the weighing scales because they said he's been looking after himself. And if he has been looking after himself, they were saying he should be coming in around 300 odd pounds. And by all accounts, he's near the 400 mark, which is telling because they wanted to see how serious he was taking the off season before they made this decision tonight, in terms of who they're going to draft. So maybe the Becton thing is a real concern and they will go offensive line here. Pick us in, guys. So here we go. He's not on his way, but they're out with the fountain at the moment.
Just before the Jets picks announced in a matter of seconds, Dave Varnell saying his injuries for Derek Stingley Jr. are a bit of a stop sign for him. At D-Lad saying Lovie Smith is going to make him start. I don't want to look too far ahead to the season, but I really like the situation the Texans are in bringing Lovie Smith in and the potential that they have. What I'll say with Derek Stingley Jr., he's a potential Pro Bowler if he can stay healthy. The injuries are a big issue. And as I think Roger's about to walk on the stage, he, with his ball instincts and man coverage, is a top tier priority in this league. As if he can stay healthy, that's the main thing. So for the Texans, it's a really, really good move. I'm intrigued to see what the Jets are going to do here. Pick 4.
So Lovie Smith loves defensive players, so it wouldn't surprise
me. Has to be Thibodeau.
Well, just on the Texans before we wrap up on the Texans, right? So Lovie Smith loves defensive players from his time when he was with the Bears, and they had a really productive team, and they went to the Super Bowl. So it wouldn't surprise me come toward the end pick if they're still there, because again, as we discussed earlier on before the draft started, there's a talk of the Texans trading out toward the end. If Kyle Hamilton is there, that they take a safety and they take a cornerback and they try to build this team around a defense more so than an offense, and allow Davis Mills to be the steady quarterback and give him another year there. So be interesting. Here's Roger now with the Jets.
Let's into the Jets. So the Jets are selecting.
Ooh. There we go.
Oh,
Brian, you're not going to be happy with this, man.
Well, the apple,
You wanted the applesauce, wasn't it?
well, the big, well, I kind of got it right, didn't I? The big applesauce is going to New York, but unfortunately, not to the team I was hoping they'd be going to.
yeah.
Who has got Sauce Gardner, lads? Who's going to talk about Sauce Gardner?
This is a guy who was first on the Athletics big board for cornerbacks. Sam Modson had him as his number 2. He's a kind of an unconventional kind of guy in terms of his stride. He's very, very long, and he's kind of, I suppose, known as the kind of prototypical press man cornerback, given that his kind of physical traits, but he's really good in zone as well. He has the confidence as well and the tenacity. This is a guy who makes life really difficult for wide receivers at the catch point. He goes up. So you're going to see some real battles, I suppose, between him and the wide receivers. The interesting thing as well, over the last couple of years, we've seen the transition be easier for wide receivers, but also for cornerbacks. Pat Surtain had a great year last year for Denver. You could see Stingley and Sauce Gardner come in and have really, really great rookie campaigns. He certainly has the ability. He doesn't lack for confidence. That's what you want in a cornerback, right? Because they're going up. He's going to be difficult to knock around because he has that physical ability. I think the concern you might have is he could have a tendency to give away penalties against some of the kind of trickier guys. That's I think the one concern you might have. But he could certainly go on to be a really, really good cornerback for the Jets. And I think when you look at the Jets, sometimes they've taken guys in the first round. You've kind of gone, that's a reach, or you really hope this is a projection. I think less so with Sauce. He is a really, really fine player who should go on to have a really good career there.
Yeah,
Brian, it's the first pick for Cincinnati in the first round from Cincinnati, since 1971. He really does need to continue developing his play strength, but this is a great move for Robert Saleh and the Jets, yeah?
Yeah. Like we can argue the toss over which one was the better one, but in the end, it's best 2 cornerbacks in the draft have gone 3 and 4, and it's consistent. They could have easily gone the other way. One of the other things that Colin didn't touch on that came out over the past few months is the consistency around him going, the 30 day, where over the 30 days where the teams are allowed to bring 30 players in, and he went into quite a few teams, and the consistent feedback coming was how tuned in he was throughout every interview. There was no lack of desire or interest. Every team he went to, he was fully prepared for what was ahead of him. So he's got his head switched on. A lot of people are comparing him to Jalen Ramsey. I from what I've watched, it looks, you can see the merits in that. But we've seen Jalen Ramsey what Colin said can be slippery and can get torched at times as well. So, but look, he's only 21, I believe. He's such a young player. Mm-hmm. He's wearing a very snazzy chain, Michael, with sauce on it. So look, he's going to he's going to get a massive contract, judging by what we just seen coming out for Trayvon Walker, which is a $27 million a year contract, I believe, something along those lines, which is sent to me from a friend of mine. And he's going to get all the marketing, the sponsorship deals with the big applesauce in New York. So I'm sure he'll go to bed happy tonight. Look, I think inevitably he was going to New York. It was just a case of which one was going to take him. Our pick is in now. I can say our pick because the Giants are on the clock and they've made a pick. The Giants should just take the offensive line here and stop and don't mess around with it, because the trade guys that we've talked about that we felt could go earlier are all still there. So they've got the pick of all 3. So Joe Shane, the new GM, now can show his card in terms of who he thinks is the right guy, but he might think that with the Panthers picking at 6 and Giants back on the clock at 7, they could potentially go Kayvon Thibodeau here and still get one of the offensive line guys at 7. If they're satisfied that all 3 of them are as good as each other.
Yeah, I think that.
Sorry.
No, Michael, go ahead.
I was just going to say, just before the Giants pick comes in, obviously, Giants on the clock. Are you concerned about Sauce Gardner's sort of makeup? He's very, very slender, quite thin for his position, or do you think it's an issue, or do you think I'm just trying to find
He looks like he needs to bulk up. He's only 21, and just more what
he knows he needs to get a Pizza Hut. It's delivered by Pizza Hut, I think.
Well, there's plenty of Pizza Huts in New York, so he'd be all right. But look, he's a bit. He looks a bit. His frame looks like he needs to be built up, but that'll come in time. it'll be interesting to see which one of them is more ready come September to hit the ground running in terms of playing. You would think Stingley, the only concern around Stingley would be the injury and whether he's going to be fully ready, but they say he will be. So, look, I think both of them are as good as each other, but they're going to be compared to each other because they've came out of the same draft and they've gone 3 and 4. So they're always going to be tagged to one another now.
Yeah, for me, for Sauce, I don't have concerns around the frame. As I said, I think it's more around the quickness, the burst. I think if he gets his hands on you, if he gets that opportunity, he can erase you. He did that at the college level. He can probably continue to do that at the NFL level. But it's the small, tricky guys who gave him a bit more trouble. But you don't go number 4 in the NFL draft if you haven't had really good tape.
Here's Roger. So I'm going to jump in here now, Colin. Offensive line, hopefully. Do the right thing.
It's a good pick.
Don't say anything.
So this guy's pumping up the audience.
He's
I'd be pretty pumped up if I had this pick, to be fair. So it's good. Jesus, very excited.
He's a special needs guy, Colin. We discussed. He's on the stage.
Brian looks like a kid at Christmas, says Declan. Make a wish, Sam Prince. That's a fantastic opportunity. 5th pick in the NFL draft. Going very fast.
Yeah.
Draft tonight.
Time to get your wish through, baby. Thank you, Mr. Gazelle. With the 5th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Kayvon
Thibodeau.
Echo, boys. Kayvon Thibodeau, Brian, you happy?
Yeah. I thought of the offensive line. We'll get the offensive line at 7. Look, for a long time he was deemed to be the number 1 pick in this draft. So he's a monster of a player. There's a lot of concern around his off the field stuff, in terms of what he does elsewhere, and there's a lot of talk around the fact that he goes in and out of games, but when he's playing, he's a wrecking ball. We said it on the show during the night when he's on when he's on his game. Last year for Oregon, he 7 sacks. Can play all, there's a concern around the fact can he play all 3 downs, but they've had to put extra players around to block him. The interviews by all accounts are a bit up and down. We saw when he was at the combine how cocky he is, and he was saying about the fact that he was number 1. He felt he should be number 1. People think he's got attitude concerns, but I'm saying all the wrong things. But you look at his video, you look at the player, he looks like he's quality, and it's a long time since the Giants have had a really wrecking ball type of defensive player. You're probably going back to the Tucks and back in the years when we were winning the Super Bowl, and even before that with Michael Strahan the first time around. It's a long time since we had a player that teams will have to really focus on. So it's the right pick because we're going to get an offensive line guy set.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. This guy is he's probably of Walker, Hutchinson, and Thibodeau. He's probably the most natural. If when you look at him, he's got the bend that the others don't have. Look, he's not right now. This is not Myles Garrett. This is not the Bosa's. This is not Von Miller. But he can be coached, and obviously the Giants brought in a new DC. He has the ability to have a really, really good career. I think the character concerns were completely overblown. I think the fact that he sat there at number 5, I imagine that the Giants can't quite believe their luck that they were able to get him. And, there's 3 O-line guys there. So even if the Panthers take them, the Giants can still get their tackle at pick number 7. It probably couldn't have worked out a whole lot better for the Giants than how it has played out.
Yeah, sorry,
It really reminds me of.
Sorry, Marcus. Just a quick point. They're obviously very comfortable. Judging by that, you'd have to think they're very comfortable with the 3 offensive line guys that are there in terms of which one they get. Obviously, one. I think the Panthers will go online here and take one of them. So you're left with 2 to pick from. So obviously they made the strategic move that we're comfortable with whatever one we get at 7. Unless this is the interesting part now. Would someone move up to 7? the Giants drop back because they might be, they could drop back a couple and still get that offensive line guy now. But yeah, I think because of the way it's run, it was the right selection.
Yeah, his strength really stands out for me, and his power. It's a real need for this Giants team, and I would probably rate him. He's rated in some as the third in his position. I actually rate him ahead of Trayvon Walker personally. He reminds me of Javon Clowney. So, look, he's not that fluid. He needs to try and develop that there, but there's no better place than in the Meadowlands to try and do that there. So it's going to be an interesting pick for the Giants. Carolina's in the clock next. I think they're going to pick Malik Willis, a quarterback, and I think everything's going to burn to the ground in Carolina, and they're going to get a new GM next year.
He's going to go. So Thibodeau's going to go and play in a very aggressive defense under Wink Martindale. Like we've seen that, like the Ravens team over the past 10 years in the Harbour, majority of the time it was based on how strong their defense was in their pass rush, and it's going to be it's going to be, he's going to have the right guy there in terms of the way his skill set against what they're going to look to do with the front seven. I probably don't look as happy as I am. I am happy. I just thought
that's all good. Colin, just was saying, there's your thoughts on the Panthers going next, number 6. What's your thoughts? Quarterback or?
Could they? For a long time, there was talk about Kenny Pickett and the Matt Rule. I don't know if that has really cooled off over the past few weeks. I would be surprised if they went quarterback. They are the team who kind of made enough cap space to bring in a Jimmy G or a Baker, so they could potentially go that. I don't believe they go into the season with Sam Darnold as their QB, so they could certainly go down that route. But I think, given that the top 3 tackles are still on the board, and there was talk that all 3 of those guys might not be there, I would say my expectation is that the Panthers would go O-line, but the Panthers have to win this year, otherwise they're going to have a new head coach and a new GM. So I saw a lot of mocks had them, if they got to this point, that Icky would be their pick. So I'm really interested to see if that will be the case, and then they look to bring in the QB because they figure after the draft that the Niners and the Browns will kind of have to want to make a deal for Jimmy or for Baker, and that it shouldn't be that expensive. So that will be very, very interesting to see. It's another one where they could do a couple of different things, and whatever way they go, they're going to have a problem to solve after the draft.
Yeah, feel free to get your comments in, folks, on YouTube. YouTube link is on our Twitter page, or you can search the Irish NFL Show on YouTube. If you comment on YouTube, we can put it directly on the screen. If you comment on Twitter, we may not be able to see it because it's a wee bit crazy because it's the NFL draft tonight, so bear with us. Brian, I genuinely said it a second ago, I think they will go with a quarterback. And I know you know the pick, but I am convinced they will. And
this is the unfortunate thing of checking your phone for the slight second. People are very keen to break the news before Roger does, So I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it for us because we're trying to work with the coverage on the television.
Yeah, I seen Kevin popped up like seconds before it came on the screen, but he looked excited, so it's good. I'm excited to see what the Panthers' 6th pick is. So we've then got 26 to go after that.
I think it's interesting to see if the offensive line is to go, which is selected. If selected, I'm not entirely sure. We'll see what happens. But it'd be interesting to see which of the 3 they think is the right one.
Well,
Brian, Colin, I think Brian may give us a clue there as to the Panthers picking. So,
what I would say is we're sitting. It's 10-2, and we've got the 6th pick in, so we are certainly ahead of schedule at this point. And
I'd imagine it's because they're in Vegas and they're 8 hours behind. So realistically, if they can get the draft over by 9:30, 9, they should be able to slip around to the Irish Bar and have a few points before midnight. I would have thought, yeah, out on the sauce with.
Well, the pints on the Strip are very expensive now. I went a couple of years ago, and they're about $15
Michael, if I had your money, I'd pour me out.
I know. On my time as well. Let's see here who's going to go for number 6. So it says, if obviously, recap of the first 5 picks. Travon Walker going number 1 to the Jags. Ethan Hutchinson going number 2 to the Lions. Derek Stingley Jr. going to the Texans. Sauce Gardner to the Jets. Kayvon Thibodeau is in New York. Anybody got a perfect record so far in their mock draft? Here we go. Here's Roger. And I'm going to go on mute.
Offensive players available to him right now. The 6th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Ikem Ekwonu.
Ekwonu is going to the Panthers. Who has got Icky, lads, while we get the notes up?
Yeah, I had Icky, and what a fun player to watch. You know, you wonder about, like, when it comes to O-line guys and watching them, but he has the potential, I think, to be a superstar. He can play. They will go tackle, but look, if it doesn't work out, you move him inside to play guard. He's really interesting because it's kind of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Off the field, everybody talks about him being hugely likable, great teammate, fantastic guy in the locker room. Once he gets out onto the field, completely different, turns into a monster. The word nasty gets thrown around a lot when you talk about O-line guys. He really is. He is a monster. He likes to bully people. He likes to belittle them. You heard talk that he deliberately wants to go out and embarrass opposing players. There are obviously, I suppose, concerns when you look at it. He needs to get better in terms of pass protection. But when it comes to what he can do in the run game and how he can revolutionize that, if Christian McCaffrey is healthy and they can get Christian McCaffrey running behind Icky, the Panthers, maybe that's how they can get over their lack of a quarterback. They're just going to essentially go a wildcat or run play throughout the season. I think he is a fantastic player. I think it makes, if you ignore the need, right, and we're always told you shouldn't draft for need, that you should take the best player that's there. I think Icky makes a lot of sense. I think of the tackles, of the 3, he was my favorite. I think he has the most ability. It is one of those that, people will argue for forever about the 3, but I think makes a lot of sense. And as we talked about before the pick came in, I think you will now see the Panthers go and try and make something happen for Jimmy G or for Baker Mayfield.
Brian, this guy honestly should be starting as a rookie starter, tackle or guard, but he really does have the traits to become an elite blocker in this league, doesn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Like Colin had him going at 3 the other day. I had him potentially going to Giants 5. Whoever got him was getting a great player immediately. Nigeria background. He seems very humble. I watched a number of his interviews this week. In fact, he was on with Sky Sports earlier this evening.
Good one with Jeff yesterday.
Yeah, and he was very humble about where he's been in his life and how he's got here. So he seems to have impressed everybody in terms of the off-field stuff and the interviews. And he comes across as a kind of guy that's well tuned in. Like, there's so many positives about him. He will be an immediate starter. There is some stuff like you've touched on there, but he can be overly aggressive at times. But that'll get coached out of him, and there's consistency issues. But he's a guy, by all accounts, he's a great run blocker. And you put that with McCaffrey and Utley, that's what will probably benefit the Panthers going forward. Because if you keep McCaffrey fit and he's there, there'll be holes for him, which they've struggled over the past few years, which is why McCaffrey's been picking up so many injuries. But he's versatile as well, and he can play in a number of positions. He hasn't done a lot of that over his career, but they do say they can see a lot of merits there as to why he can move around on the line. So it'd be interesting to see where the Panthers put him. And it's kind of what I said on the show during the night. I felt the Panthers, this quarterback conversation I thought was madness, and they should do what Colin suggesting, go and find one now and make a trade of some sort. But
the Giants aren't trading anyone. They're gonna go in. I think they should go with a quarterback. I think Malik Willis would really spruce things up, especially today with I'm taking the piss.
I think
Daniel Jones, Brian, they're not taking the fit. They're not going to exercise.
No, they're not going to
exercise $20 million thing. What do we think? I think get a defensive player.
No, it's offensive line. Has to be. That's why they're not trading out, because they probably can't believe they looked at at 7, they're going to pick up the offensive line guy that they wanted at 5, and I think that's Evan Neal, because Evan Neal can play left tackle, left guard, and right tackle. He can play all pretty much 3 of the spots across the line. And as we've talked about time and time again over the past years, how the weakest piece of the Giants team for the past 5 years, consistently under Gettleman, the GM, has been the offensive line. He's never done it to correct it. He didn't bring in one player last year in free agency. And in free agency this time around, the new GM has brought in 4 offensive line guys, and we're definitely going to, I'll be absolutely stunned, shocked if it's not an offensive line. I'd say Evan Neal, but Charles Cross has been getting a lot of talk. I think it's a situation with whatever one they get, they're getting a go. Here we go.
Colin,
Evan Neal.
Your pick in a second, Colin.
And I don't know.
Yeah, Evan Neal. I wonder if I get Evan Neal. I probably have. I haven't. Colin, you get Evan Neal?
I don't, but what I can say is Evan Neal, prior to the injury concerns that emerged very recently, Evan Neal was kind of considered to be the most polished of the tackles. I mean, I think to me it was Neal and Icky were kind of the top 2, and to me Cross was below them. He's better than Icky when it comes to pass protection. He's probably not quite there in the run game, but really, really polished. The only concern I think you would have is tackles who come out of the Nick Saban system tend to have some wear and tear, but not everyone. He is going to be NFL ready. He is a plug and play player, and with Andrew Thomas improving, this is a guy who can come in and start immediately for the Giants and make a real difference. If the Giants are going to run it back with Daniel Jones, there will be no excuses this year for Daniel Jones, because he's not going to be under the same sort of pressure that he was throughout his career to date. So he has to improve the QB play. He has to get rid of the fumbles, but he's certainly with Thomas and with Evan Neal, he is not going to be under nearly the same pressure that he was previously.
Brian, 337 pounds. This guy eats his Weetabix in the morning.
He's a big boy, isn't he? You know, or a bit of porridge, but like
big heifer high.
He and the good thing as well from reading stuff on him, he's not only like he's good at the run, he's good against the run with the run, and he's good in the passing game as well. So it's a plug and play, as Colin suggesting. He's going to be a major starter on day one. I'd imagine he'll go in at right, at right tackle. You've got a very young left tackle who's emerging from a first year, which was quite difficult to look like a really solid left tackle. Now you've got like potentially a future right tackle. And with the other players that they brought in free agency, including a kind of a marquee signing from the Colts, who, had a really strong couple of years on the Colts side in terms of he was the left guard. They really are doing a lot to solidify this offensive line and give Jones half a chance next season of, I suppose, putting themselves in a position to prove it. And if it doesn't work out next year, there's no more excuses. But I think the Giants, we're walking away from this. A lot of people felt they'd moved back from 7, but to walk away from this draft with Kayvon and Evan Neal, most Giants fans should be quite happy to see them.
Falcons at 7. Is this they got 4 minutes left on the clock? Sorry, Falcons at 8. Is this probably the first wide receiver we see go off tonight, lads? I mean, we're going to see Marcus Mariota now a quarterback in Atlanta, Matt Ryan obviously going to the Indianapolis Colts. But when you've got Kyle Pitts there, Colin, surely you got to bring in a rookie wide receiver and try and get Marcus Mariota some weapons, even if he is a 1 or 2 year stopgap quarterback in relation to next year. It's we haven't got the Orlando on the show last.
It could well be, right? Because the Falcons, they have the worst wide receiver group in the league. But could they potentially look there's been some talk around Jermaine Johnson that they may look to bring in an edge guy because they're not completely sold on Mariota, and they'd like to pick, I suppose, given that he's there. But I would say a lot of talk around Garrett Wilson, that he might be the guy that they look to bring in, because they definitely need some help at the wide receiver position.
I think it's going to be wide receiver. I think it'll be Garrett Wilson. I think he'll be the first one to go. There's a lot of talk about Jamison Williams. He's moved up the draft board, and people felt that, he's coming. He has the ACL, and he's too good a player to, not to take, and you just have to deal with the initial phase of the season where he's not available. But Garrett Wilson has for a long time been potentially viewed as the best wide receiver. And the one who should go.
I'm going to say Chris Olave, Brown.
I did say during the week I felt that maybe this could be the shock where the quarterback goes. Marcus Mariota is not the future there. They need to address that.
But if they go a quarterback at 8, that's like Atlanta, oh Jesus, I don't know.
There'll be a meltdown. Orlando's house might get burned down this evening. So hopefully not. No, I think it'll be wide receiver.
Call me a guess for the wide receiver.
If it is to be wide receiver, I think Garrett Wilson is who they would go with. But because he's a guy, if they do go wide receiver, they need somebody who can kind of make a difference immediately. For me, the wide receivers, they all have something, but they all have an asterisk beside them. I would say Wilson probably makes the most sense there, but it is one where they have a number of different things they could do. So let's see.
Here's the pick.
With the 8th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Drake London.
Holy.
Well, it's a wide receiver, but it's not the one we expected.
Oh my God. Drake London, USC, is going to Atlanta. That is, I had Drake London going in the top 10, but at the same time, lads, I'm shocked at that. I'm shocked he's going at 8.
Yeah, I am a bit taken back by that now. I thought, the way everybody was talking during the week about Garrett Wilson and potentially Jamison Williams moving up the board for Drake London, who a lot of people felt with his big frame, he would end up at the Jets because it was more suitable to the play. I mean, the guy had 88 receptions last year, 7 touchdowns, over 1,000 yards, and he played only 8 games. So those numbers are off the charts, bearing in mind he only played 8 games. He had an ankle fracture towards the end of the season, which left him kind of missing. But the numbers for the first 8 games were staggering compared, mismatch in size, the yards after catch, big red zone target, all the things I thought why he would go to the Jets. His speed isn't great, that's questionable. And they're saying at times for him to get separate from cornerbacks is a bit up and down. But look, that comes with a lot of wide receivers coming into the NFL. They'll quickly learn that it's a surprise for me. I wouldn't say it's a reach because we've seen in the past wide receivers who we thought would go higher and them still having great careers in terms of where Wilson will go. But interesting. It's amazing how you think you have a grasp on which teams like a player, and it's for so long that's the player that's been suggested, and in the end they completely go.
And then boom.
Once they go the same position, they don't go with the same player.
Well, we've got Colin, obviously a Falcons team now with a young tight end there in Cal Pitts, and now Drake London coming in. A guy that's an injury history column, only played 8 games last season, but in those 8 games he played, his stats were off the charts. Are you happy with this pick?
I think I am a little surprised by it, but at the same time, I can see he brings a lot of upside. When you see him talked about, the comp that you hear a lot is Mike Evans, and Mike Evans has obviously had quite the career with the Bucs, so you'd have to be, if you're the Falcons, hoping that Drake London can do similar. The speed is possibly the only thing you'd have to say, though sometimes, how a guy plays on the field versus what they test at can be very, very different. So to me, you're getting a guy who's a bit of a nightmare for cornerbacks because he's very physical. He's built in such a way that you're not going to be able to knock him off his route. He's great at going up and getting the ball. And so I suppose for the Falcons, the other thing is obviously the fractured ankle. I don't think there is enormous pressure in Atlanta to win this year. Okay, I think they are probably looking more towards 2023. Obviously, every team wants to win, but they aren't in win now mode given their QB situation. So they are probably looking at it saying, this is a guy who we feel has a lot of upside, but ultimately we don't need him to be the guy from week 1.
He's wearing his he's got his Sauce Gardner-ish chain on as well. Lads, this is the guy that needs continued development with his route running, but if he can get that sorted and really integrate himself well in this Atlanta defense, he can really provide big playability. And I'm not sold on Marcus Mariota, but if they can gel together, it can really, really work. If they can get big plays together, he's got fantastic athleticism, and he's got extraordinary instincts when the ball is high in the air. So I'm excited to see what he can do. Seattle's on the clock. We've got time. Let's talk about this properly because it's taking a break, which means the NFL is going to be on for 3 minutes. Right, Brian, you're next. Quarterback, yes? Small hands Pickett?
No, I don't think so. I think they'll go with Jermaine Johnson. That's who I think. Colin touched on the other day that Seattle, they love defensive players. You know, we've seen the Legion of Boom, and they've got away from that for a long time. And, you know, once they weren't winning over the past few years, a lot of the focus was on the quarterback situation. Russell Wilson wasn't happy, but that defense, it's been a while since we've seen a front seven back to the days in which we saw when they went to the Super Bowl and won, and obviously went back the following year. So I think Jermaine Johnson, we spoke about it last week, potentially would he be a top 10? You know, he had a great year with Florida State, and there was a lot of people felt he was up there with Kayvon in terms of which one would be the first, you know, potentially which one would be the first edge rusher to go after the main two. I think this player would suit the Seahawks.
I think they're going to pick a wide receiver. I genuinely I'm sitting on 4 different Twitter accounts here.
The problem is I think
if you're sitting there and Gar Wilson's still there, I think you pick him, Colin. You have to pick him at this point.
But the
or
other thing,
if you're Green Bay, Colin. Sorry, I don't mean to, if you're Green Bay now and you got Gar Wilson and you've also got Jamison Williams, surely you start to think, oh boy, do we go up or what's the crack?
well, yeah, and I don't know if the Seahawks will go with a wide receiver. I think the other thing that they might look at is they have issues on the line, as we know, and Russell Wilson made that abundantly clear a couple of years ago. They've given up a huge number of sacks, and it has been an issue. Potentially, Charles Cross is there. They could look to bring Charles Cross in. He might be a player who they could go with the other two, with Icky and with Evan Neal off the board. So I think Charles Cross might be a player that they could look at this number 9. Willis, yeah, they could certainly, given that Willis plays in a similar, he is obviously very different, but somewhat similar type to Russell Wilson in terms of that scrambling ability, in terms of the deep ball ability. So could they bring him in? Yeah, I don't believe they're going to go into the season with Drew Lock, but equally they could. I think there's a feeling probably in the league that Jimmy G and Baker are going to be available for a reasonable price, so they might decide, let's take the tackle and then let's find the QB afterwards.
Yeah,
we really the prospect of Charles Cross, Brian. He lacks power. He lacks bulk. I don't know if that's the right position for him right now, like in terms of going to Seattle.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting, Michael, because I was listening to Michael Lombardi's show this week, and we've been forced to have Michael Lombardi on, and he's obviously been in the league and he's been involved with general management of teams. And he said, when he was asked the question, which position, which player in the draft would you not trade away from, you know, if someone came calling, and he said it was Charles Cross. He said he wouldn't move away from the pick if he was available. And he was a GM. He said he'd be handing in the card immediately to get Charles Cross. So that, to me, is kind of stellar in terms of what he thinks of him. And he usually has a good inkling of how these guys work. Actually, I think that's a fair show. I know I went Jermaine Johnson, but Charles Cross makes sense for numerous reasons. If it is Drew Lock next season, like obviously you have your concerns about whether he's durable and whether he's good enough to be a quarterback in the NFL, but they still have to protect him. There's no point in not protecting him if he's the quarterback. So this probably would be the more sensible pick. And if they do decide to make a trade, you know, whoever comes in, ultimately he's going to have the support of having Cross there. So yeah, that does seem to be actually the more sensible pick. I just feel that they love defensive players in Seattle.
Here we go. This is a big pick for Pete Carroll and the Seattle Seahawks, who, quite frankly, are saying that they're in a winning mode and they're a winning organization. So let's see who they're going to pick. Charles Cross.
There we go.
Charles Cross. Well done, lads. He's really called that very well. It was leaked, 7
Colin called it, in fairness.
Charles Cross, OT, Mississippi State.
Great foot.
Who has got Charles Cross? Big boy. Look at the head in that class.
Well, there's question marks around his blocking on the run game. So, in terms and like Penny, the running back, had a really good time in Seattle towards the end of the season. They got Carlson, and they have running back, so it'll be interesting to see how he steps up there. One thing they did say was he's able to adjust very quickly to defensive changes in terms of what's coming at him. Picks up the blitz very well. His quickness and his length is significant, and he's got great footwork. It's all the attributes that everybody has said. The reason why he potentially could have been the first of the three to go, but in the end, we've kind of gone back to where we were a couple of months ago, where they felt Icky was number one, Neil was two, close behind him in two, and Charles Cross was lagging slightly behind in three. All three are really good players in their own right, and Seattle have made the sensible decision. I'm sure Pete Carroll might have been looking for something a little bit more exuberant or snazzy in terms of who they picked it, but it's the right player for where they are at the moment, bearing in mind their quarterback situation. The Jets are on the clock now with their second pick. Interesting.
It's an interesting one that the year that they move on from Russell Wilson is the year that they bring in a really solid tackle. He probably doesn't have, or the feeling is that he might not have the upside, certainly of Icky, or be as polished as Neil, but he's a very, very good player. The feeling is that he might be the best pass protector. He did play in an air raid offense, so there might be some concerns around that, but he certainly, for some, he was I know the number one offensive tackle that they had. I think people had different grades on them, but tackle is a position that it makes sense if you're going to go top 10, and he is there, and the top two cornerbacks are gone, and the pass rushers, the premier pass rushers are gone. It makes sense to go tackle. So yes, that makes sense for the Seahawks.
Is Seattle getting that pick whenever they traded Russell Wilson to the Denver Broncos? It's an interesting pick at 9. I don't think the Broncos would have went with that there. Jets, Brian, wide receiver.
Wide receiver, but what I'm finding interesting is they're taking their time with the selection. They're taking
their time because I work in the morning. That's fine.
Well, I think it's a situation they're not sure which one is the right one to. I suppose the Jets are in a situation, right? The right wide receiver to take, probably long term, is to go with Jamison Williams, but he's not going to be there at the start of the season. I touched on it on the show today. Whoever takes him needs him as a luxury, that they have good players there, that they can start the season with the players they have and then bring him in slowly. The Jets aren't in a position to do that. That's why I think they'll probably go with Garrett Wilson here. It's just come up there. Ian Rappaport was just on there saying there's not going to be any deal this evening between the Jets.
Yeah, I personally think that it's all talk, and it's been talk to try and extend this whole free agency bonanza that we've had, that we haven't slept by since.
But the players asked for a trade, Michael, so you can't say it's all talk. He wants to leave. He probably will get the.
I know, but it's down to the team to trade him at the end of the day. They clearly, like, John Lynch doesn't want to trade him.
It would have been
talking there about getting the right player.
Like if they're going to trade him, they should have traded him now, because they know what they're getting in terms of the picks. There's no point in doing a deal now with a team after the draft where you don't know what that team's position is going to be come next year. If they could trade him away to a team. Bengals went to the Super Bowl, 4 wins last year. They could trade away to a team that they think will have a poor season. They could have a good season. So I think that's gone now, to be honest. I think Debo will just have to go back and figure it all out. My guess is Garrett Wilson, wide receiver. Pick us in.
I think the most important thing here is, regardless if it's Garrett Wilson, if it's Jamison Williams, are they going to give Robert Saleh time? This team is nowhere near where it needs to be in terms of this division. Obviously, Jamison Williams coming off a torn ACL. Garrett Wilson has to be a wide receiver, but Robert Saleh has to be given an extended period of time, which I'm sure an esteemed organization like the New York Jets, who have been in this situation over the last few years in the NFL draft, will do. Colin, what's your thoughts? Williams? Olave?
It could be Olave. I don't think it'll be Jamison, because I think they need a guy who's going to be able to go week 1. So to me, Olave, Garrett Wilson, those are more likely. I do think it'll be wide receiver. I mean, look, it will be wide receiver given the guys. I mean, they went after Cooper. They went after Calvin Ridley. We know that the Falcons said they let them know. So to me, it's wide receiver. It has to be somebody from week 1.
Here we go.
Garrett Wilson.
Yeah.
There you go. Yippee. Don't know why I made that noise. Sorry, it's 2 a.m. here. Is it? It's 2:30 in the morning. I don't even know anymore. Garrett Wilson. Who is Garrett Wilson, boys?
Well, he was expected to be the first off the board, right? And the reason for that was game breaking speed, consistent separation from the cornerback. He's very explosive. He's a massive deep threat. 12 touchdowns last year, over 1,100 yards. And one thing to say is it's not about the explosive pace. It's the yards after the catch as well. He's great at coming into the slot, picking up the play there. And he can do he's a mixture of everything, and between him and Olave in Ohio State, they had equally good seasons, but everybody felt Wilson in particular was the better player because he has the more explosiveness. And this is what the Jets need. They need someone that can take the top off of defense. And he's one player that can do that. And going back to the Salah question, I think the Jets are actually moving really in the right direction. They've had a really strong free agency period. And they got 2 really stellar players tonight. In a cornerback and a wide receiver, so 2 players that can immediately impact the team on both on two different sides of the ball. It's a great pick. They probably felt that he wouldn't be there at 10.
Colin, he's got a bit of a build like CD Lamb. He's slender. He's tall. He's got speed.
Like a piece
It's
of
a nice
land.
pick for this Jets team. You might see him in London. Who knows?
Yeah, he's a guy who I suppose the thing you'd say probably he has to work on most is the physicality, because he's definitely going to get knocked around when it comes to the NFL. But great route runner, good speed, can probably play outside and in the slot. Really good kind of quick area or short area quickness. I suppose we'll have to get rid of the drops as well. He's had a few unfortunate drops, and that's something you just can't get away with in the NFL. So, but to me, he's a contributor from week 1, and for the Jets, they needed to put more pieces to help out Zach Wilson. I mean, essentially, for the Jets, for the GM, it's all going to come down to Zach Wilson, and he needs to take a massive step in year 2. But in fairness, they have given him a real weapon here in Wilson. So you'd have to say for the Jets, they've made good decisions, right? To get Sauce and to get Wilson with picks 4 and 10. Yeah, pretty solid.
Trade.
Oh, here we go. Saints are up to 11.
Just very quickly before we talk about this, just thanks everyone for their comments. I know that people are staying up late watching this, commenting. Keith, thank you. Declan saying will be huge for the Jets. This lad's hot. Big shout out there to Granny Pants Sweet. Going to bed. Great banter. Enjoyed the show.
I want to make a quick one there, Michael. Dave Arnell made a point there about if you want to jump it up there. Just before that, you said about Wilson. Yeah, inside net, which is the point I was making. He's explosive down the field, but he can also take it with the yards after catch. Colin said it. It's an immediate morning, boys. It's an immediate player for them. The Saints are up. Saints. They haven't.
And the NFL Network are taking a break. So who are we going to pick? If I am the GM of the New Orleans Saints and I've got Jameis Winston, the quarterback, and the $45 million man in, I literally forgot your man's name. How have I forgot your man's name? Quarterback. What do you call him? Runs. Doesn't do anything but runs.
Taysom
Hill.
I think this might be unusual. I think Kyle Hamilton, because we touched on it at the start of the show. We felt Stingley might go higher than what we expected. He did at 3. We felt that for a long time, Kyle Hamilton, All-American safety, was to be the guy that go in the top 10. We said I could see him dropping. And we had a conversation on our show the other day. Would Washington take a wide receiver at 11? They mightn't if Kyle Hamilton was there. And maybe that's the reason that the Saints are jumping up. But I don't know if it's a quarterback. Well, Declan thinks quarterback. I don't think there'd be a need to jump up to get a quarterback, because I think the quarterbacks are dropping anyway. So why make a jump from 16?
Bucky Brooks, Brian, predicted there'd be no quarterback picked in this draft. Do you boys now think that could be one? I still think the Steelers are going to pick one for the crack.
I said no quarterback in the first 10, so I got that part right, Michael. I just don't get it, because if you look who's coming up, right, you've got Washington who've just taken a quarterback. They're not going to take one. They've got Vikings at 12. You've got the Texans at 13. I can't recall who's coming in at 14. If you have the list there, but it didn't seem to be teams before the Saints that were after a quarterback. So the Saints could have sat there and potentially taken a quarterback at 16, which is why I don't think they're going to go QB here. I think they're moving up because the likes of Kyle Hampton is too good of a player, and it's within reach, and probably not having to give up a massive amount to the Washington team, they're looking to get picks back because of the Carson Wentz trade. So it makes sense for them to drop back a little bit. Interesting.
What do you think, Colin?
Yeah, I don't know what the Saints are going to do. For the Commanders, I suppose it makes a lot of sense, given that they gave up capital to go and get Carson Wentz. They wanted to acquire more. So to me, for them to go back makes a lot of sense. I think they were probably looking at Kyle Hamilton if you're the Commanders, but it didn't seem like there was a whole lot there for them. It wasn't an absolute must. So I'm wondering, we don't have the deals of what the Saints have given up, do we, as yet, in order to...
I'm not sure, but have they traded up and then have the Commanders swapped with their... Because it seems obviously have 2 picks, so...
Yeah, they haven't declared whether they're moving up from 16 or 19 yet, and they haven't compared it to what's been returned. They're on an ad break.
It's coming up in the next 15 picks. We've got the Saints. Well, the Saints were originally twice, the Eagles twice, the Packers twice. It's and the Chiefs twice. So it's going to be... This is the one thing we've seen, lads. Pro Football Talk put it out Flo earlier on. Tonight's a night where there are a few teams that don't have a pick, like my team doesn't have a pick, for example, and that the NFL might be concerned that maybe some people aren't going to be interested. I think people are still interested in this, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's the unknown. I think you saw Schefter tweet earlier. There was one NFL exec said it was the most unpredictable draft in 30 years. So as we're seeing,
overall pick, Washington gets a 16th. Third round pick as well, 98th, and the fourth round, 120th. So if my predictions are correct, Saints are back on the board 18 or 19 again.
Back in 19
but Washington gets a 16th pick. So the Saints must be panicking over someone. I'm going to guess Kyle Hamilton.
I just don't think it's worthy of jumping up 5 to get it for the quarterback, bearing in mind the teams that are ahead of them. For me, it's a case of Kyle Hampton is too good of a player to, and he's within grasp. You're giving away a third and a fourth. It's not a massive haul to give up, to move a few steps up. Now, unless they want to go wide receiver, because we did discuss on the show that because they have 2 picks, they might consider him wide receiver. Maybe Jamison Williams goes to the Saints at 11. They're taking their time in it anyway.
Yeah,
they are taking their time.
I suppose it will be interesting to see. Hamilton is the only knock right on Hamilton is the 40 time. That's essentially why he is slipped. Outside of that, everyone considers him a really, really good prospect. Maybe given that the wide receivers have started to come off the board, they have decided to jump up to get their guy. But it's an interesting one if you're jumping up to take a wide receiver.
And that's what's really changed. Like the wide receivers going early with those 2 now, it's really changed the order of this draft, and GM's thinking, here is big man Roger with about 4 hombres. I don't know what's going on.
Antonio Gonzalez Anthony is coming out, but he brought a lot of people out. Austin Eckler's up there as well.
Bolt up. Before
he makes the pick, just say he had a slow combine. His interviews weren't great, which is why he was dropping. He touched on. Before that, he was deemed to be one of the best players in this draft.
This is for Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah. Well, we're surmising. We don't know that yet. So,
well, I don't know. I'm ready to go because I've got Kyle Hamilton. I'm hoping I miss him so we can get it over.
I am on blind react for the night. I've deliberately not been.
Here we go.
Looking.
Anytime tonight, mate.
They're doing a lot of talking. Tony Gonzalez is doing a lot of talking, Colin.
You know what the great thing for us is while he's announcing this first game on Amazon? It's great for us that we're going to get to watch it on
Oh, there you go. Chiefs at Chargers is the first game on Amazon.
Chiefs Chargers. So there was rumors that it was going to be Broncos Chargers.
Peter King put that out on Monday.
That can mean it's Broncos Rams kicking off.
He sent that into the group on Monday, Michael. Peter King said it. Chiefs at Chargers.
Senor King believes it's the Bills or the Broncos against the Rams. So I'll take his word. Here we go.
No, they're still talking about the fact they've
Oh,
announced the game.
Christ.
So it was always going to be an AFC West game. We knew that, and look, they picked a great one.
But but seriously, like the thing for us, it's a real, like for the European fan base, we're going to be ahead of the game than people in the States that are watching it a minute behind. It's going to be great. It's brilliant. So Amazon, well done. Thank you so much. I think eventually Amazon lads they'll probably have the Thursday night games over here or something, but that's a discussion for another show. We're just trying to buy time here before.
They're taking the time. They've got. I hope they're not going off. Oh, they're all going off.
They're going off, aren't they?
Roger's hanging around.
You better be bloody hanging around, I tell you.
Well, look, what's the appetite for the second Thursday of the season?
Al Michaels and the guy from ESPN's college coverage are the commentators. I don't know his name. Are the commentators on the Amazon coverage? So Al Michaels moving from NBC. ESPN will have a Super Bowl now with NBC.
Here we go.
And here's the pick. That was good filler. Chris Olave.
Oh,
Chris Olave is going live.
Wide receiver. Well, that's a tournament for the Bucks.
So let's see. I can't even get I'm just going to get this up on the screen so somebody talk. I love when this happens.
He's lightning quick. I think that's the thing, and I suppose bringing him in means we know Jameis has a big arm. And there have been issues with Michael Thomas. We know that maybe he's back. If Michael Thomas paired with Chris Olave, then you have pretty nice weapons there in terms of what the Saints can do. It'll be interesting to see what they do with their second pick in the first, and that will probably help understand this. But giving up an extra third and fourth for Olave is an interesting move.
Yeah, Olave, lads, is a really, really interesting option because first off, I think for a start, this completely changes up the order of the rest of this draft. I think if you're looking at the Packers and looking at what they were going to do going down the stretch, I think they now start to panic. They might trade up. But more importantly, Olave, boys, this is a guy that was a 3-year starter at Ohio State. He never reached 1,000 yards receiving in the season, but he had steady production. He's got really, really good speed, but he's got an average body type. And the thing that could really be interesting is how he develops that there. But he's a polished pass catcher. He's dependable. He's probably going to be a productive wide receiver too for the Saints. That is Chris Olave going to the Saints. Brian, what's your thoughts? Do you think this changes up the whole far into the draft now? Because genuinely, the Packers now you got Treylon Burks there. You've got
the Vikings are on the clock, and I don't think the Vikings are in the game for a quarterback, or sorry, for a wide receiver. So I think they're
going to go the Greek god.
No, I think they're more likely to go cornerback, or maybe potentially offensive line. It'd be interesting. The Vikings can go a number of positions. I suppose when we sat down today and went through the show, there was a number of kind of positions we looked at for them. And the Lions have traded up to 12. So there you go. It's all going off here.
Oh, and the pick's in?
And the pick is in.
Jesus. So they went from 32 to 12. They traded with Minnesota. We've got a guest coming on in a few moments as well. Jerry Foley's coming on, Brian, yeah?
Yeah.
If the Lions have gone up, you'd have to imagine potentially it's a QB. But again, that'll be interesting.
Oh. Could be a wide receiver, no?
Maybe.
Let's say if they go with another wide receiver column, this has completely blown the
yeah, I know. If they do, absolutely. Away. But to jump 20 for a wide receiver, it's an interesting one, certainly. Let's see. I'm not surprised the Vikings traded out. I think they were really looking to do that. I don't think there was anyone there that they said if Stingley had fallen, they would have absolutely loved that. But I think once that wasn't there for them, it made a lot of sense. And I imagine when they saw the Saints move up with the Commanders, they may have thought, we'd love to. But the Lions coming in, I would say the Vikings changed out, different regime, but similar traits. They like to have a lot of picks. They like to have a lot of opportunities. So, and they have a lot of holes to fill. So it makes a lot of sense.
I'm just taken back by it. This is where it's getting interesting. It says waiting for
It's getting saucy, isn't it?
Yeah. It's that one I didn't see. And it just be interesting to see where they go here because they could go in a number of positions.
I think they're going to go wide receiver. And if I had to guess, the best wide receiver still on the board is Jamison Williams. If they pick Jamison Williams, not Jamison, Rihanna sitting here. If they pick him this whole draft, every mock draft has went to crap. And this draft is blowing up. And the Green Bay Packers, the teams with 2 Kansas City Chiefs, the Eagles probably are going to get their men. Like the Eagles haven't drafted a linebacker in how long? It's all falling into place, but it has to be Williams, surely, at 12 for the Lions. If they've been up, they've panicked, and now they're trying to do one over the Green Bay Packers. So 12 overall pick, and the second round pick, the 46th pick for the Lions, the Vikings get the 32nd, which was originally the Rams pick, and 2 other picks as well. Is that good value? We'll find out in a minute. Ooh.
Well, they haven't put the pick in. So general consensus. Interesting.
I mean, again, I'm deliberately not even looking at Twitter, but I would have thought if you're going up 20 spots, it would be for QB.
Here we go. It has to be a wide receiver, surely.
Traded the 12th pick to the Detroit Lions with the 12th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select Jamison Williams. Whoa.
Yeah.
Williams. Ooh.
Well,
I'll tell you what, this is unbelievable. Coming off a torn ACL, boys, but if he's healthy and he develops well in this league, Hutchinson, now Williams, some great young talent on this Detroit roster.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy who is, on paper, certainly the most explosive receiver. He's unbelievable in terms of when he has the ball in his hands. I think I saw PFF had him that he averaged 20 yards per catch. Obviously had the ACL injury, but by all accounts, surgery went well. He's coming back. Little bit thin, but Devonta Smith showed that it is possible to be a productive wide receiver in the NFL if you can get separation, and he can certainly get separation. The other knock you have is that he transferred. He transferred out of Ohio State because he had difficulties. But we have our guest, and he looks a happy man.
Hey guys!
You know what? I feel really bad about this, Jerry. Can you hear? Like, I mean, I don't think we can hear you.
Oh, we can.
Oh my God! What's going on, guys?
God. You were dancing in the background. Can I just, first off, folks, welcome to Jerry Foley. And before we get into the Giants talk, that's an incredible pick there now, isn't it? That's completely shook up the whole thing. Number 12.
Yeah. Yes. Shocking, actually. Very good pick, though.
Yeah. There was.
But I have a one-track mind now, guy. Right now, I have a one-track mind. I'm sorry.
Well, we'll jump into it, Jerry. Look, we on your podcast, and large contingent of Giants fans thought at 5 we're going O-line, and at 7, if we were to be fortunate for Kayvon to drop to 7, we'd be all ecstatic and we're walking away for it. He was at 5, but the way the offensive line guys were dropping, it was the right thing to go with, take him at 5, and then I think they were comfortable with every one of this they were getting at 7.
Yeah. So when Stingley went 3, if the Jets didn't take a lineman, I was saying out loud, wow, the Giants can now take the highest player on their board at 5 and still get their guy and still get a lineman at 7. And that's apparently what they did. What's stunning to me, and this is what's different with Shane than his predecessor and from Jerry Reese, all week long, all you heard was the Giants were scared by Thibodeau and they loved Cross. And maybe they had Sauce Gardner as their one, but all you heard was scared by Thibodeau. And they didn't like his answers. And there it is at 5. And you take arguably the most talented guy in the whole draft at 5. I mean, he was the consensus one when the college football season started last year. And then because of the year Hutchinson had, I get why he moved up. But Thibodeau was the man. It was the guy, wow, if we stink again, maybe we can get this guy. We got him at 5, and we got our tackle at 7. Like, it could not have gone better for me, for Giant fans. This was incredible.
Sorry, one more. I said before earlier on, the reason I felt it was Neil over Cross was Neil can play essentially across the line. He probably will go in at right tackle, essentially now left tackle Thomas and right tackle going forward with Neil. But there's versatility there that they have to move him in during the season. That's there for them as well, the flexibility.
Right, but Shane already said he's going to be their right tackle tonight. So it was an obvious move, but yeah, he's more interchangeable. So the value now, like finally the Giants are getting value at these picks. The value at 5, the value at 7. I did the mock draft a month ago, and I had a feeling that Ekwonu and Neal were going to be there at 5. I didn't see the corners going first. I thought Thibodeau was going to go already. So it kind of played out that way. But then the fact that Thibodeau was there, we had Rick Saratella on who said, if Thibodeau was there at 5, you get on your rollerblades and you roll up to the podium. And that's what, apparently what they did. What was comical was at 7, I thought they would wait a bit. I thought maybe they'll trade down here if the deal's good enough. Maybe they'll get Cross a few picks later. But it was, I think a minute in and it said, the pick is in. And you thought, all right, they're going to take Neal. So didn't know what they were going to do at 7.
Sorry, Colin, I thought you were going to go.
Yeah, Colin, go ahead. Sorry.
The Eagles are on the clock, Jerry, which is so they made a bit of a move up.
Going to try and ruin my night.
Yeah, it'd be interesting in what to see now. Things have kind of gone a little bit haywire because no one saw the Saints moving up to 11 and certainly not the Lions moving up as high as they have from 22.
No, and no, I thought if they moved up, they'd reach for a quarterback. I give these teams credit for not reaching. I thought Pickett or Willis would be a reach, but yeah, they didn't do it. I'm a little surprised by that. I thought the Saints would reach, but they didn't. So I don't know what Philly's going to do here. I have no idea. It could be, maybe I don't know. They're capable of anything, guys.
I have a feeling it might be Kyle Hamilton.
I'm afraid of that. Oh man, you said it. It's going to make my life a living hell.
Can you see the Giants picking anybody else tonight? They looked quite happy whenever that second pick came in, and they looked like they were not done for the night, but they were shaking hands, looking like they were going to dinner.
Yeah, I would call it a night. You can't beat this. Don't trade up and give up pick. You need so much more still, guys. You need a tight end. You need a corner. You need a safety. You could argue you need a linebacker. You probably need a center. So they still need a ton. They need all these picks unless they absolutely fall in love with someone. Just stand pat, and if anything, trade down a bit, and maybe round 2 trade down. But I think they're just gonna.
The last time we moved up late in the 4th round, it was DeAndre Baker's, and the less said about that, the better. Right?
Yeah. Let's not do that again.
Jerry, I'm interested in your thoughts. Like 2 really, really good picks. I think I was really big on Thibodeau. Evan Neal, probably the most polished of the tackles.
Yeah. Yep.
Some talk over the past couple of days, kind of out of nowhere, around some medical concerns, but very vague around that. Where do you think that smoke was? That the Giants themselves kind of putting it out there?
Who knows, man? That stuff comes up all the time. You think some teams put that out there so that everyone else stays away? I have no idea. We talk about it all the time. These guys rise like stocks. They fall like stocks, sometimes for no reason. Stingley, here's a perfect example, right? Stingley was the consensus 1 corner for 8 months. All of a sudden, there was a foot issue. Then he runs a 4.35, rocketed back up. Then he's the number 1 corner again. So, if this draft was a month from now or 2 weeks from now, there could be, the top 7 could be different. So it is what it is right now. I think it was, maybe there were some concerns, but maybe the Giants put it out there. I have no idea.
Jerry, I think you'd probably say very well in your own podcast, but it's night and day in terms of how a Giants fan feels right now compared to how it was even last year with Gettleman. Like there was no offensive line taken last year when Slater was there. Right. We've had a Tony situation over the past few weeks, and then there was no offensive line guys taking a free agency. And come August in training camp, he says everything's fine. We trust this line. We all knew it was a problem, but he's come in immediately. He signed 3 offensive line guys in free agency, not marquee signings, but significant. And then obviously what we've done tonight, like how did these guys not see it? What we're seeing last year, and how it's all coming about now?
It's pathetic, isn't it? It's pretty pathetic. Yeah, look, I think it was Chris asked Gettleman point blank, like, did you think you needed linemen? No, we're fine with what we have. And everyone just shook their heads. And all along we just thought, well, maybe they know something we don't. They see these guys every day. I have no idea. but our instincts were this line's terrible. And to pass on Slater was criminal. Now you end up a year later with Neal, which is great. But yeah, talk about night and day. You got Glowinski and Feliciano who really could start. You just added your right tackle. Lemieux's coming back. So right now the line, if nothing changes, is Thomas, Lemieux, Feliciano, Glowinski, and Neal. And that's at least serviceable. At least there's going to be holes for Barkley. There's going to be time for Jones to throw. So you said it, man, night and day compared to what the hell happened last year, especially. My God.
The Eagles selection's coming in.
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
Yeah. We're just
so afraid.
Defensive player, maybe? Linebacker?
Is it Kobe Dean?
Oh, he's doing some announcement of some other alternatives.
Okay.
It's great the way he pops up onto the podium and then he spends 10 minutes talking about something else, Jerry.
Yeah.
Just while we're waiting, Jerry, just very quickly, tomorrow night, who do the Giants go after in round 2?
If a guy like Linderbaum's there, it's going to be hard for them to avoid him. There's the corner from Florida. I just have a feeling I think it's going to be Linderbaum. I just do. I think he's going to be there and he's going to be too good to pass up. He's the kind of guy, he's like basically your Jason Kelsey. He's going to be your center for the next. I think they're going to continue to build the line.
Jordan Davis.
Yeah.
The guy
that's fine. He's a good player, but I'd rather have that than Kyle Hamilton.
Interesting. Kyle Hamilton's dropping down so far. Final question from me, Jay. I know you want to get back and enjoy the evening.
Guys, I'm enjoying this. I'll talk about this with you all you want. Oh my God.
We've already spoke about it this evening. It was no surprise they didn't pick up the 5th year on Daniel. I mean, it's a make or break year for him, and
right.
We shouldn't be challenging next year, so it allows them to have one more year to look at him.
Yeah, and I don't want to say it's a shot, but they picked up the 5th year on Dexter Lawrence, which was same draft class, obviously much different position. But if you're Daniel Jones, you're like, wow, it really is make or break for him, right? I mean, they picked up the option on Dexter Lawrence. I didn't think they would do that. I think he's been average. I think he's okay. I think Dable does love him. I think he likes his talent, but I was surprised they even did that. So yeah, no surprise they didn't pick up Jones. It's make or break for him. And that's why I kept thinking if the Giants may trade down from 7th, they can get a 1 next year because then they have 2 1s and they hedge their bet a bit for quarterback. But let's face it, if Jones has another bad year, Giants will be picking high again and they can get their quarterback in next year's draft. So,
yeah.
Well, certainly it's been, I think, a happy offseason for the Giants thus far. And hopefully, Jerry, we can get you on when training camp kicks off in July and maybe do a little bit of a season preview for the New York Football Giants. But we want to thank you for being so generous with your time tonight on draft night. And I think you're a happy man. So is Brian O'Leary. So thanks very much for taking the time to chat to us.
Guys, thanks for having me. I'll always love coming on anytime. Thanks so much.
Jay, take care.
Thanks a million very much, Jerry. At Giant Insider on Twitter. We're going to look, and thanks again to Jerry for coming on. Obviously very, very busy tonight. Jordan Davis going to the Eagles. Spoke to our guy Justin out in Vegas yesterday. Seems like good crack, lads. Jordan Davis, a really, really interesting pick.
Was Jordan Davis getting mixed up yesterday between the Irish and the English, Michael? During the interview?
Oh, come on now.
No, I mean that. No, I don't mean that in any derogatory way. I thought it was quite funny. I thought it was hilarious the way he got into his fish and chips and his.
Irish fish and chips are better than English fish and chips.
I won't get into that either.
To me, this I think it's a great pick. I think it makes a lot of sense when you consider where the Eagles are at. I mean, they can ease this guy in. I suppose the question around him is him playing all 3 downs essentially, right? But what he's a special athlete. When you see a man of his size and the pace he can run at, it is quite phenomenal. He's a guy who they can ease in, right? They've had Fletcher Cox, who's kind of coming towards the end. He signed another 1-year deal. So I think it makes a lot of sense to be able to bring him in. And the fact that he's a unique kind of player. I think the Ravens would have been another team who really would have liked to have him. He has a lot of development work to do, but again, he doesn't have to be the guy for the Eagles from day one. And I think that will really help his development. he is. We spoke with Sam Monson about him, so we know that there is work to do in terms of particularly against the run. But his sheer size and his kind of ferociousness means that he's going to cause problems for opponents. Just by being there, he's going to close the pocket.
This draft is moving quite quickly this evening. I know there's been a few trades.
Ravens picks in.
We're moving at a level. The Ravens pick is in. I'm going to suggest here they go. I think they might go Trevor Penning here, offensive line. I think this would be a good fit for him to go there. Saw the interview earlier, seen some of the stuff. Do you think it's a little bit raw? But I think he'd be a good fit. I think the Eagles have jumped ahead of the Ravens. I think the Ravens, maybe they got the feeling that the Ravens were keen on Jordan Davis. We had suggested that on our show earlier in the week that could be a potential fit for the Ravens. So maybe that's the reason why they jumped up. But for me, it could be offensive line here. Whereas cornerback potentially, but I think that's probably the safest option, which is in the round where we expected Penning to go. Anything from 10 to 15. Kyle Hamilton is plummeting here, isn't he?
Yeah, to me, I suppose edge is another possibility. Kyle Hamilton or Penning. I mean, all of those give you something. So
Jermaine Johnson has dropped down as well, considering bearing in mind everybody felt he was going to go top 10.
Yeah, he got talked. I felt he was talked into the top 10. I'm less surprised to see him fall than say Hamilton. But I do think that's exactly why the Eagles went up, because I do think the Ravens were definitely taking Jordan Davis, and I think the Eagles looked at it and said, this is the type of player who can make a real difference, so let's go and get him.
Yeah, and I'm sure there was conversations all throughout the week that Howie Roseman was going to make that move. It was just a case of when, especially when having they have another pick coming at 18. So
they do, and they're not really known to be picking certain positions, so I can't wait to see who they're going to pick at 18. This Baltimore pick's interesting. I'd love to see Trevor Penning go there. I watched that interview back, obviously, on the pre-show tonight, and it was a really enjoyable interview. Seems like a really, really genuinely.
Here he comes. Here he comes.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select
Kyle Hamilton.
Kyle Hamilton.
Here was me thinking Brian seen the tweet and was guessing very smartly about Trevor Penning, but fair play, Brian. You're not. Kyle Hamilton. I think I've got Kyle Hamilton, haven't I? Notre Dame, Kyle Hamilton. Unfortunately, he'll not be playing in Dublin next year. He'll be playing for the Baltimore Ravens, and Harbour as the head coach. Kyle Hamilton, lads, 2-year starter at Notre Dame. He played field safety and Marcus Freeman's scheme. Obviously, Marcus Freeman now the head coach. Look, he can frustrate a quarterback with all the ways he can impact the game, but he's going to need a defensive scheme like the Ravens to understand how to maximize the talent that he has. He's a bit like Justin Simmons and Isaiah Simmons. He's got real potential, but in the position that he's in, he needs. I'm just seeing Ian Rappaport said Hollywood Brown is going to the Arizona Cardinals. Wow.
What a trade.
Jesus. Trade.
Interesting.
That's me being took off by Rappaport. Colin, do you want to give your thoughts on this move? It's a very interesting pick by the Ravens, who have got their man.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Hamilton. I think he is a safety who can do it all. You never know with interviews how much to read into it. I think if you just go off the tape, he's kind of a guy who could be a corner piece of a defense. Very, very smart. Could potentially be a green dot at safety, and with the way the game has evolved, having the safety as the green dot seems to be the way a lot of teams are going. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that. There will be a change with obviously Wink Martindale leaving the Ravens. There will be something of a change there. So it will be something of a new system. You imagine they'll still be aggressive, but bringing in a guy who has the intelligence, I think it makes a lot of sense. If you are moving to a new system, you want a guy who can come in, and I think plug and play from day one. Yes, there is work to be done, but there's work to be done for everyone. But it makes a lot of sense for the Ravens.
Has the ability to play linebacker as well. He's played in linebacker practice at periods during Notre Dame. Tackling abilities there. Saw some of the stuff that's coming up there and it's great in some of his play. I mean, call him an All-American player for no reason. He's around the field. He can tackle. He can stack the box, be the 8 man in the box. He's got it all. I think it just came down to what we saw over the past 2 months, and sometimes these things are just overtaught, and you take too long to think about these things. But he said he had a bad combine. His interviews were poor, but you look at the play of last year at Notre Dame. Everybody felt he was going to go higher than that. It's a great pick for the Ravens, and I think it got to a stage where the Ravens realized he's such a good player. Well, there was very little talk of the Ravens going after a safety. I think it was one of those situations, and we spoke about the other day that they were in a position, having had a season where they were flawed by so many injuries and still had an opportunity to make the playoffs 2 games out, that they were in a position that they could take the best player available. And certainly looks like he's the guy that's dropped back. Texans who have moved back from 13 are now on the clock, so it'll be interesting to see. They're probably going to get a player that they probably were after anyway because they haven't moved too far back.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick now for the Texans. Obviously, all these picks with the Deshaun Watson trade, if you were living under a rock for the last 6 months, Deshaun Watson is now in the Cleveland Browns organization. And Colin, what's your thoughts going into this pick? I'm just hoping that Lovie Smith picks the pick quickly because I'm aiming for a 5 a.m. bedtime.
I don't know what exactly the Texans. Again, there are plenty of holes that the Texans need to fill. You'd have to say with Lovey there, they may well go defense, but we shall see. Is the pick in?
Yeah,
here's the pick. Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green, guard, offensive line. So Penning didn't go. Green went ahead of him. That's an interesting one.
Kenyon Green, gentlemen. What's your thoughts on this? So getting the IOL for the Texans. Texans really bulking up in defense.
Yeah, and he's come from Texas A&M, so he's not going to go far. Like a lot of talk, he's very versatile. He's a consistent performer throughout his seasons there. He can play across the line. Last year, he played 4 spots along the line, and he was twice the offensive line player of the week in the SEC. So a lot of people were talking about him moving up the board over the past few weeks. For a long time, people felt Penny would go ahead of him, but you look at the versatility, you look at the consistency of his play throughout last year, and the fact that he played 4 spots over the course of the season, it means the Texans can plug and play and potentially move him around and obviously find the best spot for him. It's a good pick. Makes sense for the Texans. We spoke earlier about potentially them taking an offensive line at 3. They've obviously gone a different direction there with the cornerback, but they've obviously felt these guys further down the line on the offensive line in terms of their board were good enough to pick one up, later in the draft. Sorry, Michael, quick one. The Ravens trade with Hollywood Brown. The Ravens are back on the clock at 23. And there's a 3rd round pick involved. So the Cardinals have no 1st round pick this year. The Ravens are back on the clock at 23.
The Cards gave up a 1st for Hollywood Brown.
Yeah, stunning. Let's not try to get away from this offensive line pick. Maybe we'll come to that shortly when the Ravens come back. I know I could see it in Colin's face. He can't believe. I couldn't believe. I thought it was.
I seen it as well and thought, should we even talk about this? Like, Colin, Kenyon Green's a good pick for the Texans, but he's quite bad on penalties. I know that sounds familiar for me and you, but do you think that could be worked for him? He does struggle with his balance as well.
Well, I think they obviously feel that they can coach him up. I think they're probably looking at the versatility and the physicality. You do need somebody with a nasty streak on the line, and that versatility is key as well. We've seen that become really, really important. I think the other thing is the Texans were really and rightly impressed with Davis Mills last year. Davis Mills had a really solid season. I mean, Davis Mills, not to look, the others should go on to have better careers, and sometimes it takes time, but you would have to be impressed by what Davis Mills did in that first year. So bringing in extra help to give him the time, we know he's a big arm. I'll go back to it again. He had 4 games last year of more than 300 yards passing. So he is capable of doing it. So to me, bringing in, I don't know if that's what I would have done, because I think there were other options if you wanted to go O-line and kind of look at that. But if you're going to go with him over, say, Zion, it's probably for the aggression that he brings, and probably is kind of telling of where Lovie Smith wants to take that team.
I said it previously with the last pick. I really liked Brian, this Lovie Smith head coaching gig. Sorry, I'm getting tired all of a sudden for no reason. Head coaching gig for the Houston Texans, as my skybox was in the standby mode, which just sums up this draft in general. And
But a lot of
he
people,
does
a lot of Texans
lean
fans,
a lot. That's the only thing. So there are a few issues there, but if they can get it sorted, Brian, it'll be sweet.
a lot of Texan fans were quite surprised that Lovie Smith got the job, more so because the previous head coach, his name escapes me now, had done a reasonably good job there last year, and they didn't see why he should be removed, bearing in mind the expectations going into the season and how they finished the season off once they weren't winning games. They were being very competitive, and they saw a lot from Davis Mills, so it was a bit of a shock that he was, removed from the role, only for Lovie Smith, who was there as defense coordinator, to step in to the role. But as I said on the tour pick, it didn't surprise me in a way that they went defense, because from his days in Chicago, he loves defensive players, and in particular he loves a secondary. So, but look, in the end, sense prevailed on the second pick. They need an offensive line, and they've got, looks like, a really good guy there. So Washington's pick is in. I'd imagine they're going to go wide receiver here.
Shout out to the Washington fans in the UK and Ireland partying tonight in Edinburgh. I wanted to give that a shout out. Was it the GM recorded the video for him? I thought it was very classy. I'm really enjoying seeing the 49ers fans are over shouting at the pick. I heard about this the other day and I couldn't say anything. The 49ers flew them out, and they're representing the team for the European fan base. I think it's fantastic to see how the game is growing. The pick is in. We're waiting on the pick to be announced.
It'd be interesting to see where they go, because we've been speaking so much about the fact that they need to complement Scary Terry with a player, and Wilson, London, Williams, Olave gone. You're down to the second tier guys, which is Burks, Pickens, Dotson, Watson. Will they go with a wide receiver? Will they feel that the guys in which they originally wanted are gone? Interesting to see what they do. No idea what Washington are going to do.
What do you think, Colin?
Yeah, I'm everyone I kind of thought that the Commanders might go with is gone. So the fact that they're picking here, it is kind of, do they at this point reach because they want the wide receiver? Do they take a chance on, say, getting a really talented player? Could Ojabo go here? Because
it's at 16. Jesus, that'd be nice.
But
here we go.
The talent is there, but he needs to come back. Obviously, here
we go.
You're missing him.
Jahan Dotson. This is Jeff Reinbold's favorite wide receiver in the draft. Penn State.
Yeah, he's super quick. You would have to say, I suppose, all of these, and how many times can we say it, but ultimately what you're looking at is all of these wide receivers have something about them, but none of them are absolutely superstars. But equally, we have seen wide receivers go later. Justin Jefferson wasn't the first wide receiver off the board and has had a phenomenal career to date, and you imagine he's going to continue to improve on that. Yeah,
we've got a bomb. Can I announce it? Yeah, the Eagles are trading for Titans wide receiver AJ Brown.
Good night, and talk to you tomorrow. Look.
Good luck to it, Brian. All the best.
That
Brian gone. Right. Anyway, Colin, now we're going to get into. I'm back.
Just as well Jerry got off when he did.
Post watershed here, yeah.
I just want to talk about Dotson and Dotson only, yeah.
Wow, that is.
So Dotson, anyway. Before we go on, Penn State, right? Yeah. Colin touched on it. His stats last year: 91 receptions, over 1,100 yards, 12 touchdowns, and the amount of times the quarterback Sean Clifford missed him when he was wide open. They said if there was a more efficient quarterback playing for Penn State last year, his numbers would have been off the charts, and he would have been a lot further up the board. Everybody felt he was going to go between 24 and 22. He ended up going at 16, so maybe they recognised the offense in which he was playing in last year. The Chargers are picking already. I imagine it's penning. Can't see why they wouldn't be. They put the pick in very quickly.
Go to here. Zion Johnson,
Zion
Paul McGee
Johnson.
thought was going to go to the Patriots.
Did say that. We did say potentially he could be one that could be up there with Penny.
Yeah, look, Zion is a fantastic talent. We talked a little bit about him the other night. We talked about him with Jim Nagy. This is potentially the smartest player in the entire draft. Everyone you talk to says he is going to be a star no matter what he does. Everyone talks about the fact that he is brilliant in the locker room. He didn't try football until his junior year of high school. He ended up going to Davidson, which I have been to in North Carolina, a smaller school, then transferred over to BC. Everyone talks about how composed he is, the level of concentration that he brings. He just doesn't let his concentration drop throughout. When reading about the draft, honestly, in the lead up to this, almost everyone said he's consensus to be a very good player. The feeling was he might have the lowest, floor of anyone in the draft, because the feeling was he is going to be no matter what happens, he's going to be a good NFL player. He could be a great NFL player, but he's certainly a guy who starts immediately, makes your team better, both on and off the field, because of what he brings. And when you hear Jim Nagy talk about him in such glowing terms, I think that is very telling. I think the Chargers have made a lot of moves in this offseason. This is the one I'm almost most impressed by.
We're going to bring in a guest here in a little second. Mo Egger's going to come on. Mo, if you want to give us a thumbs up, we'll bring you in. Yeah, he's good. Mo, welcome in, obviously, Cincinnati, ESPN. Look, great to chat to you before the Super Bowl. Commiserations, but now looking forward to this draft tonight. Welcome in.
It's good to be with you guys. I'm from a place called Frickers on the north side of Cincinnati. We are in the break from a broadcast. So what's going on?
Awesome. Well, here, if you need to jump off, you jump off. It's all good. It's live. It's all good.
No problem.
Mo, just very quickly, I know we'll talk some Bengals in a wee second. It's just coming through right now. Trade Tennessee now in Pickett team. AJ Brown going to the Eagles. I mean, this offseason is ridiculous. Yeah,
it fits the tone, right? I mean, you sort of thought like we'd get to the draft and things would calm down a little bit, and you're like, all right, well, you know what? There's still some dominoes that are going to fall. Baker Mayfield, the Deebo Samuel thing, Jimmy Garoppolo, and it just keeps coming, man. I mean, the amount of player movement, it is nice from a Bengals perspective to see a good player go to the NFC, because it's felt like the entire offseason has been about players going from the NFC to the AFC. So I guess A.J. Brown is no longer a concern. But this is the fun part of the draft. This is the fun part of a sports offseason, the transactional part where big names are moving, and the NFL has never had an offseason like this.
No, everyone we talked to, I think Peter King even said, as long as he's been covering the league, he's never seen it like this. Mo, what is your expectation, not in terms of a player, but what are the Bengals going to look in terms of position? What do you think they might do this evening?
Well, I've said often, we always talk about team needs, and needs are relative, right? I don't think the Bengals have any needs. I think they have wants. I think, I said often, if the season started right now, you'd feel pretty good about their chances. Maybe not necessarily as favorites to get to the Super Bowl, but they're certainly in the mix. You'd feel like they'd have a pretty good chance. So, all right, that being said, what do they want to do? I think they want to fortify some areas where they could use some short-term depth. So you start at cornerback, as far as I'm concerned, where I'm really intrigued by the possibility of adding a guy who essentially makes Eli Apple their fourth corner. If Eli Apple, who is the butt of a lot of jokes, but still, if Eli Apple is your fourth corner, that's a pretty good quartet. So I start there. They're going to draft the defensive tackle at some point. They could use some depth there. I also think the safety position is interesting because both Jesse Bates and Von Bell have contracts that expire at the end of this season. So I think you're looking at long-term solutions there. And look, the theme of the offseason has been addressed the offensive line. I don't think they're necessarily done there. They are going to have an open battle for the left guard position during training camp. I think they at the very least add a player that they can throw into that mix. But I think the real interesting thing for the Bengals, quite frankly, is when we, especially on a night like tonight where there's been just, insanity unfolding around the NFL, what happens if they get to 31 and one of the quarterbacks is on the board of the trio of Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis, and Desmond Ritter. Is there a team that says, I want a 5th year of that guy, so I'm going to move back into the first round? I believe that if the Cincinnati Bengals had their way tonight, they would trade the 31st pick, add some draft capital. Their MO in recent years has been to move down with their 2nd-round pick. A 31st pick in the first round is sort of like a 2nd-round pick. I think they'd like to add some draft capital with a team or in a trade with a team that is looking for a quarterback. However, we haven't had one get taken, and so it's going to be interesting to see how things unfold over the next dozen or so picks.
No, when the Lions moved up, significantly in terms of where they are at 32 to get Jamison Williams, a lot of people probably felt they were coming up for the quarterback. A lot of people felt Jamison Williams would probably go later in the first round because of the injury. Were you surprised how early he went?
Yeah, a little bit. There was just this run on wide receivers, and you thought, okay, well, it's that group of guys that had no major injury concerns, and then there was going to be Jamison Williams, and so was there going to be, a gap between the players that went at that position and then Jamison, or was there going to be a run? And now a team is like, all right, well, we wanted a wide receiver. If we don't take a stab at Jamison Williams, then who's it going to be? Or did they draft because of need more than the actual player involved? I was a little bit surprised, to a degree that some of the teams you thought would take a quarterback actually did not. But yeah, I think the Jamison Williams thing, especially with the maneuver to get him, is a little bit of a surprise.
Mo, just last one for me, man. Looking ahead to Friday, Saturday, what sort of value do you see for the Bengals going into the 2nd and 3rd round? What positions do you want them to improve on most?
Well, I think if you look at recent history, you could use it as a guide. So last year, they needed edge rushers. They used the later rounds to take multiple edge rushers. They took 3. 2 years ago, linebacker. They took 3 linebackers, one of whom is Logan Wilson, who's kind of a cornerstone of this team. I think this is going to be a defense-heavy draft for this team. That doesn't mean they're not going to take a wide receiver at some point to add depth. It doesn't mean they're not going to take a tight end, which I actually think those possibilities for this team are pretty intriguing. But I think if let's say they take a corner tonight, then I could see them. I wouldn't preclude them from taking a corner later. But then I think the strategy is going to be take multiple defensive tackles. I think if they somehow get a defensive tackle in round 1, I think certainly you're going to see them take multiple corners. That has kind of been their MO. We'll address a position maybe without a premium pick, but with multiple picks. And again, if they trade out of 31, then I think you could see them use multiple picks at multiple positions. But I think by and large, when we look at this Bengals draft class at the end of it, it's going to be pretty heavily weighted towards defense. And given what they've done so far here in the offseason, you can understand why.
Mo, you are on a break, so we appreciate you taking the time. We would love to talk to you again over the summer, maybe when training camp starts, and we can talk a little bit, what the way the Bengals season may play out. But thank you for taking the time to join us this evening. We really, really appreciate it.
Anytime, guys. I'm glad we can make it happen. Enjoy the rest of your, early morning. Have fun. Enjoy the draft.
Early morning, indeed. Cheers, Mo. All the best.
All right.
Hey, Mo Egger, fantastic. Follow at Mo Egger on Twitter. Brian, you didn't get a question in there at the end. Sorry. Treylon Burks, Titans. Like, the internet is going crazy here. I hope that if you're watching this Irish Titans, that you're okay. I could have sworn they said they were going to bed. Oh, lads. Here, Treylon Burks. So do you think, lads, that like the Titans have just looked at what's on the board there and thought they've got the value there for AJ Brown and they're going to take a punt here on Treylon Burks? I honestly am shocked at this move. I thought everyone talked about Debo, but this is really blowing it up.
A lot of similarities to his play in terms of what they got from Brown. Like his size, frame, he's tough, physical, dangerous after the catch, 50-50 on the jump balls, solid hands. It's the type of stuff you saw from AJ Brown. His pro day wasn't fantastic. He was quite slow. There is concern around how he separates from DBs, but that's the type of stuff we've seen with wide receivers come into the league. His stats last year, 11 touchdowns, over 1,100 yards. He's a player that a lot of people were linking towards the Packers. They felt he had similar kind of makeup to what we'd see from Devontae Adams. So Titans have moved up. They probably recognised they weren't going to get a deal done with Brown. It wasn't going to work out. They've just announced the contract there. He's getting 100 million over 3 or 4 years. They gave him 57 million in the first year or something. The Eagles have already given him the contract he wants. It's astronomical money. The Titans are never going to pay that for, and he wasn't a first round pick. Let's not forget he was only a second round pick, so he would have been on the shorter term contract and not at the money that the first rounders got. So massive payday for him. Big move for the Eagles, and the Titans immediately have replaced him with a wide receiver, and they still got their own pick coming up at 28, I believe.
Colin, it really spices up the NFC East, and just in case you're butted into here about any of us, the picks in for the Saints, but yeah, that spices up the NFC East massively, isn't it? Jesus.
Yeah, but to me, it makes a lot of sense. If you're the Eagles, right, and you look at the NFC and you say, right, we made the playoffs last year and we brought in who we feel is a really, really good player on the D-line. Now we have Devonta Smith, who we feel is really good. We bring in another threat. I think it makes a lot of sense. Again, we're talking about a conference where the Rams and the Bucs are kind of head and shoulders above everybody. So to me, I think the Eagles looked at the landscape and said, why not go for it this year? Very impressed by their rookie head coach last year. So it makes a lot of sense because he's ready to go right now. Let's see. They had the money and they had the I suppose the ammo to go do it. So why not pull the trigger on it?
Yeah, and we made a point on the previous show that we felt the Eagles would potentially take a wide receiver, with their second pick, because this is a big year for Hurts, and I said they'd want to put as many weapons around him as possible, so they have a really good understanding of where they are with him come the end of next season. And rather than go with the rookie, they've gone with the tried and tested, and big move. We've seen 2 big wide receiver moves in the past half an hour. There's going to be another trade, so Michael, is there?
I've got 5 words for you. Where are you, Green Bay? As I've seen on Twitter there now, it looks like David Bakhtiari is going to start running routes for Aaron Rodgers tomorrow. I just trade down. Honestly, just keep it in the bank for next year now at this point. That is, they have let their best wide receiver go. What they have at the minute, they're not really high-end sort of.
Well, I would say Sam Monson called out Christian Watson as a potential wide receiver that he could see at the Packers, and he's still there on the board. And George Pickens gone. I don't think he's gone. So there is 2. But the Packers are always going to be in a situation at 22 and 28 that they're going to have to hope that the best wide receivers dropped them. It was always going to be one of these unless they moved up, and that's not really what we've seen from the Packers. They were born a couple of years ago with that quarterback move that they're not going to. They'll sit tight and see where they are. I don't think they'll be getting those 2 wide receivers that I suggested earlier. I think that's off the table at this stage.
The pick's going to come in a few minutes. They've got members of the Army or Naval Academy.
Yeah.
I don't know what the correct term. Obviously, fantastic to see, but I'm not sure what the correct term. Here's Roger Goodell. Thank Jesus, lads. That was the longest bloody wait going there. Here we go. Brian O'Leary, DCU.
With the 19th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select
Trevor Penning. So Trevor Penning, who was on our show a few months ago, obviously on the show again tonight, Northern Iowa tackle, is going to the New Orleans Saints. Great guy. Delighted for him. How are we feeling, lads?
Yeah, we spoke to him. We were very fortunate to have that time with him. General consensus is he's going to be a great player in the league. He was very dominant last year against really good players. He's been 3 years playing for them. There's not many. There's a fair few guys offensive line who've had 3 years experience. He's quite raw. He needs coaching up, but they believe he's got all the attributes and he's got all the athletic ability to be a major starter in the league. And it's a good one for the Saints. The Saints have done well this evening.
He is very raw. That's the thing to say. There's probably no more aggressive player in the draft. He absolutely brings that, and the Saints like that. And this was talked about for a long time in terms of the Saints going for a tackle. They needed it with Armstead moving on. So there is things to work on. Certainly, right? There is a reason. There was a feeling that it was kind of Icky and Neal, then Cross, then Penning, and then a drop. But the feeling was that he's not nearly as polished as some of the top guys. But I think the attitude that he has is really good, and I think that's one of the things that makes such a difference. I go back to it again and again. Guys have worked hard to this point. Now you get the money. Can he continue to work hard for the next decade? I don't think there's any doubts that Trevor Penning will do that. Jim Nagy again had only good things to say about it. What was interesting, if he gets you to begin with, like the worry you'd have is edge rushers with pace and bend, right? Like a Von Miller type is. That's where Penning is going to struggle. If he gets his hands on you, there's no chance you're getting around him. He's physically, he is so imposing. He needs to just get a bit quicker in terms of his ability to react to that first step.
Yeah, Brian, he's got a really impressive blend of size, fluidity, power, length, with a great physical presence, but he really needs to coach up that on-field discipline, doesn't he? And going to the Saints, it could be an interesting combination. And we wish him the very best of luck.
It's kind of played out with the Saints as we felt, during the week, we felt that they would consider an offensive line. I did think, wide receiver, I did think that potentially they might just go defense with that one. But they moved up. A lot of people were talking very highly of Olave. And Penning was one of those situations where it was either him or Zion Johnson or, Green in terms of who was going to be that next phase of offensive line going off the board, and he's come out the wrong end of it, but still, he's going to the Saints. And now he's going to have to protect Jameis Winston, and he's had the 2-year contract, so he's the starter here going forward. So at least they've recognised they've got to put players around them to protect them.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are up next.
Is this the first time you see a quarterback, is it?
Is it? No, just want to put it out there that I have got bigger hands than Kenny Pickett.
I think it's going to be.
I have the same size hands as my wife, right? So I'm just going to put it out there for a start. If they go with Kenny Pickett, that is an intriguing move, and I wish that Sky would put the show on now. We could maybe talk about this. I don't know, call him Kenny Pickett, yeah or no?
Well, all the talk has been about Willis. I'd have Willis far above Kenny Pickett, but we will see. The talk has been that the Steelers are going to go QB. I personally would have Willis above Pickett, but
I think it all comes down to the whole
local boy done good.
See, a lot of people feel the whole Pittsburgh thing. We saw it earlier on with the fact that Hutchinson stays in Michigan, he stays in Detroit, but it's one of those. A lot of people feel that, and the Pittsburgh College used the facilities there most of the time as well that the Steelers have. So, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, they probably know him more than anybody. Bear in mind they see him for a vast majority of the time.
Plays in their stadium as well, doesn't he?
I think
he would have played in the stadium for Pitt, yeah.
Pickett reminds me, they say he's the most pro-ready quarterback of the two of them. I know Willis looks like he's the better upside, but they think in terms of someone who could go in, quickly, it's Pickett. And he does have that kind of Big Ben type kind of similarities for me. Did he want to get away from that and go with a quarterback that's more agile?
Well, they've brought in Mitchell Trubisky, so he's on a 2-year deal. He's been given decent money, and he's going to be given the chance. So if they did select a quarterback here, it's an intriguing move, especially with the guy playing for Pitt. The pick's been in for the last 6 minutes, so
it's worked out well for the Steelers in a way, because a lot of people felt that they potentially would be one of the teams that would look to move up, but they probably saw everything that was going on, and they probably recognised that the teams were moving up. Certainly weren't moving up to get a quarterback. The only team we questioned was potentially the Lions taking a quarterback. So if they want a quarterback, it's worked out for them. They haven't had to move. It's a bit like the Patriots last year at 15, didn't have to move up once and got the quarterback they wanted. So I just don't see where they go outside of this. All the offensive line guys that we thought they would consider seem to be gone. Maybe cornerback, maybe Trey McDuffie might be someone they might consider, but I think they could be finding this could be the time for a quarterback.
What do you think, Colin? Here we go.
Okay,
but go on ahead. All good.
No, I just to me, if you have Trubisky in there, you can sit somebody behind him.
Yeah, yes. That's the thing as well. Yeah, so it makes sense. Doesn't it? He's like a stopgap. That's why I thought Mariota. Here we go.
The 20th pick of the 2022 NFL Draft. Roger Goodell will hurry up and say the Pittsburgh Steelers select. That didn't take long. Oh, come on.
The problem is, Colin, when Roger comes out, he comes out with a crowd these days, and he has to explain everything. And the crowd are kind of going, "We don't care, just get on with the pick." Final guess before we get it, Colin? Malik?
I would go Malik. To me, it makes sense. He's sitting beside Trubisky. He's the QB with the most upside.
Here we go. Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett goes at 20. He's the first quarterback off the board tonight in the NFL draft. Quarterback at Pitt, and a guy obviously well known around the Steelers organization. It took 20 picks for a quarterback to go where a quarterback goes, and by God, that is a big moment in tonight's draft. Obviously a quick feat, athleticism, great potential, but he's really honestly had one good season in Pitt, and I think for me that's going to be the main factor, the main issue there. Colin, what do you think about this pick for the Steelers?
I'm a little bit surprised, I would have to say, in terms of them going with Kenny Pickett. Obviously, look, they probably did a lot of scouting on him. I love that I have a background crowd to this. I don't know. I am surprised.
I don't know what it is.
That
it's all good.
They went. I'm very surprised. I don't think he has that much upside to him. But look, when it comes to QBs, the transition into the league, who knows? I think one of the things we talked about with Sam Monson about Kenny Pickett, though, was a lot of people said that Pickett was the most NFL ready, but that wasn't really Sam's feeling on it, and I think I probably agree with him there. So maybe he too will sit behind Mitchell Trubisky, and we will see. By getting him in the first, they give themselves the 5th-year option. We know that they can develop QBs. So it'll be interesting, but I am surprised that it was Kenny Pickett. I did think they'd go QB, but I thought it would be Willis.
I just felt he kind of has similarities to what they're used to and what they've had for the past 15 years in Big Ben. But you read some of the stuff, they do say he's more quarterback ready in the league. But we've seen in the past, Lamar Jackson was picked 32. He was the last one to pick, and he probably arguably was one of the best quarterbacks in that draft. They say he's very accurate in his passing, but it's all intermediate stuff. As long his deep balls on the field when he gets aggressive or a bit up and down. Look, it's one of those situations. I could see where Colin was coming from. I just felt that the Steelers would want to move towards a more athletic quarterback. They've had so many years of a quarterback that remains in the pocket, but maybe that's what they're comfortable with. Maybe that's what they want to continue with an offense. It's no surprise in a way. Kevin Colbert had said, and we spoke about it the other day, he was one of our previous guests, the general manager, soon to be the retired general manager. He was very keen to walk away from the Steelers with a quarterback in place. So you obviously feel that he'll sit behind Trubisky, and Trubisky's kind of now in a no-win situation, really, because it's, inevitably he's going to lose. Here's a trade. The Chiefs have moved up to 21.
Oh dear. That's Patriots trading back per sources, per Mr. Rapsheet that was on the show last week. Picks already in. Thank you. Thank you.
So that's interesting. I think then they're going to take one of these wide receivers. I think you're talking about the Packers, not waiting for the wide receiver. The Chiefs with 2 picks, they're not hanging around. They're moving up. I think they're going to take a wide receiver. My guess it would be Pickens.
Yeah, it could be Pickens, because the concerns, I suppose, around Pickens are not on ability, right? The feeling is that he has as much ability as anybody in the class, but the worry is around the attitude. Andy Reid believes he has shown he can connect with guys with quote unquote character concerns. And sometimes you don't even know what these are, but certainly a lot came out about Pickens during the week, with a number of kind of scouts, execs saying really didn't like him in interviews, came off as arrogant, cocky, uncoachable, unwilling to listen. I think Andy Reid, if it was to be Pickens, backs himself to be able to transform a guy like that, could bank on the upside. But yeah, that would be my thinking. But hey, I just thought that the Steelers would go and get Malik Willis. So what do I know?
They also
and there was a big gap. You want to go ahead, Brian?
Yeah, I was just going to say with Pickens, the problem as well for Pickens that wasn't a lot of footage for him to go on last year because he had an ACL and he only came back towards the back end of the season, so there wasn't a lot of footage to go on. So then you're reliant on, as Colin suggested, the stuff leading up to the draft, and a lot of concerns, a lot of red flags around all the stuff that's off the field more so than his play. These guys can back it up with their play, but having not had a lot of games last year, it's probably a reason why he's way down the board. But look, we're assuming and suggesting it's him, but as Colin said, it could be Christian Watson. Maybe they recognise that the Packers at 22 will take one of these wide receivers, and that's why the Chiefs have jumped into 21 to make sure they get the one they want, as opposed to waiting for the one that's left over.
Sky Moore.
Sky Moore
is 7th on my board, Western Michigan. That could be an interesting pick. I would rate him over Watson personally.
Well, Mel Kiper has been talking about Sky Moore jumping from the second round. Here we go.
Come on, Roger. Trent McDuffie. Ooh.
Yeah.
So we're going to go Trent McDuffie instead. I like the pick. What do we think, Colin? What do you think? Trent McDuffie, quarterback, Washington, going to Kansas City. They don't take a wide receiver.
Well, yeah, don't take a wide receiver, I suppose, given the fact that, you look around the rest of the AFC West and Russell Wilson, Herbert, and you now have Carr armed with Devontae Adams. So they are looking to reinforce their secondary. A guy who probably was a rung below Stingley and Sauce. He is can be a very good player. There are some concerns, I suppose, a little bit around the physical makeup and how he will be able to do in the NFL. But to bring him in, to me, makes some sense because they did need help in the secondary, and maybe they feel that they could get a wide receiver in the second round. I mean, the Chiefs have an awful lot of picks in this draft, so I can see why. This is a guy who was, a very highly rated cornerback, number 3 cornerback. So a lot of upside to this, and very experienced coaching staff at Kansas City. So they are in a position to certainly develop him and get the best out of him.
Yeah, like Colin touched on, the two cornerbacks going 3 and 4, they were such a high accolade in terms of what everybody expected of them. The drop off is significant, but he obviously was the next one. Good cover skills, great speed, can play. He's also very good in terms of moving into the slot and managing wide receivers there. So, and Washington have had a good run of cornerbacks in terms of the college, bringing players into the NFL. They've always seemed to have really good careers. So, and those notes different. He's only 5'11" compared to Sauce Gardner 6'3" and Derek Stingley is 6'0", so he has a smaller frame. But the Chiefs have been needing that cornerback for quite some time. We saw how exposed they were in the playoff game against the Bills, fortunate to win, and then how they struggled against the Bengals with the likes of Chase. So they've obviously seen that as more of a concern to get resolved first before they even consider the wide receiver. Will they go wide receiver now in the next one? The Pack's pick is in. I think they're on the clock for about a minute. They probably can't believe it.
Yeah, they're in. They're probably going to go Sky Moore, I'd say.
Sky Moore's a slot receiver. That's the thing, though. And they need someone on the outside that can do a Devontae Adams type scenario.
Let's see what happens. They certainly need a wide receiver anyway.
I think we're back to the conversation we're having, whether it's Watkins or the other guy we just discussed there a few minutes ago. Pickens. I think it's Pickens or Watson, one of those. The fact that the pick was made so quickly, I'd imagine it's like, right, go get that wide receiver.
It's fitting that it's in Vegas, the draft where they traded Devontae Adams too, not so long ago. And the Green Bay Packers are going to hopefully try and get their man that they believe will be their future WR1 or WR2. We're presuming they're going to take a wide receiver column. I mean, any other position that you would think the Packers they might take? Or?
I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't go wide receiver, right? Because it's the Packers, and the Packers have had a lot of success with day two guys at the wide receiver position. So could they potentially look to Logan Hall as an interior defensive line guy? That wouldn't shock me. Yeah, they absolutely could go wide receiver, but with so many off the board, maybe they decide there's more value in day two. And I wonder, with Zadarius Smith gone, they've lost a little bit. Obviously, Logan Hall plays different position, plays interior, but they need some help on that D line. So that to me could be something that they may look to do.
Here's the pick.
Here we go. Good timing.
Linebacker, Quay Walker.
Yeah, a guy who really, really highly regarded. A lot of people kind of thought he could potentially go as high as 13. Tom Pelissero had said that he definitely saw him going in the top 20 because he has that talent. Linebacker is a position of need, I suppose, for the Packers, and by bringing him in, he's long, he's rangy. I can see. I'm not surprised that they haven't gone wide receiver with this. Now they still can, but to me, this is a classic kind of Packers pick.
We have a trade. The Bills are on the clock. They've moved up.
Bills are on the clock. Just before we get that there, Brian, obviously, I would say Quay Walker, Kay Walker. He's really still developing his instincts as a player, but it's an interesting pick for this Packers team. But do you think they looked at the wide receivers left and thought, we've got the 22nd pick in a 7-round draft, and thought, no.
Yeah, I think
I
there's a lot to that. I think the reality is, like as Mo Egger said earlier on when he was on, the amount of wide receivers that went so quickly. It's kind of thrown everybody in the way, and they're probably looking at the value of what's there, and they said maybe we'll sit tight and wait till the second round or see what comes of 28. And they probably saw, they've lost a couple of players within free agency. They had to let Smith go as well. So there is needs on the defensive side of the ball. So Colin said this is a guy that was high up the radar in terms of potentially being further up the board. So they're probably looking at a great value pick at 22. Interesting to see that the Bills have come on there, because we spoke on the show, Colin, about potentially the Bills needing a cornerback, but with McDuffie gone, where are they going to go here? It'd be interesting. The cornerbacks left is like Boots, Kyler Gordon, Kyler Elam. He's one that was talked about today.
Yeah, Elam is certainly one I've seen mocked to the Bills. Booth is another. I do think it's cornerback because it is a need, but we will see.
There's a lot of Bengals fans. I'm talking to a few Bengals fans that we met, fortunately, at the Super Bowl that I was in touch with this week. They were really keen to see if Elam would be there at 31 for them. So it would make sense for the Bills, who, again, similar scenario to the Chiefs we saw in that game in the playoffs. It was a great game for us. It was a disaster for them in the secondary. They got completely exposed, and the cornerback is a real need. So it'd be interesting to see.
Just a reminder, folks, you can comment on YouTube tonight. It's 3 a.m, folks. If I'm not getting back to your comments, please bear with me. Owen Healy wants to get Debo for someone here. I should read the comments and see where they're going for. As is from before, imagine they don't go for a wide receiver. They didn't. Dave saying he loves Quay Walker, has great instincts outside of physical tools. The most important question tonight is this: when are we taking a cup and tie break?
I think that
Colin's got a bit of exclusive news. You're going on TalkSport for 10 minutes in like an hour, aren't you? I had to talk to Brian for 10 minutes myself. How are we going to do
Yes, I'm going to be making a brief cameo on TalkSport. It was a bit like
at 4:30 a.m. or
at
something?
4:30 a.m. A bit like the draft itself. It came about in the midst of the draft. I got traded, but only on a short-term contract to TalkSport.
Colin, you're only concerned for half hour. Is at the rate this draft is going, the show could be over by half hour.
I'll tell you what, Brian, wouldn't it be funny if Colin goes in TalkSport, comes back on here, and the Rams would trade it up or something? Something crazy.
Or the
Rams haven't got a
Broncos.
house.
The Broncos.
They're just sitting chilling.
Interesting to see that the Bills are in at 23 and they're also there at 25. I thought the Bills had just moved up a couple of spots, but it looks like they've actually moved up.
Well, who is the best player available? Any position right now? Forget about who is the best player in this draft left, lads, at the minute?
I would argue that Corey Elam is someone that's high. There's also Boy Maffey.
Oh, they're giving it away here. They're giving it away. Look. They're giving, I think they're giving
there's the Greek god. They haven't given it away. They put the camera. Your friend, the Greek god. Come on, give us a go. The Carla Lafferty.
Going to Corfu, lads, on the 27th of July. Can't wait.
He's a really coming there. When are the Patriots coming back on the clock? They did the trade with the Chiefs, so they'll be on shortly.
Here's an interesting one for you over the next couple of days, just while we're waiting, before we get this pick, Colin, Brian, everyone watching. Obviously, the international marketing deal is happening. The Carolina Panthers are announcing a pick on Saturday in Frankfurt, in the Frankfurt Stadium. Big win for Frankfurt tonight. Well done to Frankfurt. And also the Kansas City Chiefs are doing the same in Germany, in Munich, I think, on Saturday. Pretty cool. Maybe the Steelers could do one in Ireland sometime. What do we think? Maybe Belfast would be nice. Newry. The Rooney family's from Newry before everyone starts laughing. I mean, there's literally a plaque for the Rooney family outside of school in Newry. So I think we should do it on the M1 just before the border. The first pick in the
is Jermaine
2024 NFL draft.
Is Jermaine Johnson not on you?
He's still on. He's still out there.
Who?
Jermaine Johnson.
He's Jesus.
Like top 10 pick all week long, maybe top 15. Maybe the Bills.
Was he a top 10 in our picks? Is the question.
I wasn't. Well, I had him in the Jeff Reinbold mock, but interestingly, he's still there. That one to consider. Maybe it's George Kapalafidis, as you like to pronounce. Michael.
I love a good gyro. It is the end of the month. We're definitely going to get paid.
One guy that was talked about, Drake Jackson, was someone that was looked to be moving up the chart, similar to Quay Walker. A lot of people felt he might go sooner. Could be someone here. Maybe it's David Ajabo. Maybe they're going to take the punt on him.
I would. That's like, you know what? I would, lads. Colin, I'd love to see David Ajabo go tonight. I think I was gutted for him when he got injured. Anyway, every time I go to Colin, Roger Goodell walks on stage.
Yeah, here's Roger.
So I'm going to shut up now and let.
Where are we going, Colin? You going cornerback?
Turn your TV down after Brian. Yeah, it was literally like a dog barking or something last night. Here comes Roger. I'm 2 seconds ahead of Brian. Don't tell anyone. Mark Cockrell.
Yeah.
Kier Elam. Apparently it's Kier Elam, boys. Big pick. And look, the Bills get their man. This is a really interesting prospect, getting the quarterback.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised. It was so obvious. It was as obvious as the day was long that they needed a cornerback. They love toolsy players. He's a young player. They needed an outside corner. Levi Wallace is gone. Trey White is coming back from a serious injury. So to me, this makes a lot of sense for the Bills. It was going to be what cornerback was left. They obviously had concerns that other teams were potentially going to come up and take them. So they needed to get one of their top-rated cornerbacks. They needed help. They say don't draft for need, but this is probably outside of running back the most glaring hole that the Bills had.
Yeah, there's some
of Xavier Rhodes, Brand.
Well, yeah, but I read there's some of the wrong stuff on him. That he's a weak tackler. He's erratic at times in the game. There was a big drop off from him to the other ones. But then the people say that they can coach all those types of stuff out of him, and he's only a young guy, and Florida better in the games, and he's gone up against some really good players. But his speed issues against top wide receivers in the college game, and he's going to come up against really fast wide receivers in the NFL. So it'll be a steep learning curve. But the Bills are certainly a team that are on the periphery of doing stuff in terms of potentially going to the Super Bowl. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly he.
Well, we finally arrived at the most important point of the night, though, lads.
The Cowboys are in the clock.
America's team, the Dallas Cowboys, are on the clock, and it's been a big night for the NFC East. The Giants get their 2 men in the top 10. The Eagles getting some defensive players and then bringing in AJ Brown. So seeing what the Cowboys, I mean, are we going to count Washington? Or let's see what the Cowboys.
You said the other day Washington the most dangerous team in this division.
There is a boy now. I've seen him. He lives in NI. Phil, if you're watching, Phil, enjoy the draft. A big Commanders fan. It still feels weird saying Commanders. Vegas looks like great crack. When was the last time you were in Vegas, Colin?
A decade ago, probably 15 years ago, since I was down in that part of the country. But with the Super Bowl in Arizona, if I win the Euro Millions, maybe I'll tack on sometime in Vegas.
I was there twice in 3 years. It's a place that I have a great fondness for, Michael, as you can imagine. I do like the night out in Vegas. I think it's very enjoyable.
It's handy for the flight side. If you're coming from London back to Belfast, it's handy. I've been 4 times, but it's changed. It's funny with Vegas, it's changed every time I've went. Like the setup, I have to say now, the setup is. I expected it would be fantastic, but the setup just looks unbelievable. In terms of who the Cowboys are going to pick, they're in cap hell, aren't they? I mean, they gave the running back that. Remember, he wore a cropped shirt to the draft. Was it 5 years ago? And thought he looked really cool. Ezekiel Elliott. They gave him a ridiculous contract. So I'm intrigued to see if they're going to maybe get an offensive lineman.
It's difficult for I'm not entirely sure where the Cowboys are going to go here. Offensive line was something that was being considered. A lot of them are gone.
Remember how the season ended, Brian? Remember what happened? Like their last play with Dak Prescott. It was an absolute disgrace. Like what happened?
It was that.
Like come
very,
on. Like
very, very unfortunate, and difficult defeat for Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones. And
he looks happy tonight, lads. Jerry Jones sitting in a well, Colin, I know you haven't got it in front of you. He's sitting with the white shirt, the blazer, like this, like all excited. Like yeah. There was a great video on TikTok, boys, during the week of Dallas Cowboys and all the phone calls from Jerry Jones over the last 10 years. I have to send you. If you're on TikTok, folks, check out NFL Ireland for top class coverage. We're gonna get weekly TikToks from Brian O'Leary on betting come the start of the season. I thought if I stopped talking now, the pick would be made.
Well, Jerry certainly annoyed a couple of his former players during the week with his comments about that it was Stephen who picked Taco and it was Jerry himself who picked Micah Parsons, when we know that Jerry had to be absolutely talked into the entirety of the room, telling him, take Parsons, and Jerry going, I'm not really sure, and then he wants credit for it. But it's been an interesting off season for Jerry, as it always is. There's always stuff with Jerry, whether it's current or whether it's stuff from 20 odd years ago. The Cowboys need help on the O-line, so that's where they should go, but let's see what they do.
Big shout out to John. I'm going to call him out on the show, even though he's got a username. It's not his name. Calling me the Irish Zuckerberg. He's not calling you to the Irish Zuckerberg. He's calling me that. So thank you, John.
If we are going offensive line, I'd be interested to see where they're going to go, because I'm looking at the list. Zion Johnson gone, Kenyon Green gone, all the main guys are gone, Penning gone. Linderbaum, potentially.
Linderbaum sounds like a drink you get in the nightclub at 4 a.m. Can I get a double shot of Linderbaum, please? And sure, go on, get me 4 of them as well.
There was someone that
who's the Austrian boy called again? Ryman or Raymond?
Bateman.
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially he could be someone that can be considered. But then on the other side, they might go with your mate, the Greek god, and bring in another pass.
Your mate, the Greek god.
Bring in another pass rusher. He'd be no god of mine anyway if he goes to that team. But we'll see.
Tyler Smith potentially out of Tulsa might be the other one who.
Yes.
The O-line, but to me it has to be O-line. And I would have thought Linderbaum being the obvious one there, but sometimes
it's
Jerry
just the concern of Linderbaum, the whole conversation with the fact that he would drop into the second because his measures.
They're taking the piss here, lads. I mean, this pick's been in for 5 minutes. Like
But
it's
hear
3:43 in
me
the
out
morning.
now.
Come on, Jerry. Like,
They're trying
here
to
it- right,
milk
go on,
it.
Ron.
They're trying to milk it for the 4 hours, Michael.
Tyler Smith,
You're
tackle,
right.
Tulsa.
You're right. Colin, Tyler
And I
Smith.
don't have a video for Tyler Smith, which means he wasn't in my top 32. Colin, go on ahead. You were very happy a second ago.
He's a player who divides opinion. Some people think that he has the tools to be a really good player, but he's certainly a project, and it depends on whether they can get him there. To me, they have to go O-line, right? That's what the Cowboys used to be known for, but they've now put themselves in a position where their O-line is in need of some much needed repair. By bringing him in, I suppose, look, they're banking on the upside with him. He certainly has, again, the aggression that you need to play in that position, but there are concerns around his play and his ability to protect. So we will see Mike McCarthy will have work to do if it works out. Yes, they've got a very good player, but it's a project player, and a project player in the first round generally, you're looking at taking those guys in day 2, day 3.
Yeah, you'd be interested to see how quickly he can step into the team. Tulsa and the competitiveness of their games, and then moving into the level of the NFL. Will he be an immediate starter? He might, in all likelihood, have to be because of the players that they've lost throughout this offseason. It's been a bad, turbulent offseason for the Cowboys. They did very little in free agency. And I think it was one of those situations where the hole needed to be filled, on the offensive line. Unfortunately, all the ones they probably had on their board were gone. And they've stuck to what they needs to be addressed. So, done. Ravens on the clock. Second pick of the night on the back of
Ravens on the clock. And in terms of this guy, Tyler Smith, he's got the play strength and physical traits to get significantly better with mental development. But my note says he's very raw, which is a typical Dallas Cowboys pick. Well done, Jerry. I mean, it is the NFC East, to be fair. So, I mean, he's got time.
I just think they'll have to manage the expectations because what they got last year was Micah Parsons. And we saw the season he had. I know it's a completely different side of the ball, but when you have a player of that level and you picked him last year at 12, and now you're taking a player which is Colin Mazzallucci as a project player coming from a college which is not playing in the Big Ten or against the SEC, and if they are, the odd time they're probably getting smashed by 40-odd points per game. So it'll be interesting to see how the Cowboys get on. It's going to be a very unusual year for the Cowboys.
Surprised you boys aren't there. We're not there. I actually, do you know what? I don't think I would go to the draft, boys. I actually enjoy this more, sitting in my kitchen at 3:46
I think I'd be happy enough to be in Vegas for. Yeah, it was something that we considered for a couple of minutes, but we didn't. We were fortunate to have the access, Michael, weren't we?
We did.
Yes.
We were
and I was
concerned.
saying the column earlier on. It was heartwarming to get the email from the NFL last night with our name on the credentials list. I was like,
we were concerned that we'd go over, but how would Brian be able to get Wi-Fi from the holding cell in the drunk tank to be able to come on to do this?
You're putting a very bad impression.
With the good comments here.
I just like to point out when we were in London and we were doing a show on the Saturday night, I was the ultimate professional and not drinking, unlike you boys. In fact, I get
like on a Monday night stream when you've about 4 pints and you halfway in. I'm the same.
Who are the Ravens
like that?
here?
We can say it at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's kept me going all week.
This is an interesting one.
All these tapes.
The Ravens threw us earlier a little bit by taking Kyle Hampton, best player available. We thought they might have looked at cornerback, maybe Andrew Booth potentially, or could be if they go cornerback. There's two in particular there. There's Kyle Gordon, Andrew Booth. The other two, there's Daxton Hale, but cornerback stroke safety. So let's do
Tyler Gordon, I'd say. What do you think, Colin?
Booth.
Booth's coming from Clemson, so he's playing in a much higher level than Kyler Gordon at Washington. That's why I think maybe Booth would be more pro-ready. That's the general consensus. Good corner, good skill set, mental concerns. But look, that seems to be the same common theme for a lot of these cornerbacks. He's had a double hernia surgery this year, which is a concern as well, which way a lot of people felt he dropped down. But it would make sense for them to try and reevaluate that cornerback position. Colin said
talking about double hernia surgery, though, Brian. Obviously, Mark isn't here tonight.
No,
and we hope to see him soon. And our thoughts are with you, Mark. Mark is fine. I'm just trying to get to this Ravens pick and having the crack. They still haven't made the pick.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they haven't made the pick. Give us 2 minutes left. Oh, Jesus.
They're having a chat. They've just gone to the war room, Colin, and they're all just looking at each other. Yeah.
I imagine, because they're probably looking at it thinking who they would have liked to take. And
there's a 3-minute gap column. So the war room showed 5 minutes left. It's now
right.
2 minutes. So it's all bull.
Well, I imagine they were surprised that the Cardinals gave them what they did for Hollywood Brown. So they're probably trying to figure this out, going, no way. I imagine I would like to hear the vetting that went on in that call. It seems to me almost a bit like the famous story of Seth Johnson's agent and the contract at Leeds, where they were so blown away. Leeds went, oh my goodness, we've obviously underbid ourselves, so they offered even more. Maybe that was something similar.
Picks in.
Yeah.
Now we will find out.
This crowd in Vegas reminds me of the crowd for Barry's and Port Rush last week. It's a lot of people.
They all seem to be having a good evening. They're all on tenterhooks here waiting for it. Look, they're all dancing away. I think they all want this to get this draft over so they can go off and enjoy their evening. Colin wants to get off so we can go on Talk Sports.
That's the great thing about Vegas. People say the city of New York, or in your case, Brian, for your team, New Jersey, it never sleeps, But Vegas truly does never sleep. I remember staying in the MGM, going out in the MGM in the nightclub, then going to the casino, and then you get to bed at about 7 o'clock. You got about 3 hours sleep. So these boys tonight are going to have great crack. I mean, they'll all be fined. Who was fined 2 months ago for betting for the Falcons? Remember, he didn't make the trip for
Calvin Ridley. Not just fined.
Ridley.
He misses the entirety of the season.
Yeah,
but his tweets were gold, to be fair. Remember, he said it was only $1,000, lol, or something like that there, and it was a lot more than that there. Look, if anybody hasn't been to Vegas, you got to go for the Super Bowl. Trying to get some more comments in here. That's some whiteboard.
I see what he's talking about. Collins, what is it?
And Dave saying there was no obvious. Yeah, Dave, I agree, my friend. And here's Roger. And we filled that
I'm going to go out on the limb and say Andrew Booth from Clemson.
Andrew Howard. Andrew Booth. Tyler Linderbaum is going to the Baltimore Ravens. That's a really interesting pick, Colin, isn't it?
It is certainly in terms of not a player that was expected to go, but a player that had a really high grade on him. I suppose the worry with him is he doesn't offer any versatility. He's a true center, and there has been some concerned about at the NFL level in terms of needing to potentially kind of protect him in the way in which the Eagles have done with Kelsey there. But if you can do that, certainly what he offers you in terms of the run game is really impressive. I think that's probably why the Ravens have gone with him is, we know they are a run heavy team. If you can get him on the move and you can get players behind him, you can pick up serious yards. So to me, that if you have the interior, the guards who can protect him in the pass game and help out there, what you get in the run game is enormous. So a good fit for the Ravens in that respect.
We should have picked up on that one, Mike, because we were only suggesting there a couple of minutes ago the Cowboys could potentially take him of offensive line, and there was a lot of talk of the Ravens taking Trevor Penning at that earlier pick, so it doesn't come as a surprise, really. I suppose we were over focused on the cornerback, but he's dropped considerably down the boards. We're talking about Trayvon Walker shooting from the top, the last 10 of the first round up to being the number 1 pick. This guy was potentially supposed to be being picked at 5, 6, 7 a couple of months back. goes at 25, but it's a good fit for them. And they have to solidify that offensive line because it struggled towards the back end of last year. And I suppose Lamar Jackson being out also was a concern. But
he definitely drinks his Avonmore, Brian, in the morning anyway. He's a big boy.
Big boy, yeah. Just saw the Jets have traded up. So the Jets are back.
Oh, great. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So what's happening?
I can't recall who was at 26.
The Jets are next to the clock.
The Titans were at 26.
So the Jets are on the clock.
The Jets were on the clock at 26, I'm nearly sure.
No, there was Titans.
Yeah, sorry. I looked at the screen 2 minutes ago and it said up next Jets, and I never thought twice. But anyway, got 5 minutes left on the clock. Linderbaum is he's really only a center only prospect. He's going to struggle in pass protection due to his length. However, he'll probably be, if he performs well enough, he'll be a long-term starter in the NFL in the position. It's an interesting pick for the Ravens.
The Titans are getting quite a few picks back on this one. They're getting the second round, the third round, and the fifth round.
From the Jets. Jets.
Now,
apparently he's got a wrestling background. Don't know if he's any good at
where are the Jets going to go here? This is an interesting one. I mean, they've got their wide receiver. They got corner. They've got their cornerback. Jermaine Johnson still out there.
Here, they should probably pick that boy. He's got more energy than half the bloody team half the time on a Sunday. I think they should go with just for the crack, a running back, a tight end, or a kicker.
I don't think there'll be any running backs going in the first round. I could be wrong.
What's going on here?
This is
Pick is in. Good lads, right? Keep her lit, fleet it, bed before 4:30. Come on.
Genuinely don't know where they're going with this one. This is just.
Well, the way I look at this, boys, it is 10:55 p.m. Eastern. The NFL will get this read up by 11:30. Get it read up.
Well, you can recap the whole first round at 4:30 on TalkSport.
They'll not be keeping her lit anyway, I tell you that.
We'll be recapping and we'll be night capping. This pick. Anybody want to make a call? Anybody want to make a suggestion? They're not going wide receiver. They're not going cornerback. Safety.
I don't know. Would you come back into the first for a safety?
Well, the pick's in. So, who's the best on the board at the minute?
I would say Jacksonville, the safety from Michigan.
You know what? I'm just going to say it. I'm sorry for butting in, Brian. Sky Moore, wide receiver, great speed. I've said this about 6 times now. Get him in.
I just don't know they need another wide receiver because they got Elijah Moore last year in the second round. He's a really good wide receiver, and they brought in CJ Ushmanjad from. Is that how we pronounce it, from the Bengals, the tight end? So they've done it.
CJ Zuma.
They've done it quite a lot. This is interesting. It really is. And you can even tell by the guys on the coverage, they're all looking at each other and they're all suggesting and they're all nodding their head, but none of them seem to have it.
Lamar Jackson tweeted 3 minutes ago with the words or the letters WTF. Oh dear.
Here we go. Here's the pick.
Here's Roger. Jermaine Johnson, edge. Right, hold on. I've got the graphic. Here we go. Thank God. Where are you, Jermaine? Here we go. Oh, okay. This is top class 4 a.m. commentary here. Jermaine Johnson, Florida State, 6'4", 254 pounds. This guy, honestly, lads, is up there. I would rank him top 2, top 3 on the edge. Colin, it drops to 26. Good pickup for the Jets.
Yeah, he is a good edge. He's not. I don't think in Thibodeau, Hutchinson's class in terms of what they have shown to do. He's probably not in Walker's range of what he could potentially do. But you have to like him in terms of his ability to get to the quarterback to cause mayhem. He probably wasn't as productive as you would like, which is why he has fallen to 26. But the Jets, I suppose, were looking for help at edge. They will be adding him there now alongside what they have and what they've done in the draft. You have to say they got the cornerback, they got the wide receiver, they needed some help at edge. They have some guys there who Carlosson, who got injured last year. So to me, bringing in Johnson means that they have a couple of guys, and they've got some backup guys as well. So teams will be forced to make a choice on who to double team. So it makes a lot of sense, which is unusual when you are, talking about the draft and you're saying what the Jets are doing. Positional wise, certainly makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he had a super Senior Bowl week. We were talking to Jim Nagy, the interview which was on earlier on. He was, raving about how good he was at the Senior Bowl, and when he moved from Georgia over to Florida State, how he moved on, 11.5 sacks last year. It was mad because we did the Jeff Reinebold People's mock draft, and I picked him at 7 for the Giants because he was 4th down the list in terms of edge rushers, and I felt the Giants would consider an edge rusher. I thought it'd be at 7. Went to 5, like 1 Hutch, Walker 2, Thibodeau 3, Jermaine Johnson 4 was on our list. So the suit, yeah, you see, he wasn't wearing any socks either. Looks like a wasp. So he does look like a wasp, man. He's not wearing any socks, and that's it.
There's that boy again on TV. Tom, you're missing this.
He looks seriously strung out and stuff. We're seriously strung out at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's,
do you ever see that meme of your man at the Monaghan match when it's cabbage and bacon routine? He's like, "Come on, I got there." That's a bit what he's like, basically.
Colin, if you can see this,
you'll be back, yeah.
It's a good pick. The Jets. Where is he gone?
I don't know. He said, I think he's just left. I think he's not happy with the pick. I think he's going to get a drink of water or something. He does look a bit like a bee, doesn't he?
It's a serious out for Ari. The Jets have done quite well, haven't they? They've got a wide receiver.
They've probably done the best out of the East Coast teams, I'd say, tonight.
I don't know.
I'm just saying I'm quite bad this now because I know the next 6 months is going to turn into the Kevin Thibodeau show. So,
the jersey's on the way. It's just get delivered in the morning.
Well, I bought 2 Russell Wilson jerseys and a T-shirt. 18th of March, Brian. They're currently in Salt Lake City, so good luck getting that before the season started. Who's next?
The Jags have traded up.
I bet Jacksonville are raging didn't get Drake London.
So all these teams are trading up, and it's hard to quantify exactly what they're doing at this stage. So we're just roaming.
Well, we're reaching the point. We're at our 5th hour of broadcast here, but we're reaching the night or the point of the evening where videos haven't been made, and NFL Network are taking a break. That's great.
I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to string it out till 5 a.m. Unfortunately,
let's get some
because it's good TV. So
Dave's saying he has the same jacket, Men's Warehouse.
He's not wearing any socks, Dave. That's another concern. Monaghan chicken.
But Monaghan are famous for mushrooms, apparently.
I tell you, it's 4 a.m. and we're talking about Monaghan mushrooms. I never thought that.
Well, I mean, is Monaghan mushrooms a big thing in Dublin? Like, because it'd be a big enough thing here, like,
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
Good sausages as well. This is the sort of talk you need in a war room at 4 in the morning.
I'm going to take a punt that the Jags go for a wide receiver.
I mean, they took Kirk from the Cardinals and gave him like Celtic Tiger-esque money, like Birdie Bowl type money. Astronomical money. Good old Birdie.
I just think they'll probably see an opportunity.
Colin, you ready to go? Yeah, that was a nod. What time is your big radio debut in the UK? What's the?
Oh no, I was I got a Christmas present from Talksport when I was on back on the Stevens's day.
Oh, and I've never had Monaghan chicken. I've been to Dunn stores in Monaghan town, so I don't think that classes as Monaghan chicken. Great discussions here tonight. Colin was saying the Monaghan's known for its mushrooms. Is that a thing that you'd be aware of, or is that?
It wasn't. Monaghan, to me, best known for Patrick Kavanagh complaining about it, stony grey soil and all that. Did I hear that the Jags had traded to?
They're up on the clock. Balky's had his magic mushrooms, and he's up and The only thing, the only thing I'm considering in here is he's trying to give another player to Trevor Lawrence and potentially going for a wide receiver. I'm just not sure where they're going here. It's very difficult at this stage when you see teams coming up to really understand, and you look at what's on our charts to see where they're going to go. Wide receiver potentially. And they're slow balling it as well, Colin, which helps. They obviously decided, lads, you're rushing through these picks too much. We want to use every minute of our opportunity on the TV tonight. So let's drag this out.
Yeah, you would have thought when a team comes up, they kind of know why they're going up. So you think that would be the one that they would get in pretty quick. But apparently not the case. I am intrigued by when we get to the end of this draft. So, just how many teams will have actually picked in the first, because you'll have had a number of teams. The Jags will have had 2 picks. The Lions will have had 2 picks. The Giants had 2 picks. The Jets had 3 picks. The Ravens had 2 picks. Could we be witnessing a draft where the smallest percentage of the teams actually have a first round pick? And was some of that because there was so much trades in the off season? So if you already had teams that had 2 picks, they had done kind of so much homework and had the opportunity to talk to players that they were more likely to go up and get them. Like the Jets knew they had 2 picks in the top 10. So I imagine they did a lot of scouting, a lot of work on that. So maybe it's not that big a surprise that they went back up, because they probably would have been more in tune with some of the guys who were likely to go in the first.
Jesse D, great show, lads. Enjoying the chat from Mexico City. And Owen saying Monaghan chicken is basically a Hawaiian chicken stew. It's interesting.
Owen is not
giving that in Tyrone. Our stew's very dry, Owen, and I'm going to stop talking about food now.
Yeah.
The pick is in. We talked about stew, mushrooms, and many different
Roger's coming to get his Monaghan chicken.
Roger's laughing.
Well, if it's like Hawaiian chicken, maybe the next time Jeff comes over, we can get Jeff to do a taste test.
Here we go.
With the 27th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select
Devin Lloyd, Utah linebacker. Devin Lloyd, I'm just thankful that I have a video for you, Devin. Really interesting pick for the Jaguars. Good night for the Jaguars, and to trade up and get him, it's a good pick for them.
They traded with the owner, didn't you? But yeah, that was someone that I felt that, and I said on the show that I felt that the Patriots would consider him. Obviously, the Patriots have moved back, but the Patriots are coming up shortly. So I wondered, did the Jags think it's a player that the Patriots in all likelihood might consider, and let's get back up ahead of the Patriots and get him. So yeah, interesting. They haven't put up the details of the deal, which is interesting. We want to see what the Jags have given up to get back into the first round.
Arnie, they've given up Colin 2 London games for the next 3 seasons, and I'm just here. London games announced this Wednesday. The Giants against the Packers, the Broncos against the Jaguars, and the Saints against the Vikings are my predictions.
I think those are pretty good. Pretty good selections. I would at this point.
You should be really excited now, Michael, because you just said, Colin, when you were off air there for a few minutes, Michael said it's going to be the Kayvon show for the next 6 months until he plays, and now you might get the opportunity to watch him firsthand in London.
I think
in
so.
New Jersey.
So Mr. Lloyd is wearing his sunglasses, Colin, on a dark night. So that was always something that concerned me, people that wear sunglasses at night time. So far I've seen 2.
He could have a visionary issue. I mean, like, as somebody that wears contact lenses, and Colin wears glasses now, Brian, let's not jump to the
sunglasses. Wearing sunglasses at night time, absolute no. Wearing runners with suits, absolute no. And the latest one,
I think that's his head coach, by the way, in case you wonder who that old man is in the picture.
And the last one, Michael, is people who don't wear socks with shoes. That's a real.
Brian has a list of these. Lloyd was he's a guy who plays on instincts, right? He's got very good footballing instincts. He seems to kind of almost know where the ball is going before it leaves the QB's hands. So they need to hone the technique. You would have to say so. There will be work to do there. But the Jags they needed some help on defenses as well, right? It's a tough one because I would have liked them to see them do as much as possible to help out Trevor Lawrence. I think when you get a generation talent, you should do that. But equally, their defense was so bad. I mean, historically bad last year that it makes sense that they're looking to strengthen that to make themselves more competitive. But I would like to have seen them do a little more to help out Trevor Lawrence.
Green Bay taking their time. Taking their time.
So as a wide receiver, is it?
Do not be surprised if they don't go wide receiver.
Do you know what Green Bay remind me of tonight? I'm just going to change the graphics a wee second. Go back to, oh, Jesus. No, I've took it away. I was going to get the Marty Whelan thing up, but it's not.
What to do in my job? Oh, you spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel.
Oh, I think one of the wide receivers here. It's funny because Sam Monson, when he was on the show and the earlier interview this evening, had suggested Christian Watson would be the guy that they would consider, and a lot of people were kind of, I will not say dismissive of that, but everybody was mocking them to go with a different wide receiver. So maybe Sam will be the guy who gets it right.
Well, picks in. Thank God the London-bound Green Bay Packers apparently playing the New York Giants. Brian O'Leary keeps telling us.
Yes, I didn't get an opportunity to ask Jay that tonight, but it seems
I forgot about that. Yeah.
General consensus is it's going to be the Packers Giants, and yes, it'll be announced on.
My understanding was it can't be NFC against NFC apart from if it's AFC with the Jaguars. But if that's the case, that's great.
We might be having
it means we don't have to go to that game because
we might have a special episode during the week as well, Colin.
Well,
to
you know what? It's going to flip the whole switch now because everyone's going to stop talking about the Packers coming to London. They're going to be talking about Kevin Thibodeau.
Oh, absolutely. They'd be all delighted to see him. I mean,
oh dear.
Anywho,
waiting on this pick.
The nearest thing we've seen since to Lawrence Taylor.
Jesus Christ.
I was just saying, Colin, the jersey's already ordered. It's on the way.
Well, Colin, I was telling actually when you were away, I was saying to Brian, those Wilson jerseys I bought on the 18th of March, literally during his press conference, are in Salt Lake City. I still haven't got them, and it's the 29th of April.
Well, talking of LT, the really interesting question from Paul Pabst earlier, or in this week, where he talked about if you were building, if you had a draft and you were building a defense, and you could take any defensive player, who would you go with? And lots of people going with LT. Paul himself said Reggie White, and of course when we had Wade on, he talked about how Reggie had a season unlike any other, and that's Wade Phillips, who's worked with all of the greats. And I wonder what teams would be willing to give up for a talent like Reggie White today.
Pick.
Well,
there we go.
Nope. They are introducing the Walter Payton Man of the Year award for 2022 because it's only 11:11 Eastern. Like, who cares,
Yeah. They are dragging this one out, aren't they?
Yes.
They really are.
However, we are off Twitter come 5 a.m. We are not allowed on. And I don't think people believe me here. Whenever you manually set a stream up and you don't connect it, it can only go for 6 hours. So it started at 11 with some funky beats.
Is he announcing the pick, Michael?
I don't think so. He's just chatting. I can confirm, folks, that the Tyrone starting lineup against Darius Sunday is the following.
Yes, he's now talking at the moment. Andrew Whitworth was talking about his career. So imagine all the Packers fans at 4:10 in the morning waiting for their second pick, and then Roger arrives onto the podium only to be handing over the reins to Andrew Whitworth. He's still waiting to make the pick.
Oh,
have we any indication of what the Jags gave up to move back in? So that would be interesting because essentially after this, the Packers, the Chiefs, and then the Chiefs traded away the 30th pick.
The next to finish off the first round column, obviously it's the Packers pick here. Then the Patriots are on the clock. The Chiefs, the Bengals, and the Vikings, and that's the end of the round.
They find a Rams fan in the crowd.
Yeah. If we waited so long for the pick, I actually now know what the pick is because it's popped up on my phone.
What do you think that Sean McVay is doing in his Rams house tonight when they've no picks? Just chilling?
I think Blackbusters was on. I think he wanted to catch up with that. Now, here's the pick, even though I know what the pick is.
I do not know.
Do you know, Michael?
I'm going to walk to Green Bay faster than this. Devontae Wyatt. Look, lad. Defensive line, Georgia. Quick off the ball. His speed for his size is unbelievable. Looks like a really cool guy, doesn't it?
Yeah, his family.
From Georgia. Playing for Georgia. Look, he needs to play with better control, better play recognition, but he really has got an impact on all 3 downs. He's got great potential. He can start in the NFL from day one. And in my opinion, he's probably the best in a free technique tackle in this entire draft class. So Green Bay get their man. They don't go with any wide receivers. Yeah.
Not surprised. Didn't think they would go with any receivers. It's just not the way things are done in Green Bay. Green Bay much prefer to go with receivers on day 2. That's where traditionally they've had success. So that's what they're going to do. Talked earlier that they needed help at the interior. This guy is a guy who,
he's a big guy.
He's not, but the thing is, he wasn't getting a whole lot of attention because of Davis and what Davis did at the combine. This guy is he's probably maybe doesn't have the projection or the ceiling that the other does, but he can play every down. He definitely still has work to do. But in terms of shoring up the interior of that D-line, it makes a lot of sense to me. He will go after the quarterback. He will cause havoc at times, and he's probably a little bit better in the run game than his former teammate. So I'm not surprised to see the Packers do this.
Both Packers picks have come from Georgia, Colin. Quay Walker, the linebacker, and now. So
given what Georgia did, and you could make an argument that they had the best ever college defense.
Yeah,
I mean blue chip defense.
Let's bulk up there, and we know, and then obviously you've got 2 guys that are familiar with each other as well coming in, which will help them to both them settle in together. Page's pick came in very quickly there, Michael. They didn't hang around. Bill obviously wants to get
out. And this is the reason, folks. Mark is not on the show tonight. Mark is actually making the selection from the Bellagio in Las Vegas, and for us, it's a truly momentous moment, and I can't wait to watch it. No.
He has been
trying to buy the time. I'm glad. To be fair to Bill, I do give him a lot of stick a lot of the time, and I do think their quarterback is not ready for this league next year in this current state, and I think it's going to be an interesting year for them in that sense. And I think they will miss the playoffs this year. But to be fair to the Patriots, as they've got all those points in, they've made their pick. They've done what they've had to do for us to get their time off the clock. But the NFL Network's took a break. So
I told you what to do, Michael. They're going to drag it out to 5 a.m. It's 20 past 4 now. They've got, 4 more picks? So there we go. Mark wasn't touched this evening as it happens. Mark is caught up with work commitments, which is why he's not here with us this evening. And he obviously jumped in to see the AJ Brown tray and was a bit
some
stuck.
time in there.
Sorry?
That's good. I see his tweet. He's saying it's like for him to pop up and see it. He said it was good timing. Like I think we're going to hear about that trade for the next week. That is bananas. I'm glad we could talk about it live as well.
I imagine the Packers probably taking why the Bengals might be a little bit disappointed by that. I think he would have been a player who the Bengals could have felt would be one that they may have liked to take, but not to be. I also wonder if we could see a couple more trades potentially as teams want to come up into the first round to get that fifth-year option. I imagine the Vikings could well be open to trading back again, and potentially the Bengals would be as well, because if there's not a player that you really love, then you can get a nice haul because that fifth-year option, a lot of teams really want to take that.
While we're waiting, Owen says, "What's your summary of round one, lads? Surprises, knowns." Surprise for me in round one, it has to be the Eagles. It has to be them going with AJ Brown and the whole fallback from there. But I did not think that many wide receivers. I haven't got the exact number on me. I did not think that amount of wide receivers would go in the first 10, 12 picks. Colin, what's your surprise in round?
If I'm going to go for something a little bit different, I think the Chargers going with Zion Johnson. There've been a lot of talk, I suppose, that they were going to look at tackle, and Trevor Penning was going to be their guy. To me, they've got a more polished player in Zion Johnson. I really, really like the pick. I think it's an excellent pickup for the Chargers. So a little bit of a surprise and an excellent pickup, I feel.
Brian?
The move in which the Lions made to come all the way from 32 up to 12 to get Jamison Williams. I thought look, it's a great move. Don't get me wrong. They never were someone that I looked at as someone who would go that far up for a wide receiver. When they made the move, I thought it was quarterback. But like everybody spoke about, the long term a move to have him because he's a quality wide receiver and he's a massive downfield threat and potentially, arguably, the best wide receiver in this draft. But I felt it'd be a team that would be more. Here's the pick now.
Here we go.
Someone who has.
Come on, Roger. Bank holiday weekend is almost here. Come on, the boys. Bank holiday in the south, yeah. Well, that was a strange pick. I think it's fair to say. Colin waiting for it. Very strange pick. The guy is actually called Cole Strange, a guard from
Chattanooga.
I'm
going to put my hands up here now. I'm not going to spoof the good people who are still watching the show. He's not someone that was on my chart. I've done charts here for loads of them. He's not on it. So it's a typical Patriots pick. It's someone under the radar that they obviously think is going to come in and fit into their scheme.
Well, to be fair, not to jump in, Brian, but Colin, is this the Alex Leatherwood of 2021, 2022?
I don't know if it's quite that, because again it's a pick that's a lot lower down, and essentially you're looking at Bill Belichick kind of being somebody who will have done his homework on guys. So he's a guy who, again, I don't know a huge amount about him. Obviously, listening to podcasts and reading up on it over the last week, I have heard the name. He's a guy who definitely needs work. What you kind of heard about him is the footwork needs.
Here's the pick, Colin. The Chiefs have literally handed
Chiefs picks in. Rogers walking on. Let's go. Number 30.
Hanging around.
Keep her lit, boys. Keep her lit. Jackson Mahomes, dancer. George Karoff, I can't pronounce. Greek goddess.
And you love the Greek god, and now he's gone to one of your fiercest rivals.
And he's going to the AFC West, the best division in football. I mean, look, for a start, this guy, lads, his whole family, I don't know if he's read it, like his family are like basically like literally sportsmen and women, all of them. Like his makeup, his strengths, his weaknesses. He rushes with a quick first step and he's got relentless energy, but he doesn't have like elite length or like an athletic twitch, but his potential is unbelievable. His power, his effort, his hard work, his rhythm to break down the blockers, be disruptive. This guy's going to start from day one for Kansas City as a defensive end and probably a 4-man front, but his potential for this team is crazy. Like you see there, he never gives up on the play. The problem he has got, though, he can struggle to turn the corner. So it's going to take him time, but you can see, Brian, you can see him walking out. People watching this now can see him walking out. I like the build. Sound like Mel Kiper. Or what do you call that spoofer who used to work in the NFL Network and went to the Raiders and hasn't been on TV since? See him talking about the FC West now.
Mike Mayock.
Like that. Yeah.
It's gas. But for a lot of people had him for large parts of the mock draft 15 to 25, and as the weeks progressed, they've all put him in as a late first round pick, and that's what's coming. The Chiefs, who a lot of people felt would go wide receiver, cornerback, and defensive end, and now hanging around with this pick. Yeah, he's got all the attributes to be a good player and pass rusher right off the blocks. Some bits around him, he's good at defending the run, but look, when you have Chris Jones there, and people have said if he's picked, he's a safe pick, and you will get an immediate production of him in his NFL career. So the Chiefs are stacked up on defense, which a lot of people felt it wouldn't be the case. They thought they might have mixed it up with a wide receiver. The Bengals are on the clock. We'll get to see if Mo gets his wish and gets that cornerback now, Colin, because that's what a lot of Bengals fans have been.
You happy with George, Colin?
I think it's a good pickup. I also think what's interesting, right, is the Chiefs and the Packers both made a decision this offseason to move on from very good wide receivers, but who were going to cost a lot. And then it's telling to me that they have decided to wait until day 2. Again, I'm not particularly surprised because I think there is value to be had at the wide receiver position. I think it'll be interesting. We discussed with Sam Monson about how you might see a change in the way teams approach that position. It's going to take a few years for all that to play out and to see. It could be that teams move, are like, oh, it's actually worth paying guys. But one of the Chiefs' biggest issues last year, which ultimately I think cost them, was they weren't getting to the QB. They weren't getting the type of pressure that they previously had, and they needed to address that and bring somebody in. They tend to, certainly last year, they drafted really, really well. So to me, it's a solid pickup at the back end of the first round, given that the premier pass rushers as such, well, in this round or in this draft we're off the board. Yeah, I think it's they'll do. We've spoken to Brendan Daly. I imagine he'll do a good job in terms of coaching him up.
Colin, just a quick one. When the Jags moved up earlier on, we never confirmed who it was. It was with the Bucs. The Bucs have now got the first pick of the second round tomorrow night. So they stepped away from the first round. It's interesting that they didn't see any glaring holes there that they wanted to fill immediately. They'll hold on to tomorrow. They never confirmed what the deal was, what the package was. 2 left. Bengals. I'm going to hang my hat on a cornerback because
getting emotional.
That's what we felt it would be. The general consensus was they need a cornerback, and Mo Egger kind of confirmed that this evening when he was on with us that's where he think they may go. So it'll be interesting. And then you've got the Vikings, and I think the Vikings we said that even when they were at 12, they could go numerous ways. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. Maybe you should go live in the second round next year, Michael. There's only 7 minutes between each pick during the second round.
Yeah, no worries. I just want a yearly salary, probably about $3,000 for each one of these bad boys, and then, we'll talk, we'll do negotiations off camera, and I'm sure we can go live during the second round. I am going to get the finest bottle of vino and sit down and laugh at the Bucs and the Giants picks tomorrow night before my team makes a selection at 64. So I'll probably be sleeping by
no
then.
second round either. Okay, yeah. I'll catch it when I return from my day out tomorrow.
Well, I have to go to work tomorrow. So you working tomorrow, Colin?
I am covering an event at one point.
I am asking that question because 3 hours ago on Facebook, D McAvoy, thank you for the comment. D asked us, were we working tomorrow? And he basically said we're madmen if we are. So D, I went to bed at 4:30 and woke up at 4.
I'm not working.
I have to say now, provisionally, boys, very, very happy. This time last year, I was on fumes. I could go to work right now. I know I'm going to regret saying that in 3 hours, but
You can send us a photograph 2 picks, 30 minutes. No, come on. I hope when we return to the screen, the Bengals pick us in. Cheers, Decker. Decker was doing very well to seem to be staying up for a man.
What did Brian O'Leary call him this morning, texting me, saying that there was a red weather warning in Las Vegas?
That wasn't a word of a lie. I'll send you the story.
Presenting from a studio when they were in New York, and that the draft might have to happen indoors, and that there's a hotel ready. Do you just make it up on the spot, Brian?
No, if you go to the night before his messages, you'll see there's a video there where this morning they had to do the show for Good Morning Football from when they were out there inside because of the red flag weather warning. I'm not joking you. I can get
but Schrager's the only one there. Like,
no.
This is what I find really weird. Like, I thought they'd all be out there, but they're all in New York. Schrager's the only person out there. But Kyle, what do you call him? Kyle Brandt's making the Bills pick on Saturday night. That's going to be good viewing. I can't wait for that. That's going to be good TV. You were freaking me out. I was going, I have all this stuff prepared, ready to go, and there's going to be no draft. But it happened.
Over.
Thank you for the link. I believe it. I just thought it was intriguing. Picks in.
The pick is in.
Yes.
Michael was like a Bengals fan there who celebrated the pick being in.
Here they come and growling there.
You can see the people gradually starting to walk away. It's like, okay, we've had enough. There's a man there with a white Broncos.
Declan is saying he's up at 7.
I'm up at
7 Eastern or 7 Pacific, Declan. And also JSDD is 10:30 in Mexico, and the beers are flowing slancha. Thank you very much.
The beers will be flowing for me come midday when I hit.
Why is Rappaport saying that? Do you see that?
It's talking about the weather. He says,
sorry, Colin. It says, will Liberty quarterback Malik Willis be selected tonight? You've only got Minnesota at 32. Why did they bring that up?
Here's the pick.
Somebody could go up and get him.
Cornerback. Colin.
Would have thought so.
Jabba?
Safe.
Daxton Hill. Can I, first off, just from someone, can I get a who day here?
Daxton Hill, safety. Who I thought would have been going to the Bucks. That's why I had.
I really thought we were going to get a who day, lads, to be fair. But this is what I missed tonight from Mark not being on. I was literally going to start the show off, bringing Mark in, getting the Duval, the Jaguars being on the clock. Anybody got? I haven't got a video on Daxton Hill, so if anybody wants.
Daxton Hill, blazing fast 40, very bad interviews, which pushed him down the draft board. They reckon, yeah. Well, he went to 31. He's actually deemed to be a cornerback as well as a safety, and some suggest that he's a better cornerback than he is a safety. And because he lines up very well against slot receivers, quick, flexible, good athlete, and whoever gets him would have an immediate starter. So the Bengals have probably looked at that as best player available at 31, and that's the way to go. The pick is in from Minnesota.
Oh, look at that! Yeah, for I suppose Hill was considered definitely the kind of second best safety.
Straight off. I'm boys. Good luck. 3 hours in bed here. This is unheard of. This has been great crack just for a start. Over 5,000 people have watched us on Twitter tonight, but I think actually more as importantly, or if not more importantly, people on YouTube. I think it's probably our best ever live show on YouTube because we've been able to sit down and get comments. Really appreciate it, folks. It's been good crack.
So it's
Healy saying too hot.
So are we saying that? Are we saying it's one QB and no running backs in this draft?
One QB in the first round, no running backs. Any Easter eggs left?
Where does the job go tomorrow night? I call if I'm the Broncos and I'm sitting 64 and it goes to 48, 49, I'm trading up to get Ojabo.
Yeah, like the issue with Ojabo is, and for the Broncos would be, you've already got Bradley Chubb and Randy Gregory who have availability issues. So that would be my concern. There is no doubting the talent that he has, but it's the
you also have the scenario where teams are going to have to accept that they're not going to get anything out. There's no production from him next season, give or take. So
do you see this?
Yeah, the fans are enjoying themselves.
They're mad as a bag of spiders.
Yeah,
this point,
yeah, they probably all want to get going.
There's a boy called him wearing a mask, and he's got Baby Yoda on the side. They're all going with us.
I think, Brian, you'd get over him the lack the probably he might not be available next year if you could predict what he'd come back from. But an edge with an Achilles injury, potentially losing some of that explosiveness, that is what you would be concerned about. But look, there are loads of good players that go on day 2 and beyond.
I think Ajabo likely is probably going to go to someone who has potentially two second-round picks that they can afford to use one on him and still get a player that can make an immediate impact. It's like
the draft starts at midnight tomorrow night.
Yeah, so just Declan and Owen and all the guys there, like, really appreciate everybody sticking with us till 4:30 in the morning. Like, fair play.
Every question. Is Owen talking about Valentine's Day or?
Well, he's talking about Easter eggs. Well, tell him there's plenty of Easter eggs here.
I imagine he's talking about Arizona and the Super Bowl.
No, like, Owen will not be in Arizona. I mean, unless he's going to the Super Bowl, like the Chargers not being. I'm only joking. You never know. The Chargers should have been in the playoffs.
We'll be there. We'll be there no matter who's playing. Do you know? We'll be there no matter who's there.
This player.
Can you please just give us the pick?
There's a man dressed up as a Viking, Colin, with paint on his face, and he's got braids and stuff, and he's like ponytails.
So that's where Mark Cockrell is.
Yeah. So it's 8:30 in the evening
for a long time.
Colin, we went over to that, and we had it done obviously our media passes yesterday, and we went off and just enjoyed the event as fans this evening. We would have been finishing this at 8:30 in Vegas. Plenty of time for us. We could have got back, watched Fair City on the player, and still went down for a night out.
Well, I can tell you from my experience, the RTE player doesn't work in Auckland, so it probably wouldn't work in Las Vegas.
It doesn't work in Dublin, doesn't work in Cork, doesn't work in Galway either.
I tried to watch
I'm going to throw one out here. Maffei, edge player, he's come from Minnesota College. It would be something that
I'll say the Kobe Jade.
Take us in. There's no sign of our friend Roger coming up.
Half an hour.
Are you not supposed to be going on the TalkSport now?
Player.
Here we go. Are you going on TalkSport now?
TalkSport must have wrapped up. So
I think they wrapped up early.
Some booze for Roger.
Oh, always.
Here we go.
What's that on his neck?
Chocolate.
Lewis Seen.
Safety.
Wide receiver.
Safety.
Why do they think it was wide? Because the Packers fans took him in that draft the other night. Lewis Seen, Georgia. Another Georgia Bulldog going.
Yeah, a lot of people kind of had him mocked towards the end of the first. I saw him mocked to the Chiefs. I saw him mocked to the Bucks. So he I suppose he split. He was in Peter King's mock draft as going to the Chiefs. Remember that from Monday. Very, very quick in terms of his 40 time. He big hitter. And the other thing that people talk about is as a leader, great leadership ability, and that he rises to the occasion. While playing Aaron Rodgers twice a year is certainly going to be a big occasion. So it is. It's I think a good pick. They needed help on defense. That last year they really struggled on defense, which ultimately cost the Zimmer his job as head coach. So it makes a lot of sense for me to bring him in terms of his ability, his leadership ability. So he could be a good fit there.
Any final words, Brian?
No, again, 2 years in a row we've done a 4-hour stint on the draft, and the 4 hours just
5.5 hours stint.
5.5 hours in total, and it just comes and goes, and that's the beauty of when you love the sport. It's, you can sit here and talk about it all night. It's been really enjoyable, some really very interesting moves, and we won't be watching Fair City now, but look, we're coming back on Monday evening to recap the remainder of the draft, and if tomorrow is anything like tonight, we'll have some crazy moves. Thanks for everybody who's engaged with the show.
It should be good crack. I want to thank everyone for joining in tonight. Thank everyone involved. I want to thank Justin and the team as well in Vegas for just helping us out. Thank the NFL for being credentialed for the NFL draft. Ridiculous. Class. Unreal. And hopefully we'll be out there next year. Back Monday night at
10.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on Monday. Hope everyone enjoys the long weekend.
Bank holiday
weekend. It has been really intriguing, I think, draft in terms of what we saw in terms of trades and teams acquiring players. I think there'll be plenty more to play out in the rest of the off season. We obviously have the rest of the draft, but Carolina have got to sort out a QB situation. Seattle have got to sort out a QB situation. It is an off season like no other, that has been said time and time again, but we're seeing that even on draft night. I think the Eagles will be very happy with how things have gone. Brian seems delighted about what the Giants have done, but that's the beauty of the draft. Everyone kind of usually goes away feeling we've really improved the team. So I suppose that the hope for everyone is that it can, and we have seen it again. You go back, look at the Bengals, look what Joe Burrow did, and Michael wants his lava, so we'll as Bill used to say, we'll leave it there. So
we will leave.
Good night and God bless. I love you, Kayvon.
Good night. God bless. Keep her lit. How you're wished. As long as oil. Peace.
Thank you. Take care.
Keep her lit. See you Monday night.